lie about it? Doesn't that seem
because I'm pretty sure. Because I'm pretty sure they eventually fixed the mistake and they actually have the moon rock now. No.
Bruh.
I don't know. Is that what they're saying?
I'm pretty
Sorry,
sure I remember
could we have our petrified wood back? Trust us, this time it's a real one.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure they have like the space agencies over there.
Yeah,
too,
well, how
they can verify.
Holland Space Agency.
Yeah,
So,
they probably have something over there, I would imagine.
how are you going to fix that? They lied about what they were giving in an international media conference as a gift and award to another nation under United Nations, and it's fake.
I mean, yeah, you're kind of laughing, so you know it's hilarious.
How do you fix that? Tell me.
No, it's
How do you
hilarious
fix that?
because, I mean, do you think they would really try to pass off petrified wood as...
They did try to petrified wood.
Wait. Bro, you are saying that it's more likely that three men went into a tin can in the 1960s and flew 250,000 miles in the tin can, landed on the moon, went around on a buggy, played some golf, got back in the tin can, fired back 250,000 miles back to Earth, than it is that they just found a piece of petrified wood and said, hey, here's a moon rock.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it didn't happen like that, but...
Bruh.
Well, yeah, because it didn't happen, but that is what they're saying happened. I mean, are they not saying they flew to the moon and played some golf and came back? With the moon rock?
Flew to the moon.
That they later...
Moon rocks.
In a moon buggy.
Mixed up with their petrified wood, like, oh no, I mixed up with all the petrified wood that we found on the moon. Why would they
Maybe
have
they took petrified wood with them to the moon.
I don't own it. Do you own any petrified wood?
No.
Do you know anyone that owns any petrified wood?
I am collection. Me.
Other than the Dutch government.
I used to have petrified
yeah,
wood.
I have a few friends. Yeah.
Alright. But it's not exactly something that's going to be so ubiquitous and everywhere that you might accidentally pick up a piece instead of a moon rock and put it in a plaque and present it to another government. Let's be real.
I know where to get it.
That's a mistake, but...
I know where to get it out in the desert here. I heard Arizona is desert also. Uh-oh.
I mean, but you were the one who said it could be a mistake, and then when I asked you, could you explain how you think this mistake could have occurred? You can't even think of a way.
I mean, I
had to make it up. No, I made up the way.
No, I gave you a way, and then you made fun of it.
Oh yeah, because you said they might have a collection of petrified wood at NASA.
Yeah, maybe they got it mixed up.
Okay, yeah, but then when I asked you why they might have petrified wood at NASA, you were like, I don't know, you tell me. Like, I'm going to tell you why NASA might have petrified wood.
If you have a bunch of moon rocks or something, I mean, there's a chance you have, like, other types of rocks and stuff like that.
They just throw them all on a big table. They just throw them all on a big table, all these rocks.
I don't know. How does that happen, bro? Have NASA said that they've got petrified wood?
Hold up. They did. I'll tell you how. They just mixed up the gift shop fake moon rocks with the actual artifacts from a orbiting illuminary body above us. They traveled there. They just happened to mix that up with the freaking gift shop. Come on, you guys. Get with it. It's just a mistake.
Octan, listen to this logic. This is only my logic. Don't believe in that. You know. Let's say they didn't have the rocks from the moon. Do you know how it would be nice to have that petrified wood? You know, if you don't have a rock moon, then it would be nice to have at least something. You know.
Yeah, I mean, something's better than nothing, I guess.
Yeah.
A piece of petrified wood as an award, to commemorate the biggest hoax in humanity ever pulled on people. Perfect.
Octane, if you're floating around in outer space, would you be worried about drowning?
Would I be worried about drowning? No.
Yeah, drowning in water. Would you be worried about drowning in water if you're floating in outer space as an astronaut?
No, probably not.
Oh well, that's a problem that happens quite often. Is that their helmets get filled up with water and they almost drown. Kind of strange, huh? Do you know where they train? Do you know where they train for outer space?
Yeah, like in a big pool to simulate zero-G, right?
Hey, connecting the dots. But if you want to take like a break, I mean, here's a video that'll have a lot of ISS bloopers. I mean, like, it's like, I don't know how someone can watch. If you really take a look at the mess ups they make, it's like, how do you continue to trust them? It's insane.
Well, I just wanted to address one thing in particular that you said, Octane. This whole idea, like, oh, well, we already know X, or we already know Y, and it's like this isn't Monopoly where you pass go and collect one free claim. So if you're gonna say things like, oh, well, we already know space is real, you have to make a case. I want to hear why it's real, how you know it's real, how you came to that conclusion. Just like in math, right? Or when you're in school, like you'd be given a problem and then it would say, show your work. Just so your teacher, you can't just whip out a calculator, get the answer, write it down. Like your teacher wants to see how you got to that answer. So in the same way, if you say like, oh, I already know space is real, I want to know how you got to that. Not just like pass go and here's your free claim and all right, he said it, so there it is.
Right, the reason why I know that it's real is because the higher you go, the less there is. And
do you see the...
Yeah, but hold on, Sasha. I don't think he was wanting to address that. Go ahead.
Okay.
You were saying something about the gradient, but I think if you've been around long enough, you know the gradient is not in contention. We both agree, regardless of whether you're a flat earther or not, that the sky is a gradient. So pointing to the gradient, saying, "Well, see, that is." Like, well, which is the claim? The claim is that the sky is open, that there's no need for a container, that it's outer space is out there. So just pointing back at the claim and going, well, there you have it, isn't really evidence of that claim. It's just pointing at the claim. So I have a kind of an issue with just pointing at the sky and saying, well, there's a gradient. That doesn't equate to outer space.
Yeah, well, the gradient keeps getting less and less, and there would be no reason to assume that it would just all of a sudden, I guess, change for whatever reason.
Well, there would be no reason to. It's not really making a case either. Saying things like, "Oh, I couldn't imagine any other way," isn't really making a case. So what we're about here.
Yes.
The challenge is for a demonstration.
Especially after you fault with, I guess.
Yeah, you better be careful of old horses in here. Better be careful. But we agree that the sky is a gradient. We just think that you can't have a gradient without the containers, so the gradient's not even in question here.
Yeah, like I said to everyone in the chat, you have to remember this is a guy who thinks he can have his cake and eat it too. So that's what we're. A year later, he still thinks that. Yeah, it's a different. It's a different cake, Einstein.
But yeah, just keep that in mind. Like, it's almost when you say things like, "Well, we already know X." It's like, well, there's an audience here, and we're here, and you have to sort of show why you know it. Like, otherwise, what are you expecting from us? We just go, "Oh, well, I guess he knows it." Like, we want to see, show us. You know what I mean?
Well, like, I'm not really here to like change your guys' minds. I mean, I'm just kind of like answering questions as we go along. Like I said, I mean, it is like a trust thing. I mean, like I said, it's complete trust, and if you don't trust them, then I mean, there's nothing I can really say or do because all my information comes from them, the people that you guys don't trust. So,
well, it's not a matter of trust. It's knowing that it's not a matter of trust. It's knowing that they've put out bullshit. It's not a matter of trust.
Well, it's honest of you to say that,
Octane?
But
oh yeah, how I understand you.
Like, it's really honest of you to say that, but I would just like I really enjoy this court setting. So you said, like, I don't want to convince you guys. Yeah, well, if we're in court, I'm the plaintiff, you're the defendant. I'm not there to convince you. You're not there to convince me. There's the judge, the jury, and then the public. And so go ahead and make your case saying, well, Your Honor, I trust my client. I mean, well, you know that, but like, hey, what's the case?
I mean, to be fair, I mean, like, if we're in treats like court setting, I mean, the public, I mean, is already on my side, so wouldn't I have already won the case?
What? No, well, you don't win based off of that. You still have to make a case. You still have to make a case. You can't just go, well, Your Honor, everyone believes me.
Well, like, I would.
All right, well, case dismissed.
Are you saying you will kill the person, and then 20% will say he didn't kill the person, even if there is evidence that you killed the person, but because 20 people said that you didn't kill the person, you didn't kill the person.
It's based on the evidence alone. Anything that's an appeal to, anything that in a court of law that's an appeal to authority is thrown out on its face immediately from the offset. So it's not about. So what I wanted to just mention briefly, and I'll get off, is how low. I'm asking you personally, do you see, Octane, how low your burden of proof is for the globe? How little you are requiring, how little analysis or review of their actual proof is compared to how high your burden of proof is for actual reality, which is all of us are only saying reality shows us something different. It can't exist the way they're saying. And you have this extremely low pictures from space, and people said so that you can't identify this really amorphous kind of group of people that I still haven't been privy to who they are and what they produce, and how you would assume that they have some kind of knowledge or some kind of that they've actually have a track record at all in what you think they do. And I'll yield the floor. That's a question, though.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, I mean, I have like done my own, I guess, experiments, if you can call it that. I mean, I saw a boat, it went over the horizon, it got obstructed, and that was pretty much good enough for me.
Not an experiment. You're confused. Hey, Octane, you're not pretty sure of anything. You seem to forget that we were all wrapped up in this mythos that you're still duped by. So this whole idea, well, I'm not here to come and convince you. Well, we know it's bullshit. So why would you even say that?
Well, because it's not an argument really to say, oh, because I changed, that means I'm right.
You're right.
What?
That's not an argument. It's not. It's just important to know that.
That's not what I'm saying. No, he seems to think like it's his duty to bring us back to some mythos that we've already unraveled. It's the same thing with this thing where he says, well, it's a matter of trust. No, it's not a matter of trust. Once you've found out that someone's already bullshitting, then you know they're liars.
Hey, well, to be fair, like, I'm not trying to bring you guys anything. I mean, like,
you're
I said earlier, I'm not here to convince.
Yeah, I know. So why are you here?
Because I like to hear conversations, and then someone asked me a question, and then
I thought you were here to answer questions. So what? Well, if you're not here to try and to read, if you're not here to rebuke everyone, why are you here to answer questions? For what end?
Well, I mean, I guess that's up to you guys. If you guys want to keep asking me questions, I'm just responding.
So to make a fool, to continue to make a fool of yourself.
All right. Well, damn. Well, if you're done grilling the guy, I mean, he's been all right. So
yeah, but why?
Nah, this dude. Have you seen? This is the guy who says he can have his cake and eat it too. That's not all right. That's dishonest.
That was so long ago. I'm sorry to remember that. That was like last year or 2 years ago.
Yeah, and you still haven't figured it out. That's weird.
No, it's all right.
Well, I'll say something on the back of what Sonny had to say. Sonny hit on an interesting point about like burden of performance. Well, burden of proof. And I have some thoughts I've been working on about like burden of performance. And it's something a little bit more tailored for the Rumble, but I guess I could throw it out there. But it's like, like it seems like Globers have a low burden of performance, whereas someone like a flat earther has a much higher burden of performance. Now, how can we relate this so people can understand? I heard this on Fresh and Fit, so I've been talking about it a little bit here. Say you're a relatively good-looking girl. Your burden of performance to, say, get a guy if you wanted to for a night or whatever, it wouldn't take a lot. Okay, it wouldn't take a lot. Your performance wouldn't have to necessarily be extravagant to achieve such a thing. Your burden of performance is quite low if you want to achieve that goal. Now, as a guy, you have to have a little bit more going. You got to have some money, maybe a nice status or whatever, good looking, etc. The burden of performance is much higher, and for you to achieve the goal for the night. Now, when it comes to like globe Earth, flat Earth, as a globe Earther, it's almost like, I hate to sound rude, but it's almost like the guy that's in the basement, covered in Cheeto dust, and he's still feeling confident that he's deserving of a bad B for the night. And we all know that you're not deserving. You have to go and get off the couch. You have to wipe off the Cheeto dust and actually go and do something to achieve that goal. And so, like, notice how, what kind of performance have you had to do to achieve this worldview of yours? Well, you didn't really have to leave the basement. You didn't have to leave your computer screen. Somebody over there somewhere, and I'm not really directing this directly at you, Octane. This is just kind of just to people in general. Whoever wants to take away from it, they can. But it's like, as a global earther, the burden of performance is quite low. You don't really feel like you have to go out and do anything if you just trust the experts, if you just trust the scientists, or if you just trust this entity, they will do it for you. And so, as a flat earther, I feel like our burden of performance is much higher. We're having to go out and do things, laser tests, long distance observations, etc. We're not just sitting, in the basement with Cheeto dust all over my chest, like, I deserve the flat Earth. I have actually gone on to do something. So, it's important to keep that in mind. I just think that's an interesting dynamic when it comes between the two of us, the flat earthers versus the globe earthers. So just an interesting analogy I figured I'd throw out there for you guys. Hope you'd enjoy that one. It's a CB exclusive. So might have to throw that one on TikTok.
Yeah, stay tuned for my new record album called When the Cheeto Dust Settles.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. Old Haas, you wanted to say something?
Or I didn't even know that. I was trying not to say something, Octane.
Well, Octane, did you want to respond to that in some way?
No, not really. I mean, it seemed fine.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm not calling you the basement dweller, Cheeto dust collector.
Oh no, that's fine. I mean, I play a lot of games online. I've been called worse, so I'm kind of immune a little bit.
But look at this approach. I'm Glober. I believe in NASA. And I saw the ships going bottom up. What these flat earthers have to say, Octane? What they are saying? Not, can I speak only with him? What they are saying?
So what's the question again? Sorry.
I'm Glober. I believe in NASA. I know that ships disappearing bottom up, and that's enough for me. What's this flat earther saying? What they are saying?
I think I understand the question. Does anyone else understand the question? Am I?
I can help. Sasha, I can help you.
Okay.
So like if you and Sasha are standing shoulder to shoulder at the beach, and
no, CB. No.
Okay.
I am Glober in this moment.
I know.
I believe in us. Okay. I want to know what you CB think, and I want to know if he knows why you think.
Oh, so you want me to make like an argument for the flat Earth, like in good faith? Like you want me to like make your position, but in a good faith manner, right? Is that what you're asking?
No, not why. Just realize what the position is.
Yeah. What is CB position about the shape of the Earth?
About the shape or about the ship? That's
okay. Let me just help out, Sasha. Hold on, dude. Hold on. I'm the flat earther. I'm the flat earther. It's okay. I mean, it's all right. It's fine. I'm the flat earther. Sasha's the globe earther. We're both standing at the beach. You're with us, and you and him see the ship go over the curve. What do I see? What am I observing then? If I'm the flat earther and I see the same thing, what is my
CB? You're not helping me now.
Okay, well I'm just confused now. If he's not okay with that, you got it right.
Then, Sasha, if I don't understand you, then no one's understanding you, bro.
Yeah, no, not a chance. I don't know either.
Hey, Octane, do you want me to explain it to you?
I will explain to you.
I don't know. How is that not the question anyway? I mean,
very simple. Very simple. Octane, you and me, we are global. We know now. We need to realize why these people think that Earth is flat. Okay.
Okay.
And do you know that, or should we need to ask them?
What?
Do you know?
Like ask the.
Do you know why they are thinking that Earth is flat, or we need to ask them?
We need to ask them. I mean, it's always good to ask for like more information why someone thinks the way they do.
Okay, if I ask them, I know what they will. If I ask them, I know what they will tell me, and they will tell me something about more. Immediately, they will tell me about radius and drop over distance and where is the curvature, and about rotation, who measured, who did that, and they will speak about gas pressure, and that 3 points they will speak. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it that enough for you? What they are saying? That Earth is flat.
So with their information that they're providing, do I?
Yeah. Is it that enough for you to conclude that Earth is not a globe?
Well, no, because like we disagree on.
Okay, great. Now my question. Great. Now my question is this: wow, why you are here?
Because I like to hear conversations. I like to conversate about things I disagree.
Listen. You are the person who realized something. You realize that what they are saying, it has no logic for you. Now, for me, my advice is better go back to your life, enjoy your life, take your logical life, and leave this person alone, because you're spending your time with people who have no logic, And because your logic
I never said that. I always say you guys have good points. And I've been proven
he thinks he has the intellectual high ground. Let me ask him a question real quick. Let me ask you a question, since you're the intellectual. Do you think it was a simple or a complicated process coming to the realization that the Earth is not a globe?
It's probably a little bit of both. Depends on the person.
Now, dude, what does that even mean?
Well, I mean,
a little bit of both.
People have,
No. The Earth is the same for The Earth is the same for everyone, Octane. Do you think it was a simple or a complicated process to realize that the Earth isn't what they claimed it to be?
I mean, again, I feel like it's a little bit different for every person.
So you don't know the answer, do you? You don't know the answer, do you? It's not an opinion. It's simple. They claim the Earth is a spheroid of a certain size. I mean, how more simple could it be? Octane, are you following?
Yeah, following.
Okay, so I'll ask you again. The process in which we came to realize that the Earth was flat, is it a simple one or a complicated process?
Bruh. I mean, I'm going to give this.
Say what you said. Say what you said. Say what you said a minute ago. Simple. If I threw you a basketball, how complicated is it? What shape it is?
Oh, that's pretty simple.
Okay. Well, they claim we're living on a giant basketball. So what? How would it be simple or complicated to figure out if that's the case? You can say it. Spit it out.
To be pretty simple.
It begins with an S, ends with an E. Simple. You're making it complicated because you're wrapped up in a myth.
I don't think I'm trying to. I'm just trying to follow along. Sometimes the question.
I know you're not trying to because you're brainwashed. You're brainwashed. Let me explain something to you. Or let me ask you a question. Do you even think it's a possibility that this globe belief, this globe knowledge that you think you have, do you think it's even a possibility that it's all a myth?
Yeah.
Okay,
like I said, I trust in the institutions, and sure, there could be a percentage chance that they're lying, but it's so low to the point where I don't really.
Well, no, they're not. So now you're thinking that everyone in academia has to be lying. They're all as equally as duped as you are.
No, I never said that. I don't think.
Well, what did you say? What did you say? What did you mean then?
I just said that there's always a percentage chance that you can be wrong, but it's so low.
You said there's a small percentage that they're wrong and that they're lying.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, well, they wouldn't have to be lying. If they were as duped as you are you lying?
Okay, I guess they're not lying. I guess they could all just be wrong.
They're all confused.
Sure, there's a percentage chance of both. They could all be lying.
So yes. So you're finally realizing or admitting that there's a possibility that this whole heliocentric thing, globe, is a myth. That's all. It's a good step.
Yes.
Once you figure out the cake thing, you'll be on the right path.
All right.
And I can give you an example. For example, I was not religious in the past, but I never went to every Saturday or Sunday or going to church and to speak with people how I don't believe in God.
Right, and I'm not here, like I said earlier, to convince any of you guys. I don't think I even tried convincing you. I'm just.
No, I'm saying I can understand, but I don't understand you, like a you person, because if I'm you, I will say, fuck, these people has no any fucking clue what they are saying. This has no logic for me, but I don't want to even. And you said I don't want to convince them. But you said I don't want to convince you. That means okay, you don't want to convince us because you don't. Fuck, I don't want to speak with these people anymore.
Yeah, because
you don't understand because you're not me. I like talking to people who disagree with me. That's what I like doing.
Okay, good.
Well, do you like talking with people who know you're wrong?
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you like talking to people who know you're wrong?
Yeah, because I know I'm
you
right,
do.
So it's okay.
You just said there's a chance that it's wrong.
Yes, I said there's a percentage. Which one is it? But it's so low that I barely even consider it.
You know it's a globe, but there's a chance it's not.
Yes, of course. Just like for you guys, I would assume yes, it's flat, but there's a percentage chance.
Wow, dude, you're
embarrassing
yourself.
You guys aren't really changing.
You're embarrassing yourself.
Yeah, you have no idea.
You highlighted.
Guys, chill.
Hold on.
I don't think what he said is that bad.
I know. Wait a minute.
I'll shut up. This guy is just too much, dude.
I don't think he's been that.
Okay, if you guys wanna, you guys want to speak, I'll go on mute. I just wanna listen. So if anyone else wants to take the floor,
fine, dude. I don't think what you said was that bad.
No, I don't either. But we can, we'll just talk about you once you leave. Because it's full. Yeah. No, it's okay because you didn't have any proof at all of your spinning globe Earth, and not even an inkling of any evidence to support any of your claims. So they can be thrown out, like I said in the very beginning. So going back a couple hours from the very beginning of this entire discussion, we can throw out everything you said as trash because it has no validity. It has no form. It has no formalization. Yeah, and the other thing I wanted to say real quickly, because I actually enjoy talking with you, but I wanted to say this: that do you actually think that it's possible to convince anybody of anything?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you convince somebody of something?
You generally show them like evidence and stuff.
And then what happens? Before they become convinced, they see evidence, and then what happens?
It's not enough.
They might change their mind. They might do their own research.
And then when they changed, where did that change begin? In them. The answer was in my question.
Oh damn! It's like a fucking puzzle.
No, the answer is actually in my question.
Well, yeah, that's what I said. It's a puzzle. I wasn't following word for word and remembering like every single word possible.
It starts from within the person. It doesn't come from outside. You could sway a person one way or the other, and if they're honest, they could go one way or the other. But you might have helped them along that way. But there's people that you could help along the way that go the other way and don't agree with you and go the opposite. So yeah. It's not possible to convince somebody. If you think about it, we're not here to convince anybody of anything. It's not possible. It's a human impossibility to convince anyone of anything at all. It's not. There's no convincing going on. If the person doesn't see it within themselves, and that be the catalyst for the change within them by what they heard from outside, it's still the change started from within them. Them dealing with themselves. That's the only way change occurs. Nobody's convincing anybody of shit. You might have been duped into believing something that you thought was true. Obviously you did. You believe the whole globe thing with zero. I was still talking. So I'll be done soon. Don't worry. You were convinced of the globe Earth thing by just pictures from space and an appeal to authority. You have nothing but fluff. It has the validity of what you're saying has no depth or weight in reality or logic at all. No place in it whatsoever. Thanks. I'll yield the floor.
Yeah.
Shout out to Sunny. This was me during the last conversation. Oh, never mind. That didn't work.
And he asked if you can change idea that maybe it's fear. How I can do that? Then I will believe that something happened in 6 years, some kind of phenomena hiding the drop over distance, and now somehow improvisation, how to say, it will start to every observation this will show drop over distance. I will be scared because that means in these 6 years we could not observe the drop over distance, but now from somewhere in future it will happen that it will happen that we will see the drop over distance.
Well, like I said, I took a few videos and I saw things drop. So, I mean,
yeah, I know. That means that Santa Barbara. It's what's that? What that my Croatia things? What I saw in real life? What the fuck I saw? What is going on? Why I'm seeing the physicality of water? It's physical and where it is, and that's it. That is what it is. Question, Octan. If you go out, right. Are you rotating? Are you moving?
Yeah, we're rotating right now.
Okay. How will it look like if we are not rotating?
Because it's constant and it's relatively slow too. I mean,
no, I'm asking you how would look like if we are not moving.
Oh wait, how do we feel like we're not moving?
Yeah, how that will look, because if you go out now, you are moving because the Earth is moving. But how will it look if you are not moving?
He's saying, what would it look like if we weren't moving? That's what he's asking.
Yeah.
Oh. It'd probably honestly look the same.
Oh, and how we make the difference?
How do we do what?
How can you tell the difference between us moving or not moving, since in both scenarios it would appear the same? That is his question.
Yeah.
Oh God, don't even want to get into this conversation, but the focal pendulum, or we can just send us out.
I'm asking you this is the question. How we can know for something is not moving?
How can we know if something is not moving?
Yeah.
If you can't tell when it is moving, and you can tell when it's not moving.
In terms of the Earth, like I said, the focal pendulum.
No, we're not talking about an apparatus. We're talking about how it would be felt.
Yeah.
Oh, like how you alone.
Yeah.
Oh.
Can you feel when you're still?
Yeah, you can feel where you're still. You can feel when you're.
And then can you feel?
Can
you feel every single motion from still to any other angle, even if you're not moving? Like you tilt your head. Can you tell that?
Yeah, like you can tell when you move your. Yeah.
In both directions.
Yeah.
Left and right. You can tilt your head. You know what angle your head is tilted at, even at a little increment of a degree, right? Your body tells you that you're balanced. So then, what about back and forth, forward and back? You feel all that. Not even, let's say you just slowly moving your head back just a little bit or forward. You know exactly where balance is, and you know exactly every single motion your body makes because it's tied into your vestibular system that is based on a liquid substance in your inner ear, in the cochlea, and the semicircular canals. Along with the endolymph, that is the material. And you have nerves at site-specific areas on a piece of gelatin-like substance where the nerves endings come out at site-specific places. And that liquid moves tiny little bit. You know exactly from still to change of angle or motion, not either or. So you can't give the argument of acceleration. Your head whenever your cranium is balanced, whenever it's out of position or moving in any direction, around 360 around you, in an orb around you, you know every motion in that whole entire 360 degree orb around you. That's how accurate your vestibular system is. So you can't tell me that I fall down and go boom, boom, and hurt my knee, that in some circumstances I could fall and not get hurt, or instead of falling down, I would float up into the sky, and I wouldn't know the difference? Is that what you're trying to say?
The reason why you don't feel that motion is because it's not an acceleration or like a heat.
I just explained to you, it doesn't have to be motion. It doesn't have to be motion. Did you get what I said?
I thought we only
Listen closely to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Fucking angularity. Changes in angle. Any angle of your head. Move to an increment of a degree in any direction. Your vestibular system knows the difference between still and angular change in your head. Now, motion is a different thing. Do you understand that? So, I hope I cleared that up. That the vestibular system knows from still to changes in angle, period. When you're stuck at that awkward angle off to the side, your vestibular system knows where balance is. You can correct it and straighten your head up directly to vertical. Now, motion's another thing. If I fall down and go boom, boom, like I said, I know every motion in between me and hitting the floor, don't I?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Every single time I've ever fallen down, I know exactly what motion I'm taking, or hit my head, or whatever it is, or on my bicycle. I know where balance is, where level is, because that's how we operate on this plane. So, the vestibular system denies everything you're saying about a spinning globe because you would feel everything, and I just cleared it up. Not just motion or acceleration, changes in any angle. A ball has changes in angle. In every position, a different angle. Thank you for letting me share.
Once again. Another one. Octan, do you know Black Swan?
Yeah, because I live pretty close to it.
Okay. Is it that doesn't change anything? Even with that act is a sphere.
Yeah. I mean,
how would look like observation on Black Swan if Earth is a flat?
Well, if Earth was flat, we should be seeing a lot further, in my eyes. Like, that's what I think. It's like if it was truly flat, I think we should be able to consistently see much further than what we see.
No, bro.
No, bro. That's not true. That's from optics that is not true, because if that's true, then you can go to Mount Everest and I don't know, and watch some kind of other country.
How come flat earthers don't think that?
I'm not for sure why.
Well, because flat earthers are talking about the Earth outside, not some made up Earth or how we think it should be. We're talking about the Earth as it is. So the only time you hear people say things like, oh, well, if it was flat, it should be like this. It's like, no. If it's flat, it's the way it is currently. It wouldn't change. That's like,
yeah.
If I could wave a magic wand and have me grant 3 wishes, one of them would be to change you guys and have at least, not just make you a flat earther, but have you at least understand that flat earthers are at least talking about the Earth, not this other idea where you can turn into Superman and start seeing to China. These are crazy ideas you have to strip away from people before you even have a conversation about flat Earth with them.
Oh, because I'm not talking about seeing like that far, but I know you're being like a little hyperbolic. But like I'm not like talking about seeing to China or anything like that. I'm just saying that it's weird how it's so height dependent. Generally, if it's a clear day, it's just weird how it's so height dependent if it's flat.
Yeah, but we have a Guinness record, and they are saying that we cannot see more than 270 miles. If we can, that it will not be Guinness record 270 miles. It will be 1,000 miles. You will have optics, and you will see 1,000 miles.
Well, that picture you're talking about, I mean, they took it on a very specific time. It's not only one picture. Yes, there's multiple pictures. Multiple pictures.
Yeah, that means that there is more. Do you know Octan this? For example, in my research, I find a photographer who was only checking the zoom of the Nikon, nothing else.
Well, I'm pretty sure on their site they even said that they took the pictures at specific times throughout the day because refraction.
Yeah, so hold on. It's not hyperbolic at all. Listen, you're saying it's so height dependent from a minute or so ago, and like that's not the point. So you missed the point entirely about the horizon, what it actually is. And if I can stand at a place where I can see 10 to 15 miles out, and it changes from hour to hour, day to day, every time different, it's not a geometric horizon. Period.
Well, geometric horizon can be affected by refraction.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Definition. What's the definition of refraction? Put it into live stream, please. Right now. Definition.
Okay. So
everybody knows where I'm going because
we want to make sure you understand the words you're using.
We're all in line with each other, so we told ourselves in a meeting of the minds, which we always have here, to whenever they say refraction, and I'm putting it all out there being perfectly transparent right now, like a plate glass window, to ask for the definition whenever any of you say refraction. I want your definition, the one you're using.
Oh, you want my personal? Okay, so you don't.
No, no. It needs to be like a citation. Okay. No, a citation and a source. No, it's citation. I need a citation. So, or a definition. Just put a definition.
Put a definition. Do you want my definition, or do you want the dictionary?
Just put any definition. I don't care. First one you find.
Okay. All right. Refraction.
Yeah.
refraction definition. There we go.
So I'm just showing everybody right now, and keep going, that you didn't know what refraction was. Now you're actually looking it up for the first time.
Wait, no, but you asked.
Okay, second time. Okay, wow. I digress. I retract that. Okay, never mind. I'll retract it. Never mind. Keep going.
Well, what just happened here is...
keep going. Look it up. Don't worry, man. Just paste stream. Okay, can you read it, please?
I mean, I'll skip my own. Light bends when it hits a different medium. It bends towards a denser medium. That's what light does.
What are the other definitions in there as well? Any others? Only one?
I mean, only one that matters.
No, I'm saying, are there one? Is it what number in the answers was it? Was it 3? Was it the fourth one or the first one? In definitions, when you read them up, dictionary gives you things? Yeah. So you only got one answer? For things. Is there a reference to what they're saying about bending it? No, okay, so get another one. Get another one. What is refraction?
Read the first one, not the third one.
Wait, but why don't you read it?
Can you? But he did read the right one in there because it says from one medium to another.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's this doing in air to air?
Because it's a different temperature throughout, so that can also change.
It's not a different medium.
And sure, it's not a different medium, but it's a different temperature.
But that's not, you just put the definition of refraction in the live stream, and now you're saying that's not the definition?
No question. My question: what that temperature is doing on Black Swan example with water in Black Swan example?
Wait, what?
Well, guys, let them answer one question at a time. I mean, you can't ask them 3 questions and then expect one answer. So, why don't you go with Timbo's question and we can move on to Sasha's question?
You just put the definition in the live stream, and it says,
because you asked for it.
Yeah, and what does it say?
Probably says light bending.
It says deflection from a straight path undergone by a light ray or energy wave in a passing oblique from one medium, such as air, into another, such as glass. So from one medium to another. So velocity change. Yeah? One medium to another. And now you're saying the definition of refraction that you just posted is not correct? Is that what you're saying?
The amount of refraction depends on the angle and the type of matter. Refraction can occur even when passing through different kinds of air. Mirage,
but that's not what the definition
in a desert
says.
Over a patch of asphalt in summer occurs when light passing through warm air meets the very hot air nearest the surface. So literally within the same
turbulence.
Source, you read a little back down.
That's not refraction. That's turbulence.
Says refraction.
That's turbulence.
And what that has to do
right
with
here.
What that has to do with what that has to do with the physicality of the water?
Well, you guys made the claim that it can't happen in air, and within the same source that you were laughing at, saying it doesn't show
it is happening in the air refraction. You know,
where's the demonstration of it, though?
I'm
got a demonstration.
The same page.
Have you got a demonstration?
Jesus Christ!
I want to play a clip so bad.
Now you have to see the
demonstration. Air. A demonstration of air being refracted from air to air. Light being refracted from air to air.
Mirage. That's
a demonstration of light being refracted from air to air.
That's what a mirage is. It's air.
Mirages are upside down.
It's okay. There's superior mirages, and then there's like inferior mirages, and then there's like a trillion different things on describing what type of mirage.
What's that got to do with? What's that got to do with a clear image getting picked up and put on the other side of a ball?
Because that can change the geometric horizon. It can make it appear further.
So is the density gradient vertical or horizontal? Because if it's vertical, then all of those parts of the oil rigs should refract at different rates, shouldn't they? So then it wouldn't pick up a clear image and put it right in front of you. Would it?
Well, it's not really clear because you can tell when you look at the rigs, they're obviously bent. So it's not.
Yeah, bendy cranes. You know what? You got motors and stuff.
Yeah, but you said it was clear. It's not very clear.
Yeah, well, it is clear. The only thing that's bent. The only thing that's bent is the crane. What runs a crane?
What runs a crane?
Yeah, what runs a crane? Do you have a diesel generator running a crane?
Yeah.
Could that maybe be the fact?
Wait, could that maybe what?
Could that be the fact of why there's turbulence where the crane is? Because there's no turbulence down low where the actual oil rig is. It's up where the crane is. And if you know anything about cranes, they have a massive diesel motor that runs the crane. So that produces heat and turbulence in the air. That would affect the image, wouldn't it?
Sure, but I'm pretty sure over the ocean is already pretty turbulent as is.
Well, it doesn't show it in the rest of the oil rigs, though, does it? It doesn't show it in the rest of the oil rigs.
It's perfectly clear where the rig enters the water, so the water's not being obstructed by the bendy crane or the exhaust fumes that are being distorting the image of the cranes, no doubt. But fortunately, you can still see the horizon between the legs where they're in the water, all the way to the horizon back behind them, who knows how far.
Yeah, Octane, do you not remember the reason why those rigs are used in that observation?
No. What's the reason?
You don't? Okay, those are distance demarcations, nothing else.
Okay, so what you guys are just saying is that the horizon's really far and it shouldn't be that far, basically. And
yeah,
but you've gone down
this path before, Octane. This is when you declared you could have your cake and eat it too, when you want to act like a parent and geometric horizon both exist.
Well, because what I already said is that the geometric horizon can be affected by refraction. That's why it's further out.
No, you're very confused.
There's nowhere that says that it can't. There's
Octane.
Wait a minute.
Octane. Let me fill you in on something. The geometric horizon from a 1 foot observer's height would be at 1.2. Where is the horizon? It's not the 1.2 demarcation projected out to beyond 10 miles. The oil rigs are there as distance demarcations. This nonsense where you're acting like the geometric horizon is what the horizon is, and it's at 10 miles when it's at 1.2 miles, it doesn't make any sense.
Because it's being affected by refraction.
No, you're confused. Let me explain something to you again. Okay, if that were the case, then the 1.2 geometric horizon would be the horizon. It is not. If it is what is being projected, it would be the 1.2 mark that's projected out there. It is not.
Heretic has an argument about, you'll hear him say something about like refracted goblins or refracted gremlins. The thing that you're wanting to refract has to exist first. So before we have a refracted geometric horizon, you have to have a geometric horizon to refract. And unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a geometric horizon. There's just reasons why it's not there, which is ironic, because that's what flat earthers have been saying since literally the day I got here to flat Earth is reasons why there's no geometric horizon. So it's just funny to hear Glovers in 2023 telling us those very reasons why there's no geometric horizon. Like, dude, did you guys forget the argument?
So check this out, everybody. So they're saying that the geometric horizon is what proves their globe. They're admitting that you can't see it. And then we see the horizon way up beyond the oil rigs. And they're saying it's the geometric horizon that has never been established, causing the horizon to be 10 times further than it's supposed to be at 1 foot above the sea level. So that sounds very psychotic thought process. It doesn't correlate with each other. There's no correlation at all. Plus, there's the other thing about them not having any actual documentation or proof that anybody says the bullshit nonsense about refraction that they are. I want a citation, please.
I'm pretty sure
who else
book. Here, let me find
who else is saying that the geometric horizon is being lifted up to 10 times further out than it's supposed to be, and that it's being lifted up as well? Elevation angles, take your choice, from 67 feet at the Black Swan to Catalina Island, from Huntington Beach, 30.88 miles. I can see the shoreline of the island. It should be, I think, 1,000 feet below my line of sight. That means half of the island should be gone. I would only see the tops of the 2,000-foot mountains on Catalina. Yet I can see the shoreline. What gives?
Yeah, Octane. Hold on. Octane, the reason why those oil rigs are used so you can't attempt this silly little trick you're trying to pull. Because when you attempt this silly little trick, it falls on its face. Because it doesn't make any sense. Because you're saying the 1.2 horizon is what is projected beyond the oil rigs. Again, you can't have it both ways.
Well, I'm glad Sonny asked for a definition. I've had this clip loaded. I want to play it so bad. It's only like 1 minute long, but it's important for people to understand the claims that they use. You'll hear. I'm just going to play the clip. You'll hear other word, but I want you guys to swap in words like refraction or gravity or some of these words that you'll hear Globers use. And I don't mean just to highlight Octane here, but just in general, you'll hear people throw out words like science and gravity and even refraction. So it's important that, like, Sonny asked for a definition and stuff like that. So I'm just going to play the clip and we'll comment on it afterwards.
Hold on, what does misogynist mean? What does misogynist mean?
Huh?
What does misogynist mean?
Oh, good job. He's asking her what misogynist means. Good job.
Because you said misogynist.
No, it's all about these ideas of misogyny. Wait. It's all about these ideas of what men can do and what women can't do. Like, I don't.
But this one definitely.
That is not what misogyny means. The ideas of what men can do and what women can do. That's not misogyny, actually. Every time you hear a woman, or especially these type of modern women, talk about, oh, this is misogynistic or that guy's a misogynist, just ask them what does misogyny mean. I guarantee they don't know what it means and they're using it in the wrong context. But anyway.
It's a misogyny.
The definition.
Yeah, you called us a misogynist, so I want to know what it is.
It's just a fucking word that everyone throws around, but what I'm technically saying
She said it's just a word that everyone's throwing around. She don't know what it means, but she's saying it. How immature of you to be using a word so confidently, calling people misogynists or calling people's programs or platforms misogynistic, and you don't even know what the word means. That's wild.
I appreciate you guys listening to that, but it's like they will also throw words like refraction around, and it's like, well, do you really know what that means? Or you just you heard other people say it? And I'll leave it with this, and I'm not trying to just grill Octane here. This is I'm speaking to the greater audience, but it's almost, I'm imagining like the Globers get together in a huddle and they're like, all right, guys, ready? Refraction on 3. 1, 2, 3, refraction. And they just break loose from the huddle and they come here and just say it. They see the Black Swan and they just, refraction. It's like, but that's not really a rebuttal to the argument.
Yeah, and no actual rebuttal to it at all. Just saying nah, and never, like, refusing to ever respond when we point out that they're just going nah. Instead of like saying, wait a minute, no, I don't want to be accused of talking shit, lying basically on a live stream. I would bring up some actual evidence of something, but like Octane Weasel's out of it. He can't provide anything for any of his claims. It doesn't matter what it is. I doubt he could even provide a claim for himself sitting at his table or at his desk, or if he's sure he's sitting in his chair, or if the earth outside is actually what it really looks like. Like when he goes out there, it looks like something. I think it'd be hard to convince him that it's really the way he sees it when he goes outside. Lost touch of reality.
Is it horizon the apparent place where the sky meet the water? Is it horizon apparent place where the sky meets the water?
Yes.
Okay. But you are saying this, Octan. That horizon there, it's an apparent place where sky meets apparent water.
Yes.
But that water is real, my God. It's not apparent.
Yeah, I know the water is real, sky is real, but that means that to me.
No, it's not appears. That water is real. That means that water should to make that curvature, that water itself. And you are saying that water is projecting, but that water is not projecting. That water is real.
You know what's not real is a hill of water.
Yeah, and you see that water with your eyes, and you can say, look, I see water. Oil rigs are in water, and behind oil rig it's a water. That means a physical water, what should to make the curvature, doesn't make that. And behind its horizon, made by physical water and the sky, not by apparent water. That water, what is making horizon, it's physical.
I mean, how long have you been, Octane, how long have you been telling yourself that everything you see in the distance is an optical illusion?
Well, it's not that it's like I said, it's an optical illusion, but that thing is actually there.
Yeah, it is.
Right, but the thing is actually there, so like if you see a ship, when you probably shouldn't be able to see a ship. I mean, the ship is there, it's just being reflected.
So the horizon and the black swan, it's there. Right.
So the geometric horizon is blocked. So I'm sorry. So the geometric horizons are blocking the ship when you can see it from bottom up, right, in the distance.
Yeah.
So would you be able to zoom into the waterline of that boat all the way, the whole hull and everything, with a zoom lens, if it was going beyond a geometric curve edge?
So once. Sorry, I'm just looking at something. So you can't zoom in a ship back once it's past the horizon. But I have seen videos. Wait, real quick.
Okay.
But I have seen videos from some of you guys where they claim to zoom the ship back in, but they're able to zoom it in not because it's behind the horizon, but because it's due to perspective. It's too small to see.
Oh.
But there's a difference. We're not talking about perspective because we both acknowledge it's real.
So because perspective takes effect, then these boats can be 20, 30, 40, 100 times further out than their geometric horizon is supposed to be. Is that right?
Well, if it's being refracted, yeah.
100 times further out.
I don't know if hundreds times, but
well, listen,
where it's usually.
Well, I don't know what you're watching there, sir. I have 3 videos on my channel alone that clearly showed the whole thing from start to finish and point out in detail where the mirror edge is of the horizon, all the different parts of the horizon, what happens exactly, how part of it gets folded down, reflects off the water, part of the hull of the boat is upside down. You don't know anything about refraction or what is happening at the boundary of the horizon. That's basically beyond the limits of your vision when you zoom in. So I wanted to just say this, and I'll end with this. You cannot possibly zoom into the other side of a basketball with any kind of zoom lens once your finger on the far side is dropped below your line of sight. Thanks. I'm done.
All right, I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm done too. In a minute.
Hey, well, it's been a good round today. It's been a good session, so appreciate you stopping by.
Fun.
You need to head out of here. I know the grills have been on; they've been hot. So
take on saying enlightenment awaits at the bakery.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say again.
I said go get a cake. I said go get a cake. Enlightenment awaits at the bakery.
Nice. No, it's all right. Yeah, you've been a good.
Thing never gets old.
No, you've been a good. Yeah, you've been a good sport, Octane Weasel. It's good to have a discussion with you, regardless of our opinion, whatever we might think about our own ideas and things like that. But you have been a good sport because you just got bludgeoned and you just still have a straight face and chin up. I like that. Continue on, man. Yeah, we'll see you again.
That's why I like this. I mean, that's why I like Octane, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah, Octane, you even flat smacked yourself a couple times. It was great.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I do. I don't know everything, so sometimes you guys prove it.
Well, you said a minute ago you did know that the Earth was a globe.
Well,
but there's a chance that it's not.
Yeah, there's a very small percentage.
You can say
yeah, so you don't know.
I'm certain. How about that? Is that a better?
Certainty and knowing are synonymous.
No, hold on. He's pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. Because I'll use the words that you guys like. I'm pretty sure. How about that?
No, I was just joking around. That was just something I noticed you said a lot.
Maybe positively kind of certain.
There we go. That's what I.
You were. It was during the moon rock session. You were like, "Well, I'm pretty sure that."
Oh, that was my favorite part. I love that combo.
Yeah, Wolfgang liked it too. But, hey, yeah, have a good one, man. If you're gonna go.
Octane.
Wolfgang's there. Hold on, not gonna let you.
I know you have to go, Octane. Yeah. No, I'm not. I'm not going to let you go. I'm not going to let you go without ending how it began. But I'm just trying to explain something to you. You're not doing a favor to anyone out there with a functioning brain who, if you're telling us that you can have your cake and eat it too, and you also know the Earth is a globe. So I don't know what you're trying to do, because if you keep this up, the more and more people that hear you, the consensus will no longer be where you need it to be.
All right.
What?
I don't know.
So already, gamers,
you know what I'm saying? He lies with the consensus, and I swear,
he's not going to let you.
Yeah. If you continue with this nonsense, there will not be a person on Earth. There will not be a person on Earth. Yeah, go get a cake. Honestly, I know the cake thing. It doesn't get old to me, but how in the world is he okay with the idea that he thinks he can have his cake and eat it too? I just do not get that. Like he's made peace with it. It's very bizarre. I mean, maybe we can get, what's the word? Channel Einstein and ask him that same question. Then maybe he would realize that once the cake is eaten, it's gone. I mean, come on, man.
They pre-ordered 2 cakes, man. So, you know how they do. They get that massive budget. So, they got multiple cakes. Yeah, one of them might be petrified cake, though, so you never know.
Next time I'm going to ask him if something's broke, should it be fixed?
Yeah. The answer is yes. You know, NASA reinvent the wheel.
Or if it's not broken, should it be fixed? Right? It's like, I don't... Yeah, these adages that have been stripped from the vernacular, it's adding to their mind virus. I don't know if it was just a cutoff in the schools or if people just stopped saying these things, but my goodness.
Well, that was our Glober session for the day, folks. So hope you enjoyed it. Be sure to tell people how it went when they ask. So, man, that was quite a conversation. There was a couple times I was in here like this.
Guys, shut the up so we can get this over with. Thank you. Shut the up.
But overall, it was a good chat, and shout out to Octane for stopping by. and giving us some content for the day. So, who's next?
I know, so they can like go out there and show our content to everybody else. And meanwhile, Octane Weasel was seen having a publicly shown, basically, and heard dunce cap fitting on about 5 different platforms, all over TikTok. It's going to be all over TikTok, Facebook, Rumble, you name it. So thanks. Awesome stuff. Thanks to the crew. And you know who you are. Boy.
NASA. Breaking news. We realized that we are not in space, ISS. It was a mistake. And fixed it.
They fixed it?
It will not happen. It will not happen again. People, sorry, because of these 60, 70 years of. We were really thinking that we are in space, but we now realize we are not. And if you can only, people making mistakes.
In the next decade, we plan on fixing the lies of our past. We plan to tell you that we never went to space. The moon landings were bogus. And we're a bunch of liars. That's going to go over big in my next campaign, right? Are you sure? You sure I can use that?
And after that, they will ask money for researching flat Earth. The same NASA. And
I tried to throw in a JFK there. Did you notice that? We don't do the things because they're easy. We choose not to do the easy things. We choose to do the hard things. Hey, President, what about Maryland?
If you have all these problems, let's say you're working in supermarket.
Tags! What is your profession? See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
It's gonna be just like in a court of law. We go with the standing is on the evidence. It doesn't go away from that. So.
So we got 3 minutes till the event starts. If everyone wants to get the last word in here.
Word.
Does Zanuck leave? He should learn about these logical fallacies. He never uses any of them, does he?
He can still listen. He can still listen. He just can't speak right now. He's taking a timeout.
He's got a little time out in the corner, Zanuck. He'll be okay. Keep on believing. Whatever you want to do, man.
Keep rubbing that globe. Maybe someday it'll come true. I don't know.
Professors with diplomas and a chip on their shoulder. Debate is over, mind is sober, solar system disclosure. Can't go back once you heard the facts. Yeah. You make a pact, never take it back. Yeah. Schooling ballers and the followers that give them the dollars. They try to holler in the chat that you're a fraud, not a scholar. They hating y'all, that's why they attack. Yeah. The earth is flat no matter how much you laugh. Yeah. Days of days, pseudoscience just a big charade. Making theories they just can't explain. On philosophically biased claims. Days of days, we break away just like a renegade. So pay attention, gonna get a grade. We schooling globers till they all away.
Next level in full effect.
Thank you, Melodome, for being a member. What up, fam? That, as you can see, that's the new School and Globers theme song. That is Kai, of course, and she clearly crushed it. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Took a minute to make the video, but I think it turned out pretty good. And this is School and Globers, episode 17. Fallacies. So simply, I've been asking for a while now, does anyone have any actual empirical evidence that the Earth is in fact a tilted, wobbling, spinning globe, void of logically fallacious reasoning? And I quite literally have never been provided this evidence. It doesn't exist, seemingly. No one ever has provided that evidence void of logically fallacious reasoning. Ever. Never. Not once. That's pretty insane. So, if you're new to this subject, you may be learning this. If you've been around the subject, you know this. What looking into the conversation about the Earth does is it makes you have to learn fallacies. And oftentimes people say, oh, that you just use fallacies. You can't actually defend flat Earth. You can only say other people are using fallacies. All you care about is fallacies, blah, blah. It's nothing to do with flat Earth. Fallacies are there for a reason. So, formal logical fallacies are invalid arguments. Informal logical fallacies lack sound reasoning. Thus, they're both not proper arguments. They're not proper or valid in a debate regarding discovering the truth of a subject. It's invalid. It's no good. Right? It cannot be a sound and logical way to get a conclusion. Therefore, if you're having a conversation with someone and you're trying to figure out what the Earth is, for example, you cannot permit logically fallacious reasoning because it doesn't support the conclusion at all. It doesn't mean anything. It's useless. It's literally irrelevant. It's inadmissible in intellectual forum. It's not a tactic. It's just a fact. It's not some attempt to handwave dismiss some damning evidence the globe has. If the evidence had damning, or the globe had damning evidence, it wouldn't be logically fallacious. This is basic stuff. This is like Logic 101. You don't have to be some supreme logician to understand this. Right? It's wild, though, when you start to look into it. So I figured that we needed to cover them, the importance of them, because really, if you begin to learn logic, which it is of no coincidence that we aren't taught this in public school, It should be the first thing that you're taught, and you should be taught every single year more and more about logic, more and more about the fallacies, because it helps you come to solid conclusion. It helps you decipher information in the world. It's very important that you understand what logical fallacies are. I will be teaching Aaliyah, who's only 6 months old at this time, logical fallacies very early. I will be teaching her how to think as opposed to indoctrinating her with what to think. And you're going to find out there's really no reason to get emotional or upset with these people that run around on the internet defending the globe and gaslighting flat earthers, because they're intellectually irrelevant. Quite literally, they don't even make the minimum cutoff to even be taken seriously in intellectual forum. This is a fact. So they can say whatever they want to. They have a long list of tactics to try to gaslight you, project their own intellectual ineptitude, tear you down, blah, 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 try to make it sound like you're so stupid. But in reality, they don't even have a rudimentary grasp on how to think properly. So in terms of intellectualism, they're infants. They're irrelevant. Like if a kid runs around screaming and throwing a fit, well, it might be annoying and you may end up getting kind of frustrated, but you know it's a kid. So they can't help it. They're not logically thinking. So of course you can't expect to have some logical, fruitful conversation. That being said, they hate when you know fallacies and when you call them out. Why? Because they end up getting frustrated because it feels like they can't say anything. But you can. It just can't be logically fallacious. But apparently every single globe evidence that anyone knows to repeat and regurgitate is logically fallacious, which should be very telling to a person who's just open-minded and honest and wants to figure out the truth. So when you begin to look into this conversation, one of the first things that you should do, and most of you have done, is familiarize yourself with logical fallacies. It's insane. It's insane. Like if there's a baller in the chat, I can go over here. I haven't looked at all. Go over here. If there's a baller in the chat, guaranteed what they're doing is a fallacy. Let's see if we can find one here. I don't see any ballers. How about you prove flat earth with no fallacies? Go. Okay, no problem. So the default empirical position, as in based on all empirical evidence that can be verified, let's define empirical for you. Testable, observable, repeatable, falsifiable, is that the earth is a stationary plane. This is how we literally operate every day of our lives. This is how we experience every day of our lives. This is how we build technology and do engineering. We literally build things with the requirement that the earth is stationary. That is how we build technology. It requires us treat the earth as stationary. Quite literally, people would die without it. That's how we build bridges, canals, railways, runways. This is how we build in engineering, a stationary plane. We measure the earth to be a plane. We measure the oceans to be a level plane, a horizontal. Everything that we do in reality shows that they're a stationary plane. If this is a fact, it's a fact. This is another thing that ballers just can't wrap their mind around. Like, for example, the ones that are in the chat, they're like infants throwing fits, frankly, right? Because they're just so frantically and emotionally typing, trying to get some gotcha. They're not even listening to what I'm saying and actually understanding it. Okay? So the default position is that the earth is a stationary plane. If the earth is a spinning ball, the default position is that the earth is a stationary plane. This is a fact. The globe model's claim is the earth is just so big, you can't tell that it's tilted, wobbling, spinning, and revolving, and that the earth is just so big that locally it appears to be flat. And the earth is just so big that whenever you look at the oceans, you can treat them as a horizontal, flat baseline to measure vertical distances perpendicular to that horizontal to get elevations. This is the globe position, which means objectively, unless you lack basic intellectual ability, The default position is that the Earth is a stationary plane. Now, if you're claiming it is not that, is it possible that it's not that? Sure. But your claim is that it just appears to be a stationary plane. And now you have reasons why it appears that way. Okay? Now you have the burden of proof. You're claiming that the Earth is antithetical, that it's the opposite of the default position that is established with empirical evidence. This is a fact, but almost none of these like zealous ballers on the internet will even admit that. And that goes to show you, that goes back to my first part here. They're like children. You have to, I'm not trying to be derogatory or mean or anything. The people that start throwing emotional fits and changing the subjects and red herring fallacies and strawman fallacies and poisoning the well fallacies and ad hom fallacies, they're just throwing a fit. They're just throwing a fit. So just understand that they're basically children. Mike's hot, he said. If you can understand that they're basically children in the sense of intellectualism, then there's no reason to worry about them. Complete waste of time with them. That's correct. So it's never going to change for them because they've made up their own mind. They think they're right, and then they just want to tell you that you're stupid or that you're wrong, and it's like a game to them. For other people, they just want to know what the truth is. Tell me if the mic sounds better. Hopefully the mic sounds better. Or I can just get further away from the mic, maybe. All right, anyway. So that's just kind of the opener. It's just a reality. If you can't get to that part, like here, look. I'll be baller Austin, okay? And this is in good faith. As in, I am representing the globe Earth in good faith. Okay? This is good faith. Okay. So, yeah, this is baller Austin. Okay. Yeah, well, the Earth is a ball. Okay, we know this. We've proven this over hundreds of years. We've known this for thousands of years. Okay, this was first discovered by Eratosthenes, who only used 2 sticks, even though we need 3. In our own paradigm, we need more than 2. But we'll talk about the guy that used 2, because then we can say it's been known for thousands of years. Stupid flurf. Now here's the actual position that the baller should say. Sure, based on experience and observations, the default position, based on our limited view or accessibility, is that the Earth presents itself to be a stationary plane. But this is just because the Earth is so big that at the rate that it rotates, 15 degrees per hour, 1,000 miles per hour east of the equator, right? Based on its circumference, you wouldn't be able to tell that it's moving, right? So you're not going to be able to tell that it's tilted, wobbling, spinning, and revolving, because relativity says that both inertial and accelerative reference frames are the same for intents and purposes. You wouldn't be able to tell. You can't tell from on the Earth that the Earth is moving. So sure, it does appear like the Earth is stationary. And sure, for all intents and purposes, we have to treat it like it's stationary. For planes and for all building purposes, for all aircraft, for all transportation, for all trajectories, we have to treat the Earth like stationary. Sure. Okay. But that's because it's so big you can't tell. And it's because of relative reference frames, you don't need to worry about it. Okay. In addition to that, we also can treat the Earth like it's a plane locally. Because it's so big, it's locally flat. So when we build bridges and canals, and when we measure elevations, we can treat the sea as if it's level and horizontal. Okay? Because from our limited vantage point, we cannot tell that it's actually a ball. It's because the Earth is so big. And when we see the sun move in the sky, that's an illusion. Based on reference frame, it appears as if the sun is moving, but in fact, relative to the Earth, it is stationary, and it is us who are moving. We just cannot tell, again, because of the size. So, the default position, based on our observations, is that the Earth is a stationary plane. Are those glasses real? Of course not. No, I don't wear glasses. Is that the Earth is a stationary plane. Okay? Now, we then try to explain why it is that it appears that way in some type of an illusion, if you will. It's just because it's so big. Okay? Then we see that the sky moves once a day. It rotates. Well, sure, we see that it rotates, and so the default position is that the Earth is not moving because we can't detect the Earth moving directly, and we see that the sky moves. So the default position is the sky is moving, that there's movement in the sky above the Earth. But we believe that actually it just appears to be doing that. It is the Earth that is rotating, making the sky look like it is rotating. It's just an illusion. Okay? And that throughout the year, the sun changes position in the sky, but actually, that's because we're changing position in space, but we just can't tell. We can't make direct measurements. Now, we do have a couple things that seem to detect the sidereal rotation, like a ring laser gyroscope. We think that the ring laser gyroscope is detecting the Earth rotating, even though it doesn't actually change with the change in the perceived sidereal rotation, and it seems to change at altitude. And whenever we combine this interferometry that measures the sidereal rotation with the results of the interferometry trying to detect the orbit, they don't coincide because one detects the assumed motion while the other does not. And that can really only be explained with the stationary Earth, but that's just an illusion. Okay? So, sure, based on the default position of how we build everything and all of our technology and all of our measurements for plane survey to get the actual maps, it shows us that the Earth's a horizontal stationary plane. Well, what we do is we take these plane maps, we put them together, and then we look at our model that we built from the sky, and we apply an overall curvature rate, and then we take our calculations, and we interpret the compiled measurements based on our spherical model. So sure, flat earthers, you're correct when you say that the default position based on all empirical evidence, empirical being observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable, is that the Earth is a stationary plane, because that's how we treat it. But our model, our belief is that that's just an illusion. It looks that way, but experiences and observations can be deceptive. Sometimes it's not as simple as it appears on the surface, pun intended. Okay, that is the baller position. The fact that you guys can't do that, you can't be honest about your position, is goofy. It's weird. It's just like a weirdo thing to do. You can't be honest about your position. It's weird. Even a laser gyro can't separate the orbit from the rotation. What? You weren't listening, but that is kind of the status quo. You're not capable of listening. You're a well-known troll. You should just stop typing and just listen. So what we're going to do is we're going to review a bit of this debate, and we're going to watch how much of the fallacies are used. And if you guys have been watching my debates, you've seen that I actually have to lay out the fallacies in the beginning of the debates now to try to avoid them, and yet they still get incessantly used the entire time. It's wild. It's very wild. School is in session, clubs. Yeah. Actually, what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to play the intro song one more time, and then we're going to go right to the scene with the debate. But yeah, basically all I'm saying is, if you ask them, can you provide empirical evidence that the Earth is a tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving ball in a vacuum, void of logically fallacious reasoning? Can you provide empirical evidence that the Earth is a globe void of logically fallacious reasoning? The answer is no, they cannot. They have to beg the question. Flat Earth doesn't have to beg the question because it's the default position. It's built upon all empirical and testable evidence. It's just the default. If you're making the claim antithetical to the default position, then that requires you fulfill the burden of proof. If we see that the sea level is horizontal, that the horizon's just apparent, and that it's horizontal, and you're claiming no, it is actually physical, right? And it's curving, you have the burden of proof. If we see that the sun moves in the sky and you say, no, the sun just appears to move in the sky, but actually the sun is not moving relative to us. It's us that are moving, but we can't tell. You have the empirical burden of proof, right? You have the burden of proof to substantiate your claim that the Earth is the opposite of the default position. This is so elementary. The fact that some people are years into this and can't accept it is why Flat Earth not only isn't dying, it has a 99.9% retention rate. You people are the reason that Flat Earth will never go anywhere. It's the number one email I get. When I read the trolls in your chats, when I read the trolls on modern day debates chats and in the comment sections, and I watch the people that you debate act so disingenuous and such bad faith that they have to use nothing but fallacies, ad hom you, change the subject, obfuscate, gaslight you, talk over you, and interrupt incessantly. It makes me wonder, why is it that no one can defend the globe void of logically fallacious reasoning and morally reprehensible behavior? Is that all that they have? That can't be all they have. That guy must suck at debating. Next debate, same thing. Next debate, same thing. I'm like, well, I'll check the chats. I'll check the comments. There's got to be someone here that understands logic, that understands these people are also morally deplorable, that know the Earth's a ball, right? And then they realize that almost every single person does that. They change the subject. They straw man what I actually say. They have to lie about the true position of Flat Earth. They have to baselessly beg the question, boldly reify the model over and over, omit the realities of the conversation, and people are like, wait a minute. This is something you would have to do if you're defending a lie. This is something you would have to do if you don't actually understand or know your position. This is something you would have to do if you can't actually rebut the opponent's argument. And that's what makes them take Flat Earth seriously. It's the number one email that I get, is that there's no one able to defend the ball void of logically fallacious reasoning, morally reprehensible behavior, and toxicity. So, if you think the Earth is actually a spinning ball, and you clearly seem to be so obsessed with this conversation that you frequent my streams, you frequent my debates, if you're so passionate that Flat Earth must be shut down, maybe you should start with step one and understand the concept of the default empirical position, understand logical fallacies, stop implementing them, and start providing real empirical, testable, and falsifiable evidence for the globe. Okay, and one more thing I do want to say. What I've realized is none of these people can answer these questions. Can you provide a specific thing that would falsify the Big Bang model? Can you provide a specific thing that would falsify the heliocentric model? And can you provide a specific thing that would falsify the globe model? They cannot answer that question, and that shows you they are not interested in having intellectual debate or challenging their ideas, nor, much less, have they even actually critiqued their belief that the Earth is a ball that's tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving, in an ever-expanding universe brought to them by Jesuit priests. They believe it, but they need to maintain that belief in such a way that it remains unfalsifiable. That is also known as a religion. If you cannot test it, if you can't even intellectualize and articulate a way in which it can be tested and falsified, if it's unfalsifiable, it's useless. It's a religion. So ask them, how do we falsify the globe? How can we falsify the heliocentric model? And how can we falsify the Big Bang cosmology? They will not be able to answer. And if they do answer, they will only name things that we already have verified for hundreds of years that we know happened, like the motion of the planets, when the Earth model was made from the motion of the planets, that isn't offering falsifiability to the claimed causal mechanism of the motion of the planets that are perceived from the sky, from the Earth. So, there's a few things I wish the ballers would understand. If your belief is unfalsifiable, it's a religion. If you can't articulate falsifiability, it's literally inadmissible in intellectual forum. It's just a religion. If you can't provide empirical evidence void of logically fallacious reasoning, it's inadmissible in intellectual forum. It's child's play. It's not even relevant to any real intellectual conversation whatsoever. It's laughably irrelevant. If you have to resort to gaslighting, ad homing, poisoning the well, obfuscating, red herring, changing the subjects constantly, muddying the waters, dragging people through the mud, throwing mud, slinging mud, if you have to do all that, you're not even allowed into the real big boys intellectual discussion. And if you can't grasp and acknowledge the fact that the Earth being a stationary plane is the default position, and that claiming that everything's actually the opposite of what we observe is the position that has the burden of proof, then you're also not even allowed in the intellectual forum. It's inadmissible. So, Okay, cool. I know I just talked a lot to start the show, but I wanted to break all that down. I really hope people listen to what I'm saying, because if you think the Earth's a ball, you guys are breathing life into Flat Earth with the insanity that you guys propagate in the way that you go about the conversation. I have literally hundreds, if not thousands, of emails to prove that is the case. Okay, so we're going to play this song again because I think it's dope. And some more people just got in. So we're going to play the new Skull and Globers theme song. It is Kai, of course, and I made the lyric video recently. So hopefully you guys enjoy. Shout out to Justin Johnson, who gifted 5 memberships, brother. Much love. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't miss anything. All right, let's check out the new intro song.
It's just a big charade, making theories they just can't explain, on philosophically biased claims. Days of days, we break away just like a renegade, so pay attention, gonna get a grade. The school and globers tell they all are fake. School and globers with diplomas and a chip on the shoulder. Debate is over, mind is sober, solar system disclosure. Can't go back once you heard the facts. We make a pact, never take it back. Schooling ballers and the followers that give them the dollars. They try to holler in the chat that you're a fraud, not a scholar. They hating y'all, that's why they attack. The earth is flat no matter how much they laugh. Days of days, pseudoscience just a big charade, making theories they just can't explain, on philosophically biased claims. Days of days, we break away just like a renegade, so pay attention, gonna get a grade. We school and globers tell they all away.
Banger. All right, so we're gonna get into this debate. We're gonna watch it a little sped up, and we're not gonna watch the whole thing, obviously. But he does kind of tap out an hour in, I think. So just to go through some of the fallacies, and we're actually gonna watch my intro because I want to show to you that I literally break this down. So let's listen to his intro. I'll try not to stop and call out the fallacies. I don't remember who goes first. I think he does because I was like, I just sat down. I have to. Oh, let me show you guys this. You see how red my face is? Watch. I think it gets really red. Look how red my face is. Okay. So someone asked if I was like drunk and that's why my face was red and stuff. No, what happened was I was messing. So I'm using my iPhone. I'm using my iPhone right now too. And I was messing with this right here. And it makes me turn red. See that? Boom. Now I'm red. And depending on where I'm at in the light, I get more red. So I had to figure out that when I use the different camera, I can't use the warm light. It makes me red. Okay. Just to address why I look like a tomato. The song just wants to keep banging. All right, so let's listen to some of this.
I wrote it down, so pardon me for reading what I wrote, but whatever. Okay, so I'm not really here to like try to present some overwhelming evidence that the Earth is a sphere, but I'm going to go through a few pieces. Our planet's spherical nature has been thoroughly studied.
All right, I lied. I am going to have to pause him and expose the nonsense. So,
and observed and proven over time and again by countless scientists, explorers, and even ordinary people. So let's explore a little bit of the evidence. First and foremost, let us consider the observations of our early explorers, Ferdinand Magellan. Him and his crew embarked on their famous circumnavigation voyage in the 16th century. They sailed westward, ultimately returning to their starting point. And this monumental achievement clearly demonstrates that the Earth is not flat, but a curved surface.
It clearly doesn't demonstrate that. There's no exclusivity at all with east to west circumnavigation. You can do that easily on a plane surface going around with a compass. So it clearly doesn't demonstrate that. That is abysmal.
If it were flat, Magellan and his crew would have fallen off. If you ever
And that's called a straw man fallacy.
have the opportunity to travel long distances, whether it be across
For those who don't know, of course, strawman fallacy is misrepresenting the other person's actual position or argument to make it easier to attack.
continents or vast bodies of water, you'll notice an intriguing phenomenon that the disappearance of ships over the horizon. This is probably something that people have talked a lot about.
Oh, you guys are saying you can't hear the debate? What? That doesn't even make sense.
As the ships sail away from the shore.
You guys should be able to hear it. How can you not hear it? Well, what's really going on? When it was playing, I saw it coming through. That's what I'm so confused. Why would you not be able to hear the debate? I hear fine. I think you have biological parents. They actually had the mix is off. It's low in volume. Okay, can you actually hear it, or is it low in volume? I'm way louder. Okay, well that doesn't mean you can't hear it. To say that the volume's too low. I turned myself down. I moved the mic. I'll turn the debate up. Jeez Louise, bro. You guys got me closing out the windows. Can't hear the debate. No sound. All right. We're going to go back. You guys could hear it. It was just low. I'm going to turn the volume up on the debate. Okay. Let's try again.
A little bit of improv going on.
The evidence. First and foremost, let us consider the observations of our early explorers, Ferdinand Magellan. Him and his crew embarked on their famous circumnavigation voyage in the 16th century. They sailed westward, ultimately returning to their starting point. And this monumental achievement clearly demonstrates that the Earth is not flat, but a curved surface. If it were flat, Magellan and his crew would have fallen off. If you ever have the opportunity to travel long distances, whether it be across continents or vast bodies of water, you'll notice an intriguing phenomenon that the disappearance of ships over the horizon. This is probably something that people have talked a lot about. As the ships sail away from the shore, it gradually disappears from the view. Only the mast really remains visible. Same thing happens if you're on a ship sailing away. I was in the Navy for a long time. I've seen this quite a few times. The occurrence is consistent with the curvature of the Earth, and if the Earth were flat, the entire ship would remain visible regardless of the distance. The gradual disappearance of ships is direct visual evidence that we live on a spherical planet. Another compelling piece of evidence comes from the study of gravity. Gravity, as we know...
Wait, I missed what he said. I was reading the chat. What did he say?
That the disappearance of ships over the horizon. This is probably something that people have talked about.
Oh my gosh, bro. The disappearance of ships over the horizon that's apparent and constantly fluctuates, and you can see them at different distances, and you can pull out infrared and see the bottom of the ship again. I guess the infrared x-rays through the curve of the Earth that breathes in and out because the Earth is stretching, consistently doing yoga throughout every day. Of course, just reifying the model, the conceptual idea that the Earth is a sphere with a certain radius value, as if it were truly concrete, begging that question, asserting that conclusion baselessly by affirming the consequent. These are all fallacies, of course. Then we can look at the apparent location of the horizon, acknowledge that it's apparent, but claim that there's a real geometric physical location there somewhere. We just can't find it. We don't know exactly where it is or when we actually see it. But then we can just claim false exclusivity by strawmanning the flat Earth, saying that things couldn't disappear from the bottom up. So with the straw man of the flat Earth, with a begging the question and affirming the consequent, and a reification fallacy, we can say that when boats disappear in the distance, it proves the Earth's a ball. I'm telling you, there isn't one piece of evidence ever provided that's void of logically fallacious reasoning. Ever. ever. And people are like, oh, this guy's a noob. He's not good. He says the same arguments they all say, though. The people that have been in this for years and years, made websites, listened to every flat earth debate, writing entire papers and softwares and giving fake challenges. They all use this. They all use it.
About as the ships sail away from the shore, it gradually disappears from the view. Only the mast really remains visible. Same thing happens if you're on a ship sailing.
I was in the Navy. It's a globe. That's crazy. I know people in the Navy that specifically say, "Oh, that's what he said." I thought you were saying. I know many people in the Navy that say that the Earth is for sure flat, based on their sonar and their radar.
In a way, I was in the Navy for a long time. I've seen this quite a few times. The occurrences.
Wow, you can only see boats disappear in the distance if you've been in the Navy. Let me baselessly appeal to my authority. That means nothing.
Consistent with the curvature of the Earth, and if the Earth were flat, the entire ship would remain visible regardless of the distance. The gradual disappearance of ships is direct visual evidence that we live on a spherical planet.
The entire ship would remain visible if the Earth were flat. Obviously, a straw man. Let me come over here and explain this. And by the way, we're about to really improve the quality of the show. So there's this thing I can do where I can pull out my iPad and I can actually draw on the iPad and you guys can see it live. There's also something else I can do where I can be drawing on my iPad, but you only see what I'm drawing. So I'm drawing on the screen. And so it'll be much better than you guys have noticed recently, right? That when I'm trying to explain a concept, I'll pull out the pins. I'm like, look. If one object is, you know what I'm saying, this is kinematics, you know what I'm saying. So anyway, the stream's gonna get much better. I've been like really busy. We had all the aftermath of the summit. I still have stuff to do for that. A lot of stuff going on. Family was in town. Now family is about to more families coming in town tomorrow. And anyway, you guys get it. I had to finish the song up and then get the video done and just doing a lot of stuff, looking for a house, which is one of the main things. It's like we're trying to find a house right now. But anyway, long story short, the show is going to get really good. So let's just point this out here. So this is your line of sight. Now, perspective is actually non-Euclidean, but this is not what this is about. So say you're looking out and you have line of sight. Okay, you have to get pretty far distances, and you'll start to see that it actually starts to converge into a curved limit. It's either hyperbolic or elliptic, dependent upon conditions, observer height, and distance. This has been shown in many different. I'm hoping that you guys can hear me pretty well because I turned the mic down. All right, so say that you're looking out to the boat. Okay, now say this is the top. The top of this is the mass of the boat. All right, so you're looking out a little bit above the ocean, out at the boat, right? Now, as this goes this way, it's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller, okay? But the mass is still higher above your line of sight than the bottom of the boat is. So what happens is, as this gets smaller and smaller, it actually converges into your line of sight. So it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and then it converges into your line of sight. That's where you can't see it anymore, right? So you can no longer resolve it. Your limit of perspective, angular resolution limit. Well, the bottom of the boat is going to reach that line of sight first because of your observer height. So things are going to disappear from the bottom up. Also, perspective is non-Euclidean, which will also cause that same exact effect and has been replicated in many, many tests. So things would actually disappear from the bottom up on a plane surface. Not to mention that the most dense part of the atmos is at the bottom of the atmos, right? So the bottom layer right above the surface is the most dense, thus occluding things in the distance first, faster, because there's more physical obstruction of what you can see. It's really goofy. So anyway, of course, like I called it out before he did it. I didn't remember it, but they're all the same. It's not like difficult to debate. These people at this point, you have to straw man the flat earth, say something's impossible, then go point out something that we see happen and say that proves Earth's a globe because that's impossible on a flat earth. It requires a straw man fallacy and again a reification fallacy, Magellan question fallacy, affirming the consequent. Okay, moving on.
Another compelling piece of evidence comes from the study of gravity. Gravity, as we know, force attracts objects towards the center of the mass. it acts uniformly in all directions, creating a balanced distribution of mass on a sphere, which is why you weigh roughly the same absolutely everywhere on the planet. Although there are some slight variations if you go like in the higher altitudes, but that actually tracks with how gravity has been modeled to operate. So, consistent nature of the Earth means you get gravity all over the place. Lunar eclipses is a clear indication that the Earth is a sphere. During a lunar eclipse, the Earth comes between the sun and the moon, casting its shadow on the moon's surface. The shadow is always round, regardless of the orientation of the moon or the position of the observer. The only explanation for this is a consistent round shadow. This consistent round shadow is that the Earth itself must be spherical.
Okay. The only example of the only explanation for this is that the Earth is a sphere. Okay. So for one, you just reified the model again, begged the question that it's actually the Earth in between the sun and the moon that causes the eclipse because it physically obstructs the light from the sun and casts a shadow onto the moon. Just basically reify the model. And if you say, since we know the Earth is blocking the sun causing the eclipse, which you don't know that's what's literally in question. You're just begging the question, right? And then you say, we know it must be a sphere that way. Okay. First of all, you can get the only way to explain the circle in the eclipse, the lunar eclipse, is if the Earth's a sphere. No, you can make a circular shadow with a ruler. You can make a circular shadow with an oval. You can make it with a square. You can make it with a cylinder, right? You can do it with all kinds of things. We've proven this with many demonstrations. Iru has a lot of them. Weird. Okay, in addition, actually what happens in the lunar eclipse is it's coordinate system specific, but it happens like pretty much every time. There's something called the selenium eclipse. People think it's super rare. No, it's just exclusive to location. Lots of times it'll be out in the ocean or something that would see the selenium, right? But that's when the sun and the moon are both above the Earth during the lunar eclipse. If your claim...
Many are waking up because of all the gravy you ladle daily. Flexed bicep, fire, high voltage sign, praying gesture.
Flexed bicep. Thank you, Ron Bossman, for being a member for 7 months. A Miswit legend. Shout out to the legends on Rockfin. Just watching us on Rockfin helps out the channel. Also, need to be a great elementary school teacher. I don't know if that's a compliment. Hey, Lord Racer just gifted 5 memberships. What a legend. Thank you very much. So the sun and the moon will be above the Earth during the eclipse. So if the Earth is blocking the light from the sun, because the sun goes down beneath the Earth and then the Earth blocks the light from the sun and casts a shadow onto the moon, then why is the sun and the moon both above the Earth during the lunar eclipse? So actually the evidence directly refutes your claim. Directly. It gets even worse than that though, because then the shadow comes from the wrong direction. The shadow should be going from the bottom up. So if the shadow comes from the top down, which it does, and it's been documented, that doesn't work geometrically with your claim either. So it's just ironic. Don't you think it's ironic, don't you think? So anyway, again, straw manning the flat that it's impossible, and there's many things that could cause it. Polarization, electromagnetic polarization, if there's other types of orbs, the actual alignment itself over a plane would cause it. The cyclical celestial alignment itself, due to polarization, could cause it. And this can be replicated with polarized lenses. Okay? Not that we have to replace your made-up story for it to somehow be falsified. We just falsified it. We just said it's physically impossible, geometrically and physically, again, with the sun and the moon both above the Earth. So anyway, moving on, dude. It's hilarious. So again, just beg the question that the Earth's a sphere. Almost everyone, when I said, can you provide empirical evidence of the Earth being a globe, would have logically fallacious reasoning. They cannot. All of them require you just reify the model, beg the question that the Earth's a sphere, and then affirm the consequent. They just affirm the consequent over and over and over. Moving on.
There's also photographic evidence, lots of stuff from space. You can see the curvature of the Earth, curvature of other planets. It seems strange to say that the Earth is flat, but the other planets are not.
other, again, begs the question that we are a planet, like these other things that you call planets. If the Earth is in the center of everything, it actually seems illogical to think that the one thing that's in the center, that's special and unique to everything else, needs to be the same as everything else. That doesn't even make any sense logically whatsoever. Logically speaking, it wouldn't be the same. It's specifically different, special, and unique compared to everything else. It's in the center. In addition, you said other planets, which acts as if the Earth is a planet. And what it is in the sky doesn't in any way have bearing on what the surface of the Earth is. Right? Which is just, these are all basic stuff, of course, but they still all use it. They all use it, bro. They all use it. So, oh yeah, and then pictures from space. Come on, dude, are you kidding me? Admittedly, CGI composite images where they clone clouds and it's all doctored and fake, and it's admittedly not even just a real picture. And of course, pictures can be faked. I can show you a picture of Bigfoot. That doesn't mean Bigfoot's real. You could literally just make a model and take a picture of it with different lighting. Are you kidding me? We've caught them lying about it. We've caught them putting out pictures claiming that they're real. We've caught them using cloning tools for clouds. We've caught the glitches in the live streams. Get out of here.
Those images all coalesce to reveal a beautiful blue sphere with recognizable continents, oceans, and cloud formation. These visuals confirm what centuries of scientific exploration and observation have already proven: the Earth is a sphere.
This is the main tactic. It's just to baselessly and vaguely claim that they're right by invoking the idea of science and technology and experiment. Just baselessly saying it. This is obviously true. We've proven it with science for thousands. All science has proven this for thousands of years. Like, it's just a talking point, just a tactic.
And that's kind of the end of what I wrote, although I changed a little bit because I don't want to be boring to myself. On a second note, rather than having like a strict, hard debate, I'm not really sure you're going to get that from me. What you're going to get is a launch of inquiry into the understanding of this perspective. I find it pretty intriguing, and I hope that this is a pretty relaxed and productive debate so that people can understand each other a little bit better. So, thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that, Malachi. We'll kick it over to you, Austin, for your up to 10-minute opening. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me. All right, I'm going to try to breeze through this presentation. I'm going to start my timer. All right, so Flat Earth 101. So let's cover some basics of debate that oftentimes get left out of this conversation.
How dare them not put my screen on there properly.
Falsification is independent of replacement. Example, you think you have biological parents. They actually adopted you. You find the evidence you were adopted. They don't become your real parents until you find out who your real parents are. You falsified that they're your biological parents until you find out who they really are. So falsification is independent of replacement. The burden of proof is on the one making the positive claim, and the shifting the burden of proof is the fallacy of putting the burden of proof on the person who denies or questions the assertion being made, which is very important in this discussion. For example, if you tell me that dinosaurs and rockets go to space and unicorns exist, and you say, I read it in a book, you're making a positive claim. You say, look, I have a picture of a unicorn. That doesn't mean that unicorns exist. Unicorn pictures in books don't prove anything. But if you make the positive claim, you have the burden of proof. Oftentimes what happens is Flat Earth is strawmanned with incredibly egregious and inept representations of the actual position. This is called a strawman fallacy. Why don't you fall off the edge of your space pizza? Attacking a misrepresentation of the other person's argument, which was alluded to in his opener. Another fallacy I hope to avoid is an ad hominem fallacy, attacking the person instead of the argument. Like flat earthers just don't understand basic science. Credentials fallacy pops up a lot, saying, well, your argument can be dismissed because the person asserting the argument doesn't have the proper credentials to make that argument. That's called a credentials fallacy. The appeal to majority, an example would be every 7 billion people believe the Earth's a ball, but you think you're right. It's an argument for an unproved conclusion based on the beliefs of a large group of people, which is fallacious. Appealing to the authority of whoever it is that makes the claim is also, of course, a fallacy. All scientists agree. Another one that we get a lot of is poisoning the well, using ad hominem attacks to preemptive argument that because a perceived authority believes something to be true, it must be true. All scientists agree that the Earth is a globe. Appeal to authority. All scientists agree. Another one that we get a lot of is poisoning the well, using ad hominem attacks to preemptively discredit the opponent. This is obviously fallacious and inadmissible in intellectual forum. All flat earthers are science-denying religious conspiracy theorists, as an example. We also have the begging the question fallacy. One of the most popular fallacies in this discussion, hands down. Every single evidence I've ever been provided for the Earth being a sphere is something that begs the question that the Earth's a sphere. Every single one of them. 5-6 years into this, I've yet to be given one piece of empirical evidence that supports the globe Earth, void of fallacious reasoning. I honestly don't think it exists at this point. But here's an example. The globe model says the sun goes beneath the Earth, so sunsets prove the Earth's a globe. All right. So also shifting the burden of proof, which we covered earlier. Say you show me a picture like he alluded to of the Earth being a ball from space, and I say, pictures can be faked. I don't buy that. They're replicated clouds all over the place. It's supposed to be a live image every 10 minutes or less. It takes 40 minutes for them to give it to us. I don't believe it. And then you say, prove the images from space are not real. Prove they're fake. You're shifting the burden on the person denying or challenging the positive assertion that that's a picture from a vacuum of the Earth being a ball. Okay, to get into the specifics of this argument, everyone was taught the Earth's a ball from a young age, just like these children here are being indoctrinated with a pseudoscientific globe. This is why everyone here that believes the Earth's a globe believes it. And if anyone's going to be honest, that is why people believe the Earth's a globe. That's why, of course, all flat earthers once believed the Earth was a globe. You were taught that. You were told to make a model of the solar system. Everyone assumes it. Everyone assumes scientists have done it for them. They believe stories like someone navigated and proved it, and they're afraid to go against the majority. They simply blindly believe what they were taught as a child. Therefore, that is the majority positive claim here, as we were all told the Earth is a ball from a young age. So what does the globe Earth claim? It makes three predominant claims. Number one is that it's a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Which, of course, has the burden of proof to substantiate that the Earth bends convexly at a rate consistent with that radius value. Claim number two is that the Earth is spinning over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator while revolving around the sun 66,600 miles per hour on an axial tilt of 66.6 degrees. This is a very specific positive claim. No one here has ever felt the Earth spinning, nor is there any empirical measurement for it. And the current model actually says, everything happens on the Earth as if it is at rest, to quote Einstein. So we need actual evidence of that claim. Claim number three, the Earth's in a vacuum of space. You would have to support the fact that that's even scientifically possible to have a gas pressure system sitting next to a vacuum. Just saying that's what it claims is the case isn't substantial. The heliocentric model has the burden of proof for these positive claims. And believe it or not, this is a cartoon. This actually is not real, which is pretty much all we ever get from space. Cartoons for adults. So wait, isn't saying the Earth is flat a positive claim? Of course it is. So it is a positive claim, and I know a lot of people are probably already freaking out in the chat, so I'm not reading it. He thinks he doesn't have to provide positive evidence for the flat Earth. Now, despite me about to do this for the remaining 4 minutes, people will still say no evidence was provided for flat Earth, but that is cognitive dissonance. So flat is the description of a surface. Flat is not a shape. We have the burden of proof to show that the surface of the Earth is flat, specifically a topographical plane. Flat's a description. You can have a flat square, triangle, circle. Flat's not a shape. To say that you're saying the shape of the Earth is flat, really lacks specificity. And as insane as it is that I had to put that slide in there, I definitely did. Okay, so we have the burden of proof to show that the surface of the Earth is flat, and this has been done. Let's check it out. Radio waves can be sent over 10,000 miles with no Earth curvature obstruction. When this was first done, they said, it bounced off the ionosphere. That's why it went past the curvature of the Earth. They claim that nothing over 40 megahertz can go through the ionosphere. World record radio propagation shows that megahertz frequencies up to 106 megahertz can go over 2,700 miles. That should be blocked by the curvature of the Earth around 200 miles. You can't say the ionosphere because it's too high of a frequency, debunks the globe.
I very specifically laid out that argument. I want to say it again because it seems like... Look. According to the official globe model, this is what happened. Marconi sent radio transmissions out. Okay? He said, I'm going to send these radio transmissions out over 2,000 miles across the Atlantic. All of his detractors, the naysayers, said, you're not going to be able to do that. What are you talking about? The curve of the Earth is going to block your radio waves like 200 miles away. Not even. Why do you think you're going to be able to send it 2,000 miles? That's going to get blocked at 200 miles. He said, I'm going to try it anyway. So he shoots the radio transmission, and it reaches its target the first time. The very first time, successfully. Like, whoa, that wasn't supposed to happen. What's going on? This shouldn't happen on a globe. The Earth's surface should be curving. Thus, when we shoot the radio waves out horizontally, they should go towards space because the Earth's dropping down beneath the transmissions that are going out straight. So it should keep going up effectively towards space. The bottom parts of the transmission should, of course, be physically blocked by the curve of the Earth. So they shouldn't be able to receive them. So they had to come up with a way to explain that. Because it makes sense if the Earth's a plane, you just shoot them out horizontally. If there's not a storm, or if there's not some type of topographical obstruction like over the ocean, then you would be able to receive the transmissions. But on a globe, you should not be able to. They should be going to space. They should be blocked by the curve of the Earth. So they came up with something called the ionosphere. They did not do a test. They did not go discover the ionosphere. They did not go up there and see that there is a layer up there that reflects radio waves. They had to come up with a way to explain the fact that they went too far. So what did they do? They said, oh, what must be happening is as the radio waves go up towards space, they bounce back down at some point. They must reflect back down, effectively making an upside down V. Right? It must bounce back down. That's how we received it on the globe. So there's something called the ionosphere, and that's the name they later agreed upon. And Oliver Heaviside is one of the main people who came up with this. Oliver Heaviside was a genius with like electrical field theory. And so it's known that the frequency of radio transmissions can be reflected by ionization at certain frequencies. You can do this in the lab. So we know that ionization can reflect radio waves. We need it to reflect back down somehow. There's no other way it could work on this globe Earth, a spherical Earth. So the redundancy, the sphericity of the globe assumption required them come up with an explanation that had the radio waves reflect back down. So they used the ionization, a real phenomena. Okay. The only problem is that ionization can reflect radio transmissions, but only up to a certain frequency. Once you increase the frequency high enough, specifically over 40 megahertz, it penetrates right through the ionization. It goes right through it. So up to 40 megahertz, it goes down. Well, that works for Marconi. Okay, boom, write it off. Since then, amateur world records have shown that radio transmissions all the way up to 107 megahertz. Again, nothing over 40 and scientifically be reflected by the ionization. Scientifically. As in it can be tested in a lab. Okay. 106, 107 megahertz frequency radio transmissions have been sent over the Earth over 2,700 miles. It happens all the time. 80, 90, 100, 110, just under. It can be sent 1,000, 1,500, 1,700, 2,300, 2,500, 2,700 miles over the curve of the Earth with these little towers, or an amateur that just has a couple feet or a little bit of elevation. It shouldn't go further than like a couple hundred miles. It can go up to 2,700 miles. That debunks the globe claim, because you can't invoke the ionosphere as your get out of jail card, because that only works up to 40 megahertz. Now, I've made this specific argument numerous times. No one's ever rebutted it. Never. They'll say stuff like, oh, are you a ham radio operator? Credentials fallacy. What about, oh, you think you're smarter than all the people that work with radio for a profession? Appeal to authority fallacy. They can't rebut it. It refutes the globe. And we're going to be doing this test here soon over the Gulf, about 350 miles, right into the dead zone or the skip zone that the globe predicts. And if the person stands there, receives a transmission, it's impossible on the globe. It should be a dead zone, a skip zone there. We can also send higher transmissions further over the ocean and show that, again, it doesn't work on the globe. Moving on.
Shows the surface has to be flat to propagate horizontally. Mag declination is required to correct for the inaccuracy of the symmetrical spherical assumption when navigating. The typo. As you can see in the south, it's not symmetrical to the north, which makes no sense on the sphere until you understand that the south is much bigger on the plane Earth, and they have to do this to account for the discrepancies, well documented by the world's governments as they initially explored in expeditions south.
Thank you, Adonai Gutierrez. I may have said that wrong. Gutierrez. Adonai Gutierrez. Thank you for the $20 super chat.
All right. So here's some examples. They found themselves off 12 to 16 miles by observation every day. They were off 58 miles in 2 days.
Oh, I wasn't even unmuted that whole time. I just read that whole comment. Jeez Louise. I'm sorry. Live Free Ori, thank you for the $50 tip on Rockfin. Very generous. Thanks for the gravy, bro. Thank you for the support. Sean, thank you for the $10 tip on Rockfin. I think it would be helpful in debates to clarify off the bat that we don't think the Earth is just a flat planet in the solar system and that the sky is always above us, not under or to the side of us, and that there isn't necessarily an edge to fall off, nor that there would be somewhere to fall to were there an edge. Weiss's basement floor analogy, for example. Keep on crushing. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you very much. I agree. I do try to say that a lot of the times. There's a gross misunderstanding that we're actually in the central position of everything and we're the basement, the bottom floor, if you will. Thank you for the support.
The United States exploring expeditions also off 20 miles in less than 18 hours. When they went south, it didn't work. That's actually evidence that the assumption of the sphere is incorrect. Here's a military document for ground weapon systems called propagation over electromagnetic fields, or of electromagnetic fields over a flat Earth. It, of course, assumes the Earth's a dielectric plane, shoots electromagnetic waves out horizontally to hit the target and attack the enemy. So this literally doesn't work unless you assume the waves are being propagated out horizontally on a plane. So, of course, when it comes to actually having to get the bad guy, the military knows they have to assume the Earth is flat. Same here for the computationally efficient algorithms for estimating the angle of arrival of helicopters. Can't even accurately land using acoustic rays unless you assume the Earth is flat. Same for the derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model. People say they do this just to make the math simpler. Well, that's weird. If the Earth's a tilted, wobbling, spinning ball, why don't we just account for what it actually is? I thought that scientists knew all about the math, and that's what proves the globe. Another evidence for flat Earth is something called specular reflection. As you see here, you have a complete specular reflection from this mountain on this water. This water must be flat to do that. Any concavity or convexity to the surface of the water would have a distorted image. It's impossible to have a specular reflection on a body of water that has any convexity. So here's an example of just a little bit of disturbance in the water, showing you that, of course, you do not get a specular reflection unless the water's calm and flat. We see these all over the Earth, over huge stretches, miles and miles of water. Here's an example, or here's it being broken down for you. You have a diffuse reflection whenever the water is not calm and flat. In order to have the actual reflection bounce back up to the observer, it has to be flat. We have these over vast distances all over the Earth. The horizon's been seen over 10 times beyond the geometric limitations of the globe, requiring the radius value over 250,000 miles, a little different than 4,000. Observation 600 miles away, the mountain should be obstructed by 40 miles. So the entire globe model depends on the accuracy of the claimed radius value, everything, gravity, day and night, everything. The radius value has been falsified. Welcome to flat Earth. So there you go. There's the positive. This is not real. This is a cartoon, and it is okay. We all once thought it was real. So hope we can have a respectful conversation, leave out the fallacies, get to the evidence, and get to the bottom of it. Thank you.
And of course, we cannot do that. Of course, that's exactly what doesn't happen. So we can watch a little bit of this
Q&A at the end of this conversation here. So get your question.
Yeah, not a lot. Kind of have a big thunderstorm rolling through. So if I lose power and internet, then you win. Yeah, so lots of interesting claims there. I guess the problem I'm really having with your slideshow is that it doesn't actually argue for a flat Earth.
Bro, where were you, my dude? Where were you? None of this argues for a flat Earth. That's interesting. I could have swore like all of it does. What are you talking? None of it argues for a flat Earth. Oh, this shows the surface has to be flat, or it's physically impossible to have the specular reflection. Oh, that doesn't show a flat Earth. This shows that the Earth has to be flat. It can't have convexity. As we see, mountains from 600 miles away should be blocked by 40 miles of curvature. That doesn't show that the Earth is flat. I show specifically with the graph exactly how the light works relative to the flat surface and how any distortion does not allow for specular reflection, and yet we see specular reflections. Oh, that's not evidence that the Earth is flat. I then showed the radio transmission example that I just explained. That's only possible without physical convexity blocking the radio transmission. Oh, that doesn't show the Earth is flat. What?
What you're doing is and I see this a lot, so don't think this is unique, but like what you're doing is you're going through and you're looking at things that are like, that's funny. And you are assuming that that's somehow evidence for your point of view. But that's the problem, is that it's not. So if you go through and you say, that's an interesting little phenomenon that we're observing, and that really requires some more investigation, like that would be fine. But that's not what you're doing. You're going through and you're looking at phenomenon that is interesting. You brought up an army thing from magnetic waves traveling over flat Earth, and it's like they didn't say flat Earth. They meant like a large piece of flat ground, and it's like. I guess the main problem I'm having is like I didn't actually hear an argument for a flat Earth. I heard, there are interesting things going on. We should probably investigate that more. And I agree, we should investigate these things more and really figure them out.
Yeah. So, those were specific pieces of evidence for a flat Earth, right? So, if I send out radio waves horizontally and they go 2,700 miles, but the curvature of a globe should block them at 200 miles, the fact that they go out horizontally 2,700 miles only works over a plane. That's specific physical empirical evidence that the surface that the radio waves propagated over is a plane, and that there's no physical obstruction. That is specifically positive evidence of a flat Earth.
So no, it's not. That is evidence that there is something interesting going on there that requires further investigation. You haven't actually shown any sort of model of a flat Earth that would answer that question.
Yeah, just a flat Earth answers that question.
So you said no begging the question, and you seem to be doing that.
Dude thinks that was begging the question. Okay. Now, obviously, I did not say the Earth is flat, therefore I know that this proves the Earth is flat, right? I didn't beg the question. I said when we're sending out a horizontal radio transmission, the fact that it's not obstructed and it's a horizontal propagation shows that successful transmission can only occur over a plane void of physical obstruction. That's a very specific claim of the evidence. The argument's built upon the evidence, not just building it upon me begging the question. Right? He said, I need a model, which I don't. I said, just a flat Earth answers that. And then he said, I'm begging the question. Yikes. Like, if you're drowning in fallacies, you should probably not try to throw fallacies out there.
No, I'm not begging the question.
You are. You're saying this works if we have a flat Earth, and we have a flat Earth, so it works. That's begging the question. You need to actually show like a compromise.
I didn't say that, and we have a flat Earth, so it works. I didn't say that. My argument is it can only occur physically, according to physics, over a plane surface void of physical obstruction.
Model, along with a bunch of different pieces of evidence that show this flat Earth thing. I mean, looking into the flat Earth folks, I've realized that basically none of them have actually the same model. They all claim different things. Some people think it's we're on a disk that's traveling through space upwards at like the rate of gravity, like the acceleration of gravity. Some people think that it's like infinite going every. Well, I'm not saying you do. I'm saying that these are the sorts of arguments that I found while I was looking at this. No one in the flat Earth world seems to have like the same model and the same explanations for things. They all just sort of look at these sorts of issues and say this is an interesting phenomenon, and then they use it to try to build their own worldview. But that's not
basically this dude's argument tactic. Is any piece of empirical evidence for flat Earth, you can just say, oh, that's just an interesting phenomenon that we need to figure out further. Okay. That's very interesting. So can we apply the same logic when you guys ask me what's going on in outer space? I say, that's an interesting phenomenon. We'll have to figure it out further. That's good enough, right? Of course, it's not even analogous because this is directly accessible empirical evidence as opposed to the sky, which is observational theory. And not even scientific theory, of course.
That's not really how that works. You need to have a consistent, large body of evidence that goes directly towards this flat Earth thing and cannot be described on a spherical Earth model.
Yeah. So you should apply the same standards to your position. This is what always happens. There's a blatant double standard here. But for one, we need to define a few things. Like when you say a flat Earth model, there is no such thing as an Earth model. There's no such thing as a globe model, right? We model different phenomena. So we have a geoid model. That's for sea level on a presupposed globe. We have a dynamo model. The geodynamo model explains the core, right? We have the geomagnetic model, which explains the magnetic field on the globe. So we model out different phenomena. So I can show you a Frisbee, which you brought up east to west circumnavigation and said that proved the surface of the Earth was curved. And if it weren't, then they would fall off. Of course, I can give you a Frisbee, put a magnet in the middle, use a compass, go around it. Going east to west, you're going to come back in a circle to where you started around the center. That's a circumnavigation model for a flat Earth. So this is a talking point.
I'm sorry, are you talking about like Magellan and his famous voyage around the world?
Yeah, east to west circumnavigation works perfectly fine on a flat Earth.
How is that? How does that work?
So if you use a compass and it points to north, which is in the center, as you begin to go east or west, you're going to update relative to north.
Okay, sorry, I see what you guys are talking about. That my mic is way too loud. So I think it's way lower now. So it should be better. Hopefully I sound better. Hopefully you guys can still hear me and everything is good. I know you guys are saying I was muted. Okay, we got the mic working good now. Because I was realizing, even in this debate, I am way hotter than this guy. Like, wow. Like, my mic is way hotter, way louder. So hopefully this is better. Austin's always mad, cooped up, yelling at the mic.
Giant circle around the center.
Yeah, they used compass plus star charts, and they mapped all the land that they were passing as they went. I mean, this isn't some trickery of using a compass.
This is like Flat Earth 101, bro. East-west circumnavigation works exactly the same on a flat Earth. The only one that would debunk Flat Earth would be north to south circumnavigation around the entire ball. Because if you can do both east and west and north to south, that would prove it's a ball. And of course, north to south circumnavigation has never been done in the history of man. And it's illegal to even try to do that, which is pretty convenient. So.
It also sounds incredibly useless. I mean, like, I'm in North America. All of our satellites are in the southern.
Don't address the point, though. Don't address that you are wrong. This is the number one tactic of globe proponents. Are once they're shown to be wrong, they don't concede. It's die before concede. Right? You should be louder. They'll literally die before they concede. So he says east to west circumnavigation proves the Earth's a globe, that the surface is curved, or you would fall off. I point out that it isn't true. And I point out the only way you can claim circumnavigation as evidence for a globe is to go both east and west and north to south, but no one's ever gone north to south. And then instead of acknowledging that he was wrong, acknowledging the concession, the actual conclusion, which is the only way to have a productive intellectual exchange, is that the conclusion is reached and acknowledged by both parties, right? He just responds with, north to south seems useless. It's weird that all these people use the same tactics. Solstice Festival was phenomenal, beyond expectation. Thank you, Austin, Jaron, and all. Hey, I'm glad you enjoyed the Summer Solstice Summit. True Earth Solstice Summit. Jack Jazz Jack, and thank you for the $20 super chat, and I'm glad you enjoyed the summit, brother.
Like the southern sky, right? Why would you send a satellite to go north to south? That doesn't make any sense.
Why would we send a satellite to look at the poles of the Earth?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm curious about some other stuff, right? Like, I mean, how, like,
don't acknowledge the point again. Why would we send a satellite over the north and south? You mean like to see the poles of the Earth, like some of the most important parts of the Earth according to your model? Like the part that supposedly is putting us in danger of all drowning and dying, the place that we supposedly have the anomalous magnetic information. And look, what are you talking about? It is interesting, huh? Like north-south pole, the ice is like, we're just gonna skip the north and south pole.
What are your thoughts on NASA?
I don't blindly believe government agencies that were founded by Nazis.
Right. That's a huge claim that I hear a lot. So this is fascinating for me too.
What's the claim? What's the huge claim that you hear? That they were founded with Nazis? That's just a fact. My claim, what are you talking about? I said, I don't blindly believe governmental agencies. And then I love to throw in that were founded by Nazis because the normie seems to think that's significant. Like, what?
Because it's like there's we're introducing conspiratorial thinking, right? Now we're looking at like, so this guy, you think you're talking about the scientist that was smuggled out of Germany. Forgot his name.
How's it a conspiratorial thinking? Admittedly, they put Nazis in charge of space exploration with Operation Paperclip. They admit that they did it.
Von Braun?
There's a lot of them, but Von Braun was put in charge of space exploration.
Yeah, you probably also...
Yeah, my mic is so much louder than his. I'm sorry. It's so annoying.
It was very interesting what they put on the gravestone of Von Braun. Right, that's the passage from the Bible. I mean, like this is all like
hilarious.
Yeah, no, it's not that interesting when you read the passage of the Bible. Yeah. And I'm not thrilled about this.
I don't blindly believe government agencies that were founded by Nazis.
Right. That's a huge claim that I hear a lot. So this is fascinating for me too, because it's like like there's now we're introducing conspiratorial thinking, right? Now we're looking at like, oh, so this guy, you think you're talking about the scientist that was smuggled out of Germany. Forgot his name. Von Braun?
There's a lot of them, but Von Braun was put in charge of space exploration.
Yeah. You probably also think that it was very interesting what they put on the gravestone of Von Braun, right? That's the passage from the Bible. I mean, like this is all like
hilarious.
Yeah, no, it's not that interesting when you read the passage of the Bible and you realize that we're using technology to basically go to the heavens. But like this is
if you can read Hebrew.
This dude is a living, breathing fallacy machine.
True, then it's interesting. If you change what the words mean, I guess it's not interesting.
No, I can't, and I doubt that this German scientist read Hebrew either. But okay. I think this is interesting because it just shows like this is just highly conspiratorial thinking where you don't trust. I mean, what do you think the Illuminati are a big thing? Like, do you think that the Freemasons started?
I covered this in my presentation. This is called poisoning the well, right? So
I'm asking you questions. I'm asking you questions.
Yeah, but implicitly poisoning the well. Like you're just conspiratorial. You're a conspiratorial thinker. You think Illuminati's real. You think reptiles drink blood of babies. You think giants existed. You think mermaids are real and that Atlantis was a real thing. Like it's called poisoning the well, preemptively discrediting your opponent to the audience to be able to dismiss their arguments in the future after discrediting the source.
If you don't want to answer them because it makes you look kind of crazy, that's fine. Just tell me you don't want to answer them.
Don't project
because it makes you look kind of crazy. That's textbook poisoning the well.
So much, man. It's weird. So like,
I'm not projecting. I'm launching. Like, I'm trying to investigate your worldview because I'm trying to see how someone could get from like this really like simple and incredibly well-known fact about the Earth and start to degrade their own confidence in it and start to present these completely different models.
Yeah. So I mean,
like,
I know way more.
Photos,
I think we both know.
You have a problem with
I know
NASA photos.
Yeah, but you got to stop scattergunning.
Let's let Austin in there. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
it's all good. But so for one, you asked me what do I think about NASA, and I said I don't blindly believe government agencies. You then proceeded to poison the well, as if anyone that doesn't blindly believe what NASA says is just a crazy conspiracy theorist that probably believes in the Illuminati and a bunch of crazy things. That's a textbook poisoning the well. But that's why I'm confused. Do you blindly believe federal government agencies? Do you not think that federal government agencies lie to us?
For the most part, no. I think that if you think that government agencies are lying to you in large, I think you don't understand the process of discovering what like true things are. You don't understand the science.
Of course, that's another tactic. Is I think you don't understand. If you don't proceed to specify what is not understood, just gaslighting.
Scientific method.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I know the
scientific. Technically, would be a net hominem fallacy.
Scientific method very well, and I would happily show that you don't know what it is. But we got to stick on subjects here.
So like, look,
government
I'm curious,
lies.
Like, sometimes,
government lies.
And I think.
They have to interrupt. It's a tactic to prevent the flat earther from being able to talk.
There's some useful reasons for the government to lie to its population. I think that's sometimes fine.
Like starting a war, like the Vietnam War, where they lied to the American public, blew up their own ship, and said Vietnam attacked us to justify us going to war and murdering children. Was that a good one? Or when they literally admitted to brainwashing the public with unsuspecting college students being part of MK Ultra, or whenever they said they took over the government, or the government took over the mainstream media in Operation Mockingbird to brainwash the public. Which one of those were good for the public?
So I don't think those were very good for the public. No, I didn't say that they were, and I said that some.
Oh. So they will do massive lies specifically with the intention of brainwashing you to make you believe something that isn't true so they can control you? Wow.
Times it's fine, right? A lot of the times, I think the government does a fairly good job at doling out useful information. I mean, like a lot of the COVID stuff, that was pretty useful. You could go to
It was absolutely terrible, egregious abuse of freedom. So what I want to know, though, is like, you understand my position is not that everything the government says is a lie. Obviously, that's not my position.
Right. So you're choosing a very specific portion of the government that seems to just do a lot of really good and useful work, and you're somehow painting them as being like bad and lying and stuff like that because it doesn't match your model, because their
another straw man fallacy.
Science, their evidence doesn't match what you have already.
For one, you're straw manning with some made up model. And then you're saying the reason I don't trust NASA is because of this made up model that you're invoking, when it's not my position. If everything you have to say is a straw man fallacy, you probably can't debate the actual arguments of the other person, huh?
You won't provide any science or evidence in this entire debate. You'll just keep saying the words. But I just don't trust government agencies blindly, which means that appealing to NASA is not sufficient evidence. And the reason I don't believe in NASA is I've actually caught them lying. So whenever astronauts disappear from frame on the ISS and their hands go through microphones, I don't believe.
Dude, someone in the comments tried to say the reason that they disappear is because of compression. Compression doesn't make someone disappear from frame. Layers, dissolving layers makes you disappear slowly from frame. Not compression. It's just a made up story. Show me one time you can compress a video and the person slowly fades out of view, please. You'll never do it. You'll just keep saying it. It's impossible that they're showing me fake images. I've seen dozens of hours of fake footage from the ISS. So I don't believe in NASA, who use clone tools on their cloud images. So I don't need to believe in that. We should be able to easily verify it on the Earth. Why would I believe in a government agency I've caught lying multiple times? The truth is, you probably never looked at the footage that they've messed up on using VR and harnesses, and you can see it. So why would I believe that? That's weird to me. Like, it's weird to believe in the government who admits their objective is to control what the public think for national security purposes. Oh. Lucky him, bro. Lucky him.
All right.
That was the fastest flash smack ever, bro.
There, it looks like something happened there.
Bro got flash smacked right off the internet.
I know that he had some thunderstorms he was saying were happening where he's at, so we'll wait for Malachi to come back. This happened last night.
I just proceed to tear apart all of his arguments while he's not there.
How does that work?
How does the weather work?
That's a great question. Yeah, how does... so spherical Earth, you can go and look in a high school textbook and find out how the weather works. I'll just agree with that.
It's just this pompous, like, the flat earthers are so beneath me and so behind, but ironically, it's the exact opposite.
But I am interested, and this is sort of the claims that I wanted to go through. It was like, you need to have this massive body of evidence and not just like picking one or two small issues and saying this is like, it doesn't kill the whole thing, right?
Bro got those genetic modification eyes.
And no, it doesn't, right? So if you find something that says, this is intriguing and I need to go and research it more, that doesn't destroy an entire, like, hundreds of years of a model that's been working.
Look how red I am, bro. It's like a cartoon or something.
Really well.
It doesn't work.
I mean, I was in the military. Ask people who shoot long distance, right?
I do. I know many of them.
Shoot more than 2 miles. They have to operate under the Coriolis effect all the damn time, right? Like,
no, they don't. Talk to the guy who broke the world record. Talk to the guy directly who broke the world record. So it's just a lie. Yes.
Okay. What did they say about?
He never accounts for Coriolis ever.
No, it's because the little device that they use to plug the numbers in does it for them. When you know the...
so first it was that they have to quote-unquote account for Coriolis all the damn time. You can go talk to any of them. Then I say, I did go talk to one of them, the guy that broke the world record, said he never accounts for it. And then quickly it's, you can't go talk to them, that they don't personally use it all the time. It's just built in the machines.
Distance, when you know the direction you're shooting, when you know the atmosphere.
Shift the goalpost.
When you know the barometric pressure, the device will adjust for you. You just click your little dials, and it'll dial it in for you.
He said that they never account for Coriolis.
That's because the device does it for you.
Oh, so do they have to account for the wind, or does the device do it for them?
No, that is something you have to account for. But you usually have like either a really good weather report, or you look at signs in the surrounding environment, like dust plumes and trees moving, stuff like that.
Yeah. No one accounts for Coriolis, and if you say that it's built into the machine, that's a cool story. And even if there is Coriolis, it doesn't even prove that the Earth is moving. It doesn't even prove that the Earth is moving. So in reality, what they do when they shoot a long distance, if they did account for Coriolis, it would basically not change anything. Wind is way more of a factor. So you have to account for that. If you miss your target to the right, it's because of wind. Nothing to do with Coriolis. Now you could say long distance artillery shells or something, but same thing. They miss their targets all the time and then have to correct. And the primary factor is wind. And even if Coriolis was real, it doesn't prove the Earth is spinning, because if the entire sky is moving around the Earth, it would translate a force to the Earth. So I don't know if you've looked into any of this yet.
Right. I'm still so curious, right? Because it's like, I mean, like, so I asked you about like things like NASA, right? This institution that's been doing some really cool stuff, right? We're able to talk right now because of satellites that are in space. Space program has started. There's space programs all over the world, right? China has one, the UN has one, I think South Korea has one, Russia has a space program. I mean, are they all doing a consistent lie all the time?
Yeah. Are they all signed to the Antarctic Treaty?
We only have one. What does that matter?
So they...
This is a perfect opportunity to play this video. I saw in the chat.
We only have one shot at this guy, okay? A little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're going to miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
Hilarious.
Clearly can cooperate.
Sorry about the weak words.
Together to conceal something from the public. They all agree to the Antarctic Treaty. So,
can you explain what the Antarctic Treaty is?
Yeah, so the treaty's founded in 1959, coincidentally 1 year after NASA was founded, and directly after America went and explored Antarctica. Coincidentally, they brought the Nazis over here in 45. 1946, Operation High Jump, they went and explored Antarctica. They did that for many years with Admiral Byrd, who said there's tons of land beyond the South Pole that no one knows about. Then, 1955, Operation Deep Freeze, the government went back there, founded Little America Base. In 57, they agreed with a bunch of countries to shut down travel to the north and to the south. And then in 1958, founded NASA. In 59, founded Antarctic Treaty, which says that there is no private and free exploration allowed past the 60 south latitude, which is a circle drawn around you, roughly 500 to 1,000 miles from the edge of Antarctica, depending on where you are. And that's intact today, the longest lasting peace treaty in modern history. That's Russia, China, America, you name it. They all say that you and I can't privately and freely explore the one region that would prove the Earth's a sphere. So how convenient.
Yeah, I mean, you said a lot of words there, like coincidentally, one thing happened a year after another thing happened. It's like, yeah, that happens all the time, dude. Like that.
Make sure you don't address the point. You said a lot of words there. One thing happened 1 year after that. I explained the entire progression for over a decade of what the government did and then shut down free and private exploration. My actual argument was that it's the one thing that could help us verify this claim that the Earth is supposedly a sphere, yet every major world superpower has agreed to not let us freely and privately explore that area. You said a lot of words there.
That's the procession of time. One thing does happen a year after another thing happens. So I don't really understand why that's a point for you. And then
it went to
Antarctica. You don't understand why it's a point, even though I made the point.
Treaty. The other thing about the Antarctic Treaty was that you weren't allowed to put like major military installations there, which I think was a really good idea because you don't want to have, boots on the ice, people running around making a mess of it. I mean, it's like a pristine area that's incredibly sensitive to like ecological disasters. I don't really see how this is like a big whoa to you. It's just like, yeah, there's pristine areas of the Earth that we should probably try to protect from any major exploitation.
Like the Amazon rainforest?
Again, I don't really see how that goes to your point about Antarctica. It's like, so clearly my question was...
What? It was a rebuttal to your argument, dude. We burned down millions of square feet of the Amazon rainforest like daily. Are you kidding me? Oh, but we care about protecting pristine environmental areas. Yeah.
So my question was, so hold on. My question was originally, do you think that all of these institutions are lying? And you said yes, because, and you didn't say anything about the lies. You said yes, because they're able to hold a treaty that's protecting very delicate places of the Earth. I don't really understand how that works.
I didn't say yes, because. Every time I have a debate, it's always tactical misrepresentation. But what I said was in rebuttal to your question, which clearly implied that it's somehow impossible for all these countries to cooperate together. I said they're already cooperating together in something called the Antarctic Treaty, which is very specific to this discussion. The military went and explored Antarctica for a decade and came back and said no one's allowed to go there. Oh, but it's for the environment, but we can burn down millions and millions of square feet of the Amazon rainforest daily. But we care about the ice that has nothing there. No one can even just travel there. Well, we can burn down the Amazon rainforest. That's why it's relevant. So do you not think it's weird that we can't freely explore the Earth?
No, I don't. There's a lot of places you can't freely explore, right? If I own a tract of land in Northern California, you cannot freely explore it because I own it.
Who owns Antarctica?
How is that weird? How is that?
Who owns Antarctica?
Who owns Antarctica? This isn't a system of ownership that I'm talking about. I was giving you an example of some place you can't explore. I was giving you an example of some place you can't freely explore, right? You cannot come to my land and freely explore because I own it.
It's your land. You own it. So who owns Antarctica? It's 3,500 miles in diameter. That's like the size of the United States. So why is it we can't explore there?
Why does that help your point?
Okay,
I'm so
I told
confused.
you this already. I already told you this. You should listen. So if we go north to south,
is the one thing the dude said that was correct.
Or there.
Why does that help your point?
Okay,
I'm so
I told you this already. I already told you this. You should listen.
Why does that help your point?
Okay,
I'm so
I told you this already. I already told you this. You should listen. So if we
help your point.
Okay,
I'm so
I told
confused.
you this already.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
I already told you this. You should listen. So if we go north to south,
so you think that we can't explore this because there is some massive conspiracy by multiple government agencies and multiple governments to stop people from going and exploring the truth about the shape of the Earth.
Well,
what's a fact?
Just to come back in here, you just asked him a question about Antarctica, so we're going to let Austin get into that and keep the conversation moving.
Okay.
What is a fact is that the Antarctic Treaty doesn't allow us to explore there. We can disagree on why they're doing that, and is it to hide the shape of the Earth or whatever, but what is just a fact is that what would prove the globe is to circumnavigate north to south, go over Antarctica, and pop back up on the other side of a ball. What's illegal to do is freely and privately explore Antarctica and try to go over the continent and pop back up on the other side of the ball, and no one's ever done it. So, yes, it's sketchy that we're not allowed to freely and privately explore. It's not what I think a conspiracy is going on, or no, it's just admittedly the case. You can't go there.
Right, and I have no problem with that, nor do I think it's a point towards flat earthers. I don't think that this is a major issue. Yeah, you can't go to some places on the Earth because they are very delicate. Yes, Amazon rainforest burning, that's bad. I would like to stop that. Right, I would vote for someone who wants to stop that. Also protecting...
This dude is like a defense attorney for the government, like enslaving us.
Very delicate places of our Earth, such as Antarctica. Yeah,
why is it delicate?
Just freely go there.
Why is it delicate?
Why is it? It's a large, like untouched ice expanse with land underneath. It's where we get core samples. It's a place you don't really want to mess up. We learn a lot by going down there and drilling down and discovering ice. You don't want to have military presence down there. You want to have.
We get core samples from Antarctica.
Scientists only. You don't want to have tourists. Like I'm totally on board with that.
Okay.
You don't want to have people dropping off like red Solo cups of beer in this ice that people need to study.
3,500 miles. They admit they don't even go to the middle of it because it's too dangerous. So this is the facts. This doesn't prove the Earth is flat. What it proves is that you can't freely and privately explore the Earth, the very region that would help prove the Earth's a globe. All the countries are in agreement. It objectively would if you understood basic things like circumnavigation. So you're not allowed to go there freely and privately, only on an approved guided tour to two little sections. So it's highly suspect that our military brought the Nazis over here who were obsessed with Antarctica, then went and explored Antarctica the very next year, then for a decade explored it, came back and said, you guys are not allowed to go there. That means they're probably hiding something in Antarctica.
Right.
Is that possible?
Also begging the question is that you think that the only way that this entire thing that seems really reasonable to anyone looking at it, the only way this makes sense to you is if you think there's something being hidden down there, which is...
Okay, so he said it's called begging the question again, which I literally never begged the question at all. Then I said, that means they're probably hiding something there. Do you think that's possible? And then he responded with a false accusation of begging the question, and then strawmanned me to say, you think the only way this is possible, when I said probably and asked if you think it's possible. So, nice, you're crushing, bro.
Is the proof of a globe or a flat Earth, right? It's highly conspiratorial thinking, and I'm so curious, right? Like you distrust NASA because of you made a genetic fallacy there, right? Just because it was started by someone that may or may not have had nefarious reasonings. I don't really land on a side there, but that doesn't mean that what it's doing today is bad or it's tainted in any way. All right, so
okay, I didn't use a genetic fallacy. I didn't say that NASA is wrong because it's NASA or because of Nazis. I said I don't trust them because I've caught them lying, and the federal government is notorious for misleading the public and propagandizing them to get them to believe certain things in order to brainwash them or control them. So I don't believe them. So there's just another straw man. This guy tried to, I have to give to him, he at least tried to pretend that he could step up with fallacies, but he's not even close.
Like,
straw man.
Right, people go into space, they take a lot of pictures, we go to the moon. Do you think that people have been to the moon?
Straw man fallacy. I did not say I don't believe in NASA because they were founded by Nazis. I said I don't blindly trust federal government agencies founded by Nazis that I've seen and caught faking footage numerous times. You tactically omitted the entire argument, which is that we've caught them faking footage.
How do you know the footage was faked? I don't understand that. What footage are you talking about, and how do you know it was faked?
There's all kinds of footage. Maybe we should show the audience some of the footage. But, for example, they will disappear. An astronaut will just disappear. So he'll start going around a corner, and he'll fade out of the screen before he gets around the corner. Well, that's what would happen if you layer an astronaut on a background and try to fade him out. But a camera can't just videotape someone and then they disappear and fade out of picture. Someone's hand can't go through microphones. Someone's hand can't go through a lemon in zero G. Someone's shirt doesn't get pulled like that. Okay, that's what harnesses do, though. So we've caught them glitching out and their hands going through objects. We've caught astronauts grabbing objects that aren't there. You're laughing, and you've never
I am laughing. This is ridiculous, right? So you're saying
I believe all this. It's weird.
There's a secretive, lying government agency that is making up a massive. You haven't really described the reasons either. So there's hundreds of thousands of people that are hiding this fact that we've gone.
Appeal to incredulity. They can't be lying because I can't fathom the magnitude of what it would require for them to lie. Appeal to incredulity.
Into space, to the moon, the Earth is a sphere, and yet, even though they spend hundreds of millions of dollars a year on this project, somehow they're still really, really bad at Photoshop.
It's not
non sequitur.
Not as simple as Photoshop. You're so ignorant, bro. So if you do virtual reality, you have to if you do lifetime virtual reality, you have to overlay objects on a live feed. It can be done, but it's not easy. Because if you're using chroma keys, blue and green screens in virtual reality or augmented reality, it's very difficult to get all the layers properly functioning in live time. So that's right. They didn't master it. That's right.
I've done photography and editing. I'm
non sequitur.
I'm pretty understanding of what's going on here. So
then you shouldn't be saying the stupid things you're saying.
Why would you say such an ignorant thing then?
So first off, you don't have to do it live, and this is the weird part. Is like you're saying that they're doing all this live, and then they're messing up, which is like it just blows my mind, right? If you're going to be spending hundreds of millions of dollars on this, you pay someone a decent amount of money to make.
Actually, if they didn't truly transmit live, it's possible that people could catch them, especially if there's just a random person that's not in on the lie that's going to ask them a question to make it look more real. They have to have an actual live interaction.
Make it fairly seamless. You don't have these large issues, right? This is like, which one are they? Are they really bad at stuff, or are they really good at stuff and you just don't believe it?
They are decently good because people like yourself just blindly believe that they're free falling around an object in a vacuum floating around for 20 years or whatever, but they have messed up. We caught them messing up. You've never even looked at it. So it's like you blindly believe it. So for you, this is effectively a religion. You just can't fathom the idea that someone would lie on that scale. Therefore, it can't be true. And you haven't even researched it. I mean, I would still be a ball earther if I did that as well. That's the easy way out. That's the weak way out.
And I would be a flat earther if I wanted to have a claim to special knowledge based on loosely connected ideas that don't really make any sense. Right? This is all.
You're actually doing research.
No, you're not doing research, dude. Like you're not, right? Did you?
I'm not doing research, but I admit you're not doing research, but I admit that I know nothing about this conversation and you know way more than I do about all of it.
Which papers on this? Has it been peer reviewed? You're not doing research. You are Googling stuff and you are trying to make it fit some sort of model that you've already concocted in your mind.
So you're not doing research. You're just Googling stuff. But at the beginning, I said that I researched a little bit for this debate on Google.
It can't be true unless it's peer reviewed.
This is the problem. No, that's not how true works. I think that it's a higher confidence that it's a reliable source.
No, I have a peer reviewed paper that says peer review sucks. Literally.
Cool. Literally.
Okay,
yeah, great.
So
that's awesome.
let's not bring it up
this
anymore.
Is the problem I'm having with this discussion is like,
is that every one of your stupid little tactics I've heard so many times that I have a specifically curated response and you're getting frustrated?
There's really no and this is the thought I had going into this. There's really no sort of evidence of any kind that I could bring in here because you would either say that it's been faked, that it is false, or that you have some counterpiece of evidence that totally blows it out.
I think, Justin, you may have just gifted 5 more memberships. I don't know, but thank you for the gifted memberships, or maybe it's old. I don't know. But thank you for whoever gifted. Yeah, Justin, you gifted 5 more memberships. Thank you so much, brother. Wonder if that'll pop up. No. This part's hilarious.
You would either say that it's been faked going into this. There's really no sort of evidence of any kind that I could bring in here, because you would either say that it's been faked, that it is false, or that you have some counterpiece of evidence that totally blows it out of the water. Right? There's nothing I could bring. No, you haven't researched. There's nothing I could bring to this. This is why I wanted to sit here and actually talk to you about your ideas, talk to you about like how the whole thing works, why it would like how did this Earth even come to be? Because if it's a sphere Earth, we have super solid models about how spherical objects are made. And
no, you don't. So you don't even know. I bet you don't even know how they claim the Earth was made.
Okay, cool.
Why'd you just invoke it? Why'd you invoke it?
Because I don't have to answer that weird bet sort of thing you have
brought
there,
it
right?
up. You're the one that brought it up, dude. It's so weird.
I went through high school science class. I know what an accretion disk is. I know how gravity works, right? I get it. The thing is that this is my problem with this debate is like anything that I bring up, right? Gravity. How does gravity work? Are we going really fast upwards?
No, I know more about. Okay,
how does gravity work? Wait. This is the problem. Anything that I bring up that you try to provide an answer to, you're just going to either say that my thing is wrong because of some crazy conspiracy that you brought up, or that anyone of any sort of a gravitas in the situation is lying, which is just super rude.
Let's step in here. So your question?
Did we just evolve in the virtue signaling? Now it's super rude.
No, Austin, he was going to answer there was how does gravity work? I think that's a good conversation to get into there. So we'll kick it over to Austin on that point.
Yeah, so when you ask me how something works, you're saying that I'll just dismiss it. You're making positive claims. So you have the burden of proof. So when you say, how does gravity work? You don't even know what gravity is. So can you define gravity before I have to explain how it works? Well, what is gravity that I need to explain?
It's a force that moves objects towards the center of large masses.
That's not even what gravity is in your model anymore, because that model doesn't work. Gravity's not a force specifically. It's the effect of the bending and warping of space and time that guides things due to the displacement of mass, and it's not a force. And objects change direction based on geodesic paths without a force, directly against Newton, who said that it was a force. So you don't know what you believe again. That's the reoccurring theme here.
I'm sorry, you were supposed to explain how gravity works.
Okay. I don't have to explain something that isn't actually substantiated. Can you tell me how Superman works?
How is it not substantiated?
Because, again, the model right now admits they don't even know what gravity is. So let's take the current model that you obviously don't know. It's called the theory of relativity. I just explained what it says. When they took that and applied it to this assumed solar system with the ball moving around it and then this solar system flying through space, it was off by 96%. The theory doesn't even work mathematically. If you go ask any physicist in the world worth their salt, what is gravity? They will tell you, we have no idea. All we know is that what we currently think it is wrong and incomplete. Any physicist in the world.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier, like at the beginning of this debate, right? This is the process of science.
That's what I said earlier, but I was just saying you can't even explain how gravity works. But now what he was saying was that they don't know anything about it.
The process of discovery. And just because someone gets something wrong doesn't mean you throw the entire thing out and supplant your own thing instead.
No. When you make a claim, you have to substantiate it. Let's talk about how science actually works, since you keep bringing that up. So in science, if you have a theory and then the evidence directly goes against your theory, you have to throw your theory out. That's Richard Feynman. Right?
No, you don't throw it out. You refine it.
If you have to refine it, that means change it, which means throw the old theory out.
Only if the refinement can result in a viable explanation for the evidence.
Great. So how do we stand on a flat disk, or whatever your model?
Shifting the burden of proof fallacy.
Listen, you actually haven't said.
And a straw man fallacy.
Haven't said what your model on a flat disk, or whatever your model is. You actually haven't said. You actually haven't said what your model is and how we're even like you haven't said anything about your worldview. I'm asking you to explain your worldview.
Because you can't explain yours.
Flat Earth on trial or whatever it is. So go ahead and tell us. Like, I'm sure everyone here is very excited to hear how you think that we are standing on this planet. Like, how does it work?
We're not on a.
Hey, shout out to Justin Johnson gifting another 5 memberships to the Misfits. Thank you so much, brother. You are a legend.
Planet, dude. So the Earth is stationary.
Whatever it is you want to call it. How are we standing on it?
It's just with our feet. So it's a stationary topographical plane. It's geocentric cosmos. The Earth is in the center.
He's about to rage.
I'm not thrilled about this, and I'm asking you to explain your worldview.
Right? You can't explain yours.
Flat Earth on trial or whatever it is. So go ahead and tell us on this planet. Like, how does it work?
We're not on a planet, dude. So the Earth is stationary.
Whatever it is you want to call it. How are we standing on it?
It's just with our feet. So it's a stationary topographical plane. It's geocentric cosmos. The Earth is in the center, as all evidence ever has shown us. Right? Your model claims it just looks like that. It's just an illusion. Cool story, bro. Okay, the Earth's in the center. It doesn't move. It's a topographical plane. Seemingly, we're in a torus field, an electromagnetic torus field, and everything moves within that around the Earth. You're more dense than the air, so you go down. Density is held together with electrostatics. Electrostatics is 10 to the 36 power stronger than gravity's even claimed to be. We have a downward electric current on the Earth, which is 10 microamps per meter. That's why we have a downward bias. That's why things go up and or down relative to their density relationship. Now substantiate your claim that we're on a ball bending convexly, omnidirectionally, and we're being pulled down in all directions by something called gravity that isn't defined.
Okay, yeah, gravity, right, I'm going to start pretty simple, pulls everything towards the center of this large mass. And when we...
This is where Malachi knew that he messed up. Like, watch his face here. He's like, dang, what? Dang, I didn't mean to get into this. It's just like hitting him right here. He's like, dang, bro, why does this guy know so much?
Topographical plane. Seemingly, we're in a torus field, an electromagnetic torus field. Everything moves within that around the Earth. You're more dense than the air, so you go down. Density is held together with electrostatics. Electrostatics.
This dude's more dense than a lot of stuff.
This is 10 to the 36 power stronger than gravity's even claimed to be. We have a downward electric current on the Earth, which is 10 microamps per meter. That's why we have a downward bias. That's why things go up and or down relative to their density relationship. Now substantiate your claim that we're on a ball bending convexly, omnidirectionally, and we're being pulled down in all directions by something called gravity that isn't defined.
Okay, yeah, gravity, right, I'm going to start pretty simple, pulls everything towards the center of this large mass. And when we stand on the planet, gravity pulls us downwards. When you go to higher elevations, you actually are slightly further away from the gravitational pull, so you're actually a little lighter. You can jump a little higher, right? Pretty neat. That was pretty easy, right? I understand that you're thinking that, oh, he doesn't know what gravity is, and oh, this is some sort of like conspiracy or something. I was like, but it's not. We have to go against the force of gravity, right? And you think it's air density? Is that what you think it is, air density?
You don't listen. So
did you say
everything?
Air density? The reason why we're standing on the ground, you're saying we're being pushed down by air.
Everything's intrinsically electrostatic, and then objects go up or down relative to their density relationship. That's provable. If you want to talk about science, I can scientifically test what I'm saying. I can take an object that's more dense than the air. I can drop it. It goes down. Then I can use a Van de Graaff generator to introduce electrostatics. I can make the object levitate and or just go up. I can change its weight. I can change how fast it falls with electrostatics. All objects that exist are electrostatic. The air is electrostatic. Even in a vacuum, there's electrostatics. So I've now scientifically proven that electrostatics will change the weight of an object, how fast it falls, and its direction. Now, can you do the same thing with gravity? Can you give me an experiment that actually isolates gravity and proves it's the cause?
Okay, I'm ready to go to questions. I'm actually like, this is exactly how I thought it was going to go, and I'm not thrilled about this. And Whitson seems to be fairly uncharitable to having like just a regular conversation about what you believe and why. So
no, you're just not being very genuine about the interaction.
This dude had to get out of here, run for the hills, bro. Oh man, dude. This dude responds with an add-on and says, "I got to get out of here."
In its direction. Now, can you do the same thing with gravity? Can you give me an experiment that actually isolates gravity and proves it's the cause?
Okay, I'm ready to go to questions. I'm actually like, this is exactly how I thought it was going to go, and I'm not thrilled about this. And Whitson seems to be fairly uncharitable to having like just a regular conversation about what you believe and why. So
no, you're just not being very genuine about the interaction. Like I explained to you.
No, look, what I'm being is I'm being like straightforward on this, right? This is a fringe, weird belief that absolutely like very few people believe. I think this is what I think. Honestly, I think this whole thing started with a bunch of very sad men in basements trying to get a lot of very special knowledge because their lives suck. And so they're trying very, very hard to have claims to special knowledge to try to make themselves feel more important. I also think that if you talk to any flat earther,
projection
earthers, they're going to have completely radically different views of how this whole thing works.
Oh my God, we're not in a cult. We must be wrong.
Some of them think the Illuminati did it. Some of them think that there's aliens somewhere that have constructed all this.
Oh, poisoning the well fallacy, genetic fallacy, ad hom fallacy, shifting the burden of proof fallacy.
You yourself think that because NASA has some strange beginnings that it's like a giant lie constructed by I don't know who and for what purpose, right? This is all insane. So
appeal to incredulity fallacy.
So I wanted to sit here and get like a real understanding of what you're thinking and how you're thinking it, and it just seems to be like really snotty. So I would like to.
You're just not listening. Yeah,
gay virtue signaling fallacy.
You're running away.
No,
because
I'm listening, and there's no way. Look. As someone who likes to debate, there's no way for me to possibly prepare for this.
You like to debate, but you're incapable of even having logically coherent discussion.
Because out of the thousands of different tiny little things that people on the internet bring up about flat Earth, you could have created a whole nother 1,000. Because this is the kind of thing that you enjoy, and I understand that, right? I enjoy debate too, but you have this very strange position. You're trying to create these grand worldviews about it. You're trying to put a lot of people who work really hard, like the folks at NASA, into some strange, nefarious purpose. Like, this is what I thought it would be, and it's really frustrating to me because it's just so obvious to me.
You're just appealing to emotion. That was an appeal to emotion.
That's not an appeal to
poisoning.
I don't care.
It is textbook appeal to emotion. It is literally textbook.
Obvious to me.
You're just appealing to emotion. That was an appeal to emotion.
That's not an appeal to
poisoning.
I don't care. Stop that. Nobody gives a shit. You heard.
Yo, somebody clip this. This is hilarious.
That was an appeal to emotion.
That's not an appeal to
poisoning.
I don't care. Stop that. Nobody gives a shit. You heard me. Everyone heard me. We can move on to questions.
Now you're all right. I got to respond to some of that.
No, you don't. Well, do you have special knowledge? Does it make you special?
This dude is in full spiral, bro.
Special, right? These are all that seems to be what's going on.
Well, I will say
you think you're doing a special thing.
I will say, Malachi, just where you did have a couple of minutes there to kind of close up your thoughts there. I will kick the ball over to Austin for up to a minute and a half there to kind of give the closing thoughts, where it seems like that was kind of your kind of more.
Stop that.
Like a closing statement. So up to a minute and a half to you, Austin, on that there.
Okay. So I get that this conversation sounds crazy when you first hear it. Like when I first heard that people thought the Earth was flat, and I was confused. I didn't even understand it. I'm like, this is stupid. We have pictures of Earth from space, and that's where you are. Frankly, that's cool. I can relate to that. I get it. You probably haven't researched it. It hasn't clicked in your mind that it's even like a thing that makes sense to research, and that's whatever. But I used to be there, and believe it or not, so did tens of millions of people that now know that the Earth is not the globe that they told us it is, because you can go test it. So we didn't get to the real specifics here, which is that the Earth claims to be a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles. That means, based on basic geometry, the Earth has to curve at a very specific rate. It does not do that, my guy. I tested it all over the United States. It doesn't do that. You can see hundreds of miles away consistently. You can pull infrared out and see even further. The Earth is not what they said it is. You look into it, and the current model says, well, all evidence says we're in the center. We can't prove that we're going around the sun, but we're going around the sun, because if we weren't, then maybe God made it and that would make us special. So in reality, it's some weirdos that hate God or whatever. So they run around making up stories. And yes, most people are not in on the lie. In conclusion, most people believe the lie. Most of the people at NASA believe in the lie. Okay. So I wish that we would have got to more specifics, but per usual, if anyone watches this back and looks at the fallacies I listed off in the presentation, they were all used. And that's what always happens, effectively gaslighting. But I encourage the audience to actually look into some of the stuff I said and test it for yourself, because it may not be as crazy as you think it is. There you go.
All right. Well, thank you, Austin. What's it?
This guy, I feel bad for him, to be honest. All right. We're not going to listen to all the questions, but someone said something about the red ginger. Like, I showed this earlier, but it was my lighting. Okay. It was my light. With the iPhone, you got to use cold light. So now I'm a tomato. Ooh, I'm a different color tomato. Ooh, different color tomato. Ooh, tomato. Then when it goes through zoom, it's like it changes the camera even further and makes me more red. Oh, how dare you? Oh, how double dog dare you? All right, so I just wanted to cover that because I knew it would be an example of fallacies. Every one of my debates, we could watch them, and they're all fallacies. But I just want to kind of break down the point again. Like, if you have a belief and it's unfalsifiable, and so you should, and everyone listening to this should do this with everything that they believe or they think is true. They should sit back and be like, how could I falsify this? Like, what could be done to falsify my belief? If I wanted to truly test what I believe, put it to the test, what could be done to falsify? And if you cannot come up with an answer to that question, you need to admit to yourself that that belief or what you think is true in that situation is just a belief that you have. It's a blind belief. It's one that cannot be tested. Now, it doesn't have to be fully blind in the sense that you may actually understand it. There's like levels to the blindness, right? Like if someone doesn't even know what they believe, but they still believe it, that is blind belief. It's like, I believe it, but I don't know what it is. That's crazy. But in addition to that, you can blindly believe it, meaning you don't have real solid testable empirical evidence. Okay, and then if you can't falsify it, then it's a belief. Like, I can't falsify a creator. That's impossible. So I believe in a creator. Now, I think that you can prove a creator. I think that there's no logical avenue to explain creation, like existence itself, without intelligence, intention, right? So the necessary antecedent to creation is a creator, and we have very intrinsically built order from the smallest scale to the biggest scale, and order requires determination and intention. So you can logically and philosophically provide evidence that the earth was created. But as to my understanding of the creator and stuff, I have anecdotal experiences. I think that the scriptures have a lot of evidence to back them up. They're grossly misrepresented, and why would you have to do that and stuff? But I understand that, like, the specific ideas that I hold to be true regarding the creator is a belief. So if you cannot falsify what you think is true, it's a belief. And people need to really, first step, you need to be like, oh, if I think the earth's a globe, how could I falsify that? Like, really step back and think in your mind, like, what could be done to falsify that? If you immediately divert to the sun, well, if the sun never set, you know, if you start saying stuff that we already know happens, built upon your remedial straw man of what you think a flat earth would be, then you're lying to yourself. And you should ask yourself, why do I have to lie to myself about this globe that I believe? Why would I need to lie to myself? That's weird. That's pretty weird. So, now ask yourself, what can be done to falsify the heliocentric model? If you have to say, we can look at the motion of the planets. Well, we built the model of heliocentrism based upon the reoccurring cyclical nature, our observations of the cycles of the planets. So, of course, the heliocentric model matches the motion of the planets. That's how it was built, based on a reoccurring cycle. So that's, again, cognitive dissonance. It's a disingenuous attempt to answer the question, how do you falsify it? No one ever answers these questions. It's because you guys have a religion. You need it to be unfalsifiable. Example, we see way too far if the earth was a globe. Oh, well, we'll come up with an explanation called refraction. We won't define it. We won't replicate it. We won't create a standard with empirical means or evidence or tests in a lab. We won't show there's this curvature rate of light with this different density gradient and these temperature gradients. And you won't do that. You'll just say, oh, well, it can actually refract all the way around the entire globe. So no matter how far you see anything, it can just be bending around the globe at the same rate of curvature as the globe. So now it's unfalsifiable. Now you can make no direct observations on the earth that would falsify the globe. That's what the globe does. All empirical measurements and evidence shows that the earth's not moving. Oh, well, you just can't measure the motion of the earth. Or you can just, of course, beg the question with the ring laser gyro, or the orbit. Let's say heliocentrism, the earth moves around the sun. Well, you can't directly detect or measure that the earth is moving around the sun from the earth because of relativity, and everything is relative. And because matter contracts and time slows down, so you won't be able to tell that we're moving. It'll always appear like we're at rest. Unfalsifiable. It's impossible to physically measure or detect the earth revolving around the sun because matter contracts and time slows down, like Einstein said, so you made it unfalsifiable. Now, there are things that can be done to falsify the model. And what has happened is you guys just ignore it, haven't researched it, don't even know about it. When it's brought to your attention, you just hand wave dismiss it, or you start making up more unfalsifiable explanations and excuses. Like, if you use relativity, which is gravity, supposedly the explanation for the solar system, some claim you can use Newton. If you use either one of them, it doesn't explain the anomalous movement of Mercury. Mercury's perihelion shift. If gravity is true and it's a specific physical relationship between bodies of masses, then they should move a certain way. It doesn't do that. If the earth, now can you come up with something to falsify the Big Bang model? They can't answer that question. The Big Bang says that everything expanded from a singularity and went out in all directions. What that means is that there's a center of the universe. It's where the singularity began, and everything expanded in all directions out from that singularity, which means there's a center. So that means when we look out, we should see that if we're in a little corner tucked away in the corner of the universe, then that means that we should see all kinds of expansion and distribution relative to that center point. So say the center is right here and the Earth is over here, then I should see red shift, blue shift, things going away from me, to my left, to my right, towards me, right? All relative to the center when I'm over there. That's what they expected to see. They looked out, they didn't see that. So they changed the model to say that there is no center and everywhere is going to look like the center, to explain why all observations show the Earth in the center. But that doesn't make any sense. So the way you falsify the Big Bang cosmology is if it claims that there was a singularity and everything expanded out from there, that has to be the center, which means all this distribution and expansion should be anisotropic, meaning a preferred direction from that center. They shifted the goalpost and said, oh, it's isotropic. There is no preferred direction. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. That's not what your actual Big Bang cosmology claims in its very fundamental inception. But then we move the goalpost to where it's isotropic, meaning no preferred direction. Then we look out to test this isotropic Big Bang cosmology within this heliocentric paradigm, and we see that it's actually anisotropic. It does have a preferred direction, and that preferred direction intersects directly on the Earth out of the entire universe, which makes literally no sense. This is completely impossible in your model. Oh, it must have been instrumental error. Did it again. Oh, must have been instrumental error. Same results again. Must have been instrumental error. Oh, we sent a pilot to balloon, got the same C and B results. Must have been instrumental error. Must be something wrong with the data. There must be something we don't understand. Oh, we look into deep space. We see there's way too much complexity and formation of the galaxies that are supposedly closest to the area that the Big Bang happened. Oh, well, there must have been a long period where there wasn't much dark energy, and then something snapped and created way more dark energy. So we'll just move the cosmological constant and say that there's something called young dark energy. Wait, what is dark energy? How can we add another adjective, young, to it? What is it? We don't know. Then how do you know it could be young or old? We don't know. Just young dark energy. It must have been different back in the day. Must have been less. That way we can explain things would have formed more. So it's just shifting the goalpost over and over and over and over to make it unfalsifiable. It is a religion, bro. It is a religion. You guys, like, the difference in a lot of us and some of you guys that still believe in this is you haven't even done that yet. You haven't actually looked at it and been like, how can I falsify this belief? What can I do? Like, what can be done to falsify it? Because if you did that, you wouldn't believe in it anymore. It just takes a little bit of time researching and you wouldn't believe in it. So you guys avoid that like the plague, right? You just want to falsify flat earth with straw man fallacies. You want to shift the burden of proof over to a straw man version of flat earth. You're afraid to even test your claim, which comes back full circle to the first point I was making, which is the default position based on all empirical observations and evidence is that the earth is a stationary topographical plane and that everything in the sky moves around us and that the earth is in the center. A geocentric stationary topographical plane. If you have evidence contrary to that, you need to provide it, because if you're making a claim that the earth is actually the exact opposite, instead of stationary, it's tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving. Instead of being in the center, it's going around the sun and the ever-expanding universe nowhere close to the center because there is no center. And instead of a topographical plane, it's actually curving at a very specific geometric rate based on a radius value of a sphere. Then you need to provide empirical evidence to substantiate the antithetical nature of your claim, meaning you're claiming the antithesis, the opposite of the observations, the empirical evidence that establishes the default position. So you have to provide evidence for that. It is very simple, elementary and rudimentary logic. It isn't complicated at all. Wow, King Shin, very generous, brother, gifted 20 memberships. What a legend. Thank you so much, brother. That's crazy generous. Shout out to Justin Johnson, gifted memberships, and King Shin just gifted 20 memberships. Very generous, you guys are legends. So thank you guys. Welcome to all the misfits who ever got there, and thank you guys again for that. That's very generous of you, bro. Very, very cool. All right. There you go. It's simple stuff. Apply logic. Understand that you can't just beg the question. That's not sound reasoning. You can't affirm the consequent. If my belief is true, then this would happen. Since this happens, that means my belief is true. That's called affirming the consequent. You can't straw man the other side of the conversation, meaning misrepresent their conversation. If the earth truly were flat, the sun would never set. There would be no nighttime. Nothing would disappear from the bottom up. We'd be able to see Mount Everest from across the entire earth. We'd be able to see the sun forever. We would fall off of the edge. Like, these are all straw mans of the true flat earth position. So if you can just make up a stupid representation and poke holes in it, then wow, you're doing so good. That's called a straw man fallacy. Whenever you're having a conversation with someone and whenever it gets to the point that you were shown to be wrong and it's your turn to concede, to acknowledge you were incorrect, to acknowledge the conclusion, and then you just shift over to another subject, that's called a red herring fallacy, and typically it has the illusion of being related, right? So you're like, oh, you said that the sun, it's impossible for the sun to set on a flat earth. Then the flat earther explains specifically that is not true. Of course, things reach the limit of perspective. We have angular resolution limit, an overall limit to perspective, which is presupposed to be Euclidean, which evidence shows that's incorrect. We also have the most tense portion of the atmos, and of course, closer to the surface, that will reach your line of sight sooner than far above it. So things from the bottom will begin to disappear through the more thick part of the atmos first, then at the top. So it absolutely is possible for a local light source of the sun to move over top of a plane and then to disappear and give us a sunset. And we actually have evidence that it disappears into the horizon, even up above the horizon, just into the atmos, showing that it isn't just a physical obstruction of the convexity of a surface that causes that. We can replicate with many small scale demonstrations that you can have a circular light source that's disappearing from the bottom up with a hard cutoff, perceivable hard cutoff, just like the sunset over a flat surface. And then you respond with, well, what's the sun made of? You guys can't even explain what the sun is made of. That's a red herring fallacy. You're still talking about the sun, but you don't address the conclusion. You don't make your concession. Red herring fallacy. Very dishonest. Strawman fallacies are arguably the most dishonest. Whenever you say, all flat earthers think that giants are real and that Bigfoot's real and that lizard people run the world and drink baby's blood and that actually all of royalty are vampires and that giants are actually what the dinosaur bones are and that no dinosaurs exist and they believe in the Illuminati, some secretive cabal that runs the world. They're all crazy conspiratorial psychopaths with pareidolia and paranoia, and they live in their mom's basement and they just want to feel special because they were never cool. When you start to do all this and gaslight them, you just poison the well. You group them all together. You bring up a bunch of non-relevant points to try to gaslight them, to try to preemptively discredit them, generalized, so that you can avoid addressing their actual argument. To dismiss the validity of their argument, you preemptively discredit their validity to an audience. That's called poisoning the well. Or genetic fallacy. This came from a flat earther, it must be wrong. That's a genetic fallacy. Or if you say basically that we invoke someone that thinks the Earth's a globe to show what the actual globe model says, and you say, oh, they don't believe in the globe. That's an all or nothing fallacy. You don't have to believe everything that someone says. All of it's true or none of it's true. Either everything that they believe is true or you can't invoke any of it. No, we're showing you as a hostile witness what they actually say, right? All of these fallacies are basic stuff. I will make a course specifically about it where we covered the fallacies, and I want to integrate that into the homeschool curriculum that I'm trying to put together. I'm talking to a lot of people behind the scenes, trying to unify forces to make an affordable homeschool curriculum where eventually we may be able to compensate mothers to leave their office job, work at the house by raising their mothers. That's the idea. But there's all kinds of fallacies that we didn't get to. Appeal to incredulity. I can't conceive of the magnitude of the lie of flat earth. I can't understand why anyone would lie about that. That doesn't make any sense to me. There's no way. I don't believe that anyone could be on a lie this so big. That's impossible. That doesn't make sense to me. That's insane. That's crazy. I can't comprehend or grasp that idea, so it must not be true. Appeal to incredulity. Whenever we say, you say, here's a picture of the Earth from space that proves the Earth's a globe, and we say, I don't believe in pictures from a federal government agency that can easily be faked when they're notorious for lying. Pictures can be faked. That's not sufficient evidence. I think that looks stupid. I don't believe it. We've caught them faking them before. I don't believe that. And then you say, prove that it's fake. That's a shifting the burden of proof fallacy, putting the burden on the person who denied your challenges, the positive assertion being made. Same thing when we say we don't believe in the Earth being a ball that's tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving in a vacuum, defying physics. Oh, well then how does sunset work? How does seasons work? How does day and night work? You're shifting the burden of proof over from your position and from defending your position with positive evidence, shifting the burden of proof out. These are all the most popular fallacies that are used in this conversation, but there's way more. There's way more of them. And in fact, you can almost just look up every single one of them. There's something called The invincible ignorance fallacy. And that's where the person just checks out. That's what Malachi just did. He used the invincible ignorance fallacy, where it's also called the pig-headedness fallacy. It's where they just don't even listen to what you're saying because they just assume that they must be right, and they just ignore your actual arguments, the specifics of your arguments. They don't even listen to it. They just wait to respond and then baselessly assert their conclusion over and over and over. The invincible ignorance. They won't even actually listen or hear out the new information they're not familiar with. They just avoid it and ignore it and keep on basically asserting it. Invincible ignorance. These are a lot of the fallacies that are used all the time. We will do a show at some point, or like a course that has them all compiled, teaches the basics. You can teach your children and stuff. I think it's very important. Teach them how to think, not what to think. Long story short, there is no physical empirical evidence that the Earth is a tilted, wobbling, spinning globe, void of logically fallacious reasoning. Just ask people. This is the kryptonite, the silver bullet, the lethal weapon. They cannot get past this right here. If you can familiarize yourself with fallacies that are typically used in this conversation, if you can learn them, you cannot be defeated in debate. I promise. I've been around the block. They're nowhere to be found. So you just say, can you provide any actual empirical evidence that the Earth is a sphere, void of logically fallacious reasoning? And then as they start to say something, just point out the fallacy. Yeah, well, we have geodetic surveys. That's a begging the question fallacy. You're affirming the consequent. You're reifying the model and then begging the question. And the actual geodetic fallacy uses a sharpshooter fallacy, right? Where they claim that, oh, if I go shoot the wall and draw a circle around it, that's right. As they have a predetermined window, they throw out the measurements that don't work. They add a weighted mean that beg the question and reify the sphere model to apply the weights to the measurements taken, throw out all the data that doesn't work with it, and then apply a least squares method with a weighted mean to actually curve the straight line measurements. Oh, GPS that doesn't even use Einsteinian synchronization, and it has to presuppose and use a spherical model and the spherical coordinate systems on the XYZ axis to actually pinpoint your position. That's, again, just reifying and begging the question of the sphere built into a model that assumes it, then takes it, assuming it to be true, somehow doesn't make it to be true. You can, of course, have a plane and then reify a sphere model, cramming the plane Earth data into the sphere model. Many ballers will concede that's you. Some of them will lie about it. So that doesn't prove the Earth's a sphere. Sunsets prove the Earth's a sphere because if the Earth is a sphere, then the sun would disappear from the bottom up in sunset. Therefore, since suns disappear from the bottom up in sunset, the Earth is a sphere, affirming the consequent fallacy. Can you provide any evidence that you can have gas pressure without a container? The atmosphere, begging the question fallacy. When you learn the fallacies, they have no evidence that the Earth's a sphere, bro. None, bro. Another question that you can ask them is, these are home run. These are the questions they cannot get past if you're informed enough to understand how to deal with their sophistry that you're going to get back. These questions force them into a corner to use sophistry, which is the use of fallacies, usually with the intention of deceiving an audience, right? So the use of fallacy with the intention of deceiving, sophistry. These questions back them into the corner. So ask them, what specifically can we do to falsify the Big Bang cosmology? What specifically can we do to falsify the heliocentric model? What specifically can we do to falsify the globe model? Can you provide any physical empirical evidence the Earth is a globe void of logically fallacious reasoning? Can you provide any evidence of exclusivity that the Earth revolves around the sun? They don't have an answer, right? So familiarize yourself with the fact that aberration, parallax, planetary motion, redshift, all of this is easily explained with the geocentric central position of Earth according to their own model. So you can show relational mechanics within the offset of Newtonian and Einsteinian dynamics, that there's a dynamic and kinematic equivalence. Show Einstein says, oh, the Earth can be in the center. It's equally valid.
You today. Look forward to following closely and hearing more / your previous work.
David, thank you for the very generous $50 super chat and the kind words, brother. Much love. Rockfin, let me make sure we're good. We are good. Okay, so familiarize yourself with logical fallacies, and you will become effectively invincible at debating flat Earth. And it's important because in pursuit of truth, we have no time for like logically fallacious reason. We have no time for logically bankrupt train of thought. That doesn't help us get to truth, doesn't help us get to a proper conclusion of anything. And that's why even Mindstalk will tell you he loves flat earth, because it's such a good conversation to teach logic. Because so many of the proponents of globe earth, and oftentimes even flat earthers, they employ logically fallacious reasoning, and it's just insane. This conversation seems to comprise more fallacies than any other conversation ever. Usually religion is used to teach fallacies, right? Because it's such a good example of fallacious reasoning, not sound reasoning and fallacious logic. But the flat earth may reign supreme because now all that you hear 7-8 years into the modern resurgence of flat earth is fallacy after fallacy after fallacy. So I really hope people listen to this. I know I went fast at times, maybe slow it down. Like I said, I'll create a course. We'll do some, I don't want to make a whole new show just about fallacies. So we could bring people on and be like, can you, maybe a lot of people have been asking me to break down fallacies. I know this was more of just a broad overview where I'm just saying them. Mikey Smiley, thank you for being a $10 Patreon, brother. Much love. But I think it's important. And what you find out is that globe has nothing other than fallacies. Nothing. They're always going to shift the burden of proof. They're always going to use red herrings. They're always going to bring up something that's non sequitur and straw man you and beg the question and affirm the consequent and appeal to incredulity and poison the well and use genetic fallacies and appeal to credentials and appeal to authority and appeal to majority. And it's important to familiarize yourself with these fallacies. One of the more popular ones you're ever going to get is the invincible ignorance fallacy. So cool. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. Skull and Globers, episode 17. We're going to play the dope new Skull and Globers theme song. Shout out to my wifey Kai, who obviously crushed it. It's a dope song. Took a while to make the theme song. Lyric video, what I'm going to do once I end, hopefully I can get it ready to upload by 1 Eastern, so it'll be 30 minutes out. It'll send out the notification, and then that'll be up on the channel, so you guys can have the official song and lyric video on the channel. All right, cool. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. If you want to support the channel, links in the description. All support is greatly appreciated. I got a lot going on, looking for houses, everything, but we are really going to upgrade the show. It's going to be more interactive. I'm going to write out the math equations and show you guys with illustrations and stuff live while we talk through things. We're going to keep improving the show. It's going to be dope. I'll be running Globebusters this weekend, so check that out. Globebusters on YouTube. We'll move over to Rockfin for the second half. Go support Rockfin, or Globebusters. Go follow on Rockfin. A good way to support this channel and free speech is to go support us on Rockfin. So I think that some of the Flat Earth shows will be remaining on YouTube, but most of my other shows with all the gravy will just have a few minutes on YouTube. Then we're moving over to Rockfin. So go to rockfin.com/witsitgets it if you want to catch the full uncensored content that we're about to start putting out. I would support if you guys even support the channel through there, as they do also get a cut, but at least people that support free speech are getting the cut. You can also go to witsit.live. All right, cool. Like I said, links in the description. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So just understand that there's really no reason to even care what someone that intention is doing. Whenever they revile you for his name's sake or for the truth's sake, rejoice. I did that to all the prophets before you. Sorry that we had a few days off, been really busy, but we'll be back in the swing of things here soon. I am really busy over the next few weeks just trying to get this whole house situation figured out, so throw up a prayer for me and the familia that we figure out where we're supposed to go and that Yah will show us where he wants us to move. Cool. Yeah, like I said, rejoice when they revile you for his name's sake or for the truth's sake. They did it to all the prophets before you. What's popular is not true. What's true is rarely popular. I'll catch up with you guys later. Oh, I don't think I even have it set up, so you guys got set up. I have to set. Actually, I have to grab the theme song. Change this. Okay. I think we're good. All right. Hopefully that works. So yeah, I'll catch up with you guys. I'm not sure exactly when. Maybe I'll be able to stream tomorrow, but my family's coming in town, so no promises. Praying, thank you so much. All right, I love you guys. I'll catch up with you guys soon. Peace.
Graduates with diplomas and a chip on their shoulder. Debate is over, mind is sober, solar system disclosure. Can't go back once you heard the facts. You make a pact, never take it back. Schooling ballers and the followers that give them the dollars. They try to holler in the chat that you're a fraud, not a scholar. They hating y'all, that's why they attack. The earth is flat no matter how nice you laugh. Days of days, pseudoscience just a big charade. Making theories they just can't explain. On philosophically biased claims. Days of days, we break away just like a renegade. So pay attention, gonna get a grade. We schooling globus till they all away.
Hey guys, welcome to the show. Got a great one lined up for you today. Ballbusters, episode 77. Exposing some of those tools of the trade the balltards use. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. I know we got one ball buster in the chat because I talked to him right before I came live, and it's the distinguished Nathan Oakley. How are you today, sir?
I'm very well. How are you? To be here?
Yeah, only us two. All the other ones abandoned us. I knew it.
That's okay. You can have just as much fun, just you and I.
Oh,
and a live
yes.
audience, of course.
Yeah. We could do some of the audience in there. It's good. We're gonna make it snappy today. For a few reasons. Like I said, we'll go over some of the tools of the trade, logical fallacies, because they're steep. The Baltards are steeped in them. And something that I did see this morning when I went into Skype and I was looking in the war room and somebody popped the video in there. I'm usually too busy. I won't pop them up, but this time I did. And it was pretty good. It was a really short video. And it's going to be a shout out to Taboo Conspiracy, Ben over there, and P-Brain. And it's with that. Did you by chance catch that video, Nathan?
Maybe. What was it about?
It was about the shadow. I think it was it off Mount Rainier? You know, the old thing they, wheel out.
Yes, I've seen that. Yes.
Yeah. I just started laughing. Let's see if I can't pull that up real quick so we can get right.
Yeah, let's debunked it. I think it might have been Brandon. Or was it Chris?
I
remember.
Yeah, it was so long ago, right? But I still see them wheeling this thing out. But I like their take on this. This is pretty good. Hopefully everyone will get it. How many will get? Wait a second. Let me make sure we got some people in here. Hold on.
Oh, are you doing that? If you do join as a live member, because this is going to be a relatively short show today, both Q and I have got other things, prior appointments and such like. So we will open your mic relatively quickly if you do join as a public member. So we'll have a public interaction as we're going through some of these fallacies. It's Chris Berry. He's the guy who had the light stand and tray and a car or something like that.
Right. Yes. Yeah, that was a while ago, but they still wheel this disheveled monkey out. I've been seeing it the whole time. I just snicker and just move on because there really wasn't anything here for me. There's no science here. I mean, you're not going to do an experiment on this, so I just chalked it up as just another empty claim. And then I came by the video today. I knew it was a train wreck because the Earth's flat. We already proven that. So there's got to be an angle. And P-Brain, I guess, found this out a while ago. I must have missed this video, through my travels, but caught a hold of Ben at Taboo Conspiracy go through, and I kind of snickered at the take. And here's what we're talking about, people. You guys all have seen this before. 1 second, let me go back, Nathan. Let me go ahead and. Are you watching the live stream, or do you want me to stream through Discord?
I don't want you to do either. I can follow along without watching.
Really? All right. So here we are again.
I'm all right.
Good.
I'm just saying how ace I am.
Yeah, I know you're ace, man. That's why I wanted to check. Just in case some other people come in, they'll just have to watch the live stream. It's no big deal. So, like I said, we've all seen this before. They wheeled this disheveled monkey out and say, the Earth is a globe. Right? I don't think so. You're kind of missing something. Right? Let's go back. Essentially, what they're saying is this is the actual diagram of what's going on here, right? You got the sun, shining on this mountain, and it's throwing a shadow up on the clouds. Get out of here. 1 second. Take over, Nathan.
It's shining up on these clouds, and then as a result of this observation, which does exist,
all right, I got consequent. It. That was too funny. I got it. My cat was behind me. Get out. I got it, man. And then you just repeated what I said. So that was pretty cool. All right. So, like I said, this is basically a visual representation of what's going on here, right? Giving you this little routine. And if you look at this, and when he pulled it up at first, I said, I started laughing because I knew where he was going because it was well done, right? And he's talking about it, and then he goes, well, what if you take the mountain away? What should happen? You know, if the sunset is going down behind the curved Earth, right? Sort of like this type of deal. This is what I've seen in my mind's eye, you know, when I seen his first diagram. What should happen? Yeah, you should see that when the sun sets. So ballers. You got some big problems. You need to explain this. Now, I know every single one of you have parroted this nonsense, right? So you're going to have some explaining to do. You know what I mean? Does everyone get it? All right. Now, technically...
Yeah, I've never thought about it.
Go ahead.
I've never thought about it like that. But yeah, you just think of the natural consequence without the mountain and suddenly you've got a Terminator line on the ceiling.
Exactly. You got it. Now, technically... You shouldn't see, it should always be this way, is what we're saying. You should never see that shadow from the mountain because the shadow should be overcome by the curvature of the earth. How about that little twist? So all this is a train wreck of epic proportions. I hope everyone got that. We'll talk about this more on Tuesday for the live show. So I just wanted to bring it up now. Go ahead.
One thing to add.
Go ahead.
What was supposed to be blocking? What's supposed to be blocking it? If you remove the mountain in that scenario, would it be a physical geometric spheroid horizon formerly known as Earth curve debunked by the black swan that would be causing that Terminator line on the clouds?
Yes, sir.
We debunk that with a black swan, and they'll lead after it, and they'll lead a flat plane to measure how to get it.
Yeah. Too funny. Like I said, I just wanted to bring it up just for kicks and giggles. Because we'll deal with this more on Tuesday just to laugh.
It's a fallacy, though. It's an affirming the consequent. That's what I said when you jumped away after the cat.
Oh.
Affirming the consequent at its heart, isn't it? Yes, Nathan, I totally agree.
I'm trying to think of how they could form. What's an affirming the consequent?
Earth's sphere, then we'll see.
Hello? Is my mic still working?
It's the sun. Sorry.
Go ahead. Do it again. I didn't hear you.
If P, Earth's a sphere with a geometric limitation and orbital motion, then the sun will be blocked by the orbital motion of it dipping behind the mountain. It does dip behind the mountain and shadow is created by the orbital motion, therefore you have Earth as a sphere with orbital motion. If P then Q, Q therefore P.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. I'd have to take a closer look at her. Make sure all the P's and Q's are in order.
Off the top of my head, I'm sure they would round it off without actually using the affirming the consequent bit. They never actually state it. I mean, their claims get shorter and shorter. Just check any of the comments under the QE or my videos. You'll see that their claims are like half a sentence long half the time. They don't have a conclusion. So in an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy, they don't formally state the fallacy. They just give you a half fallacy and let you argue against the conclusion that they're implying. I like to do that myself now. I've stolen that. I like to think, but without the actually summarising what your point is with the end of the fallacy, and obviously without the fallacy, you know. So elevation angle proves Earth is flat. There you go. Like one of those throwaway comments you can just chuck into someone's chat feed. It's a nice, concise statement, not a fallacy, unlike the example I'm giving in this case. Go ahead, sorry.
No, they'll never complete. Because if they do complete it, you know, as stated by modus ponens or affirm the consequent form of logical fallacy, if they state all the P's and Q's, you know, consecutively, then it's apparent to everyone. So they'll just go to half of it, and the second half or conclusion is implied. Right? Yep. That's what they do. All right,
I was pausing in case you wanted to introduce Mitch. Hey, Mitch.
Oh, is Mitch in here? What's up, Mitch?
Hey guys, how are we?
Excellent. I'm chuffed that you, for some reason, you trimming out that bit of 10th Man presentation has ended up netting you about 10,000 views, which it definitely wouldn't have done if I'd trimmed it out. So I'm elated because it was a good presentation. Took a while to get going, like half the live show. But when 10th Man finally put that presentation together, well worthy of someone trimming out, and I didn't have the time. So when I saw you'd done it, I was like elated.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I watched
that presentation was one of the best. He is really on point. It deserves 10,000 views. That's all him. That was fantastic. It was slick as too. You wouldn't even know that it took half the show for him to get into it.
I like the conciseness.
Once it got going, once we figured out it was just a slide issue, on PowerPoint or whatever he was using. He just couldn't get it to do it on the live stream. And yeah, sometimes it's worth the faff. I hadn't actually seen the presentation prior to it going out live. I don't know 10th Man well enough to know how good the presentation would be. So check that out on Mitch's channel. It may not have 10,000 views, but it's getting there. In case someone goes, yeah, hasn't it said 8,900? I don't care.
Hey, Mitchell, if you can, go ahead and spam that link in the chat.
Yeah, will do. I'll grab it out and put it in the chat.
Appreciate it.
Obviously, subscribe to Mitch when you go and check out the video. Yeah, I've taken go to 76 or however you say his name off mute. So if you did want to join in the conversation, because it's going to be a relatively short show today, feel free as we're going through some logical fallacies.
All right.
Before we get into the
panel,
go ahead.
Go on.
Full panel today. Where is everyone?
I think Adam went to. I think Adam went to a bris.
You went to a burn supper.
Yeah, he did.
It burns night tonight, then.
Yes, that's what he said.
Okay, I'll be singing "Old Lang Syne" right about now.
He said he's going to have to serve haggis to the lassies.
That's right, haggis. Yeah, they have haggis on Burns Night.
Yeah, he could have probably told me, 2 weeks ago or 10 days ago or 5 days ago or 3 days ago, but nope. He waited till last night and said, hey, QE, I'm not going to be there. I got Burns Day. I'm like, what the hell is that? But that's Adam. All right.
That's a Scottish thing.
Go ahead. We ready?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, let's roll into logical fallacies. We'll stop and everyone can add what they want because it's pretty funny. So, like I said, the tools of the trade, and we all know this. Let's point some of these out. The first one on the docket is the argument from silence, or argumentum ex silentio. Love that. Argument for silence. See, also, this is the overarching fallacy. It comes from an argument from ignorance. So this fallacy, its sources remain silent or say nothing about a given subject or question. This in itself proves something about the truth of the matter. So let me give you an example. This is Shamalama Gamma Ping Ding Dongs. I forgot the llama. That's not right. Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong. This is his favorite argument. Now, that's what he said. Is he still alive? I haven't heard from him in a long time. I digress. Anyway, I remember this many, many years ago, and then just recently, he's done it a few times. It's on the numpty clips. But this is his favorite argument. You ready? There have been hundreds of thousands of people who have studied the second law of thermodynamics, but nobody has caught on to the problem of the atmosphere next to a vacuum. Guess what that is? His favorite all-time argument? Fallacy. It's an argument from silence fallacy. It's as simple as that. He's a numpty dipshit. Any comments on this one?
Oh, but there's another variant of it, which is all the people in NASA would have known or said something, which is the same thing.
Yeah, it's more or less the same thing. Yeah. This is one of those creepy fallacies. It'll creep up on you, and if you don't know what you're looking for when they say it, you'll be convinced there for a second. So I like putting this one out there. It's really easy to catch on to it. Like I said, once you know what the fallacy is, then you catch it, man, and just rub their noses in it. Pretty silly if you think about it. I would say these two are slowly becoming, I wouldn't say number one, because they're definitely circular, begging the question, affirming the consequent will come before these. But these two are running a quick second and third. So we got the fallacy of composition, also known as a composition fallacy, exception fallacy, or faulty induction. Goes something like this. Description. Inferring that something is true of the whole from the fact that it is true of some part of the whole. Obviously, it's the opposite of its twisted little sister down below, fallacy of division. We'll get to that one in a second. Example, observational science. We all heard that before, right? That's a fallacy of composition, that phrase right there. Why? It's not only painfully redundant, it's fallacious. Because we have a hypothesis in there. Not only that one, but I picked out the hypothesis. The hypothesis, the queen of science, is not observational. Everyone say it? Give you another one. Empirical. You see, empirical means observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. Not just observable. So if they use empirical in the context of just seeing something or observable, it's a fallacy of composition, right? Because it's not true of the whole, right? Because the whole is testable, repeatable, falsifiable, and observable. So it's got part of the whole, but it's not the whole. Get it? So whenever you hear this or observational science, there's a million of examples of this that I haven't put down, but I think you kind of got it, right? Its twisted sister, fallacy of division, also known as false division, faulty deduction, or division fallacy. Description. Inferring that something is true of one or more of the parts from the fact that it is true of the whole. So it's just the opposite from its other sister, twisted sister, fallacy of composition. Example. Atoms are natural. Everything is made of atoms. Therefore, everything is natural. This comes from every dumbass baltard you know. Everyone got this one? Any questions on these two?
No. The first fallacy is the somebody would have said something fallacy. Anyway.
Yeah. Hey, Kiwi. Hey, Mitchell, Nathan, everybody. Yeah, it's like the first one is like well, no pilot said it wasn't a globe, so it must be a globe. It's that kind of thing, isn't it?
What's going through QE's head right now is just literally finished the section on fallacy of composition and division. You want to go back to the first fallacy? Rightio.
I thought you were talking about boredom because he mentioned boredom. I'll talk about the second one if you want.
We're doing the second and third one.
All right. Well, I just shut up then. That's the best thing to do.
Those two fallacies that you've just detailed typically get used with science. So they'll extract a part of the method. You've named the best ones already, but I'll just be repeating them. But yes, they'll just take one section of the scientific method, be it, well, I've got an observation of a natural phenomena, therefore science. No, you've got to have all of it.
Exactly. Yeah. And to be empirical, a lot of the numpties think empirical just means observable. No, observable means observable. Empirical is a little more detailed. It's got a few other parts to it. So just be careful with that. One
more thing to add.
Go ahead.
Just because you've said it now. Also, when you say repeatable, right, that does not include looking at something, looking away, and then looking back at it again. That's not contextually what repeatable means. It means repeatable by way of a hypothesis test.
Yes.
Repeatably performing the hypothesis test, not closing your eyes and then go, look, there it is again, repeatable.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that? Yeah, that's right. That's right. Too funny. Yeah, so the testable part right here, the repeatable and falsifiable is contexted with this big guy right here, not him. Obviously observable. If you looked at it, you've seen it. You don't have to look at it again. Doesn't have anything to do with it. Too funny. Sometimes people will get these confused, but that's okay. They'll say fallacy of division. You know, you just got to root it out. They're just the same fallacy, different sides of the same coin fallacy, right? I know what you're talking about if you say it. Yeah, they're a good one. One of our favorites too, reification fallacy. This happens all the time. However, I'd like to make a couple caveats with it. If you're telling a story, right, whether in text or in voice, and the way we tell stories, we like to use rhetorical language, and it's a great storytelling technique, and it provides a lot of backbone, cowbell to the story so everyone can see it. It's not fallacious if you're using these things, like this one down here, calling a storm cruel, right? That gives a mental picture. You know what they're talking about. This isn't fallacious if it's in a story, right? However, if you're using it as proof of something legitimate, then it's fallacious. So it like everything, it's context based. So reification fallacy, when an abstract belief or hypothetical construct is treated as if it were a concrete, real event or physical entity. When an idea is treated as if it had real physical existence. Example, gravity bends and dilates and warps space-time. That's a classic reification fallacy right there. On a couple levels. Space-time, that's concept. And so is this delusion. So you got two concepts here. It's like a reification fallacy sandwich. Another one in the same family, and there's a few in here under reification. It's the anthropomorphism fallacy. This is the error of projecting uniquely human qualities onto something that isn't human. Usually this occurs with projecting the human qualities onto animals. But when it is done to non-living things, as in calling the storm cruel, the pathetic fallacy is created. So it's quite pathetic. And the shining example of this, science says or explains, right? It's not, science isn't saying anything, right? This is a classic pathetic fallacy. Any questions? These are all self-explanatory, you guys. You know, you could fog a mirror, you could see this, right? Good.
I like the ones that slip in and out of context on whether or not they're actually being reified, and the level of understanding of the subject matter defines whether or not the person's reifying the notion that's being discussed. A good example of this is light as a wave. So a good understanding or a good grounding in the way that light's being described in terms of maths. Well, that maths, giving you a probability distribution, can be described in maths as a wave function.
Right.
And you can get all sorts of useful conventions derived from that to describe wavelengths of light and various other things. But light is not a wave. That's just the way it's been described in terms of the probability distribution that you have when it's diffracted. Doesn't mean it's actually traveling through a medium or making a wave or going up and down or oscillating or doing anything like that. It's just a description. So the moment you describe light, for example, needing a medium to create a wave, what the hell are you babbling about? That's your reification of the mathematical description of a probability description, also known as wave function, into an actual physical wave. You've just reified it through lack of understanding.
That's a little bit higher level reification fallacy.
One. It's a fallacy show. We've done a lot of fallacies.
Yeah,
I like the reification. Hypothesization. There you go.
Oh, what is it again?
Hypothesization.
That's not. Say it one more time.
Hypothesization.
That's close. The first one you were shaking. It's that one.
Oh, I don't know how to say that word. But the fallacy of misplaced concreteness, which is to say, to take something that has no physicality or concreteness and give it concreteness, physicality.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's our next one. So, reification. It's not the next one. It's an overall general description of what it is. Like Nathan said, also known as concretism, hypostatization, or the fallacy of misplaced concreteness, is a fallacy of ambiguity. When an abstraction or abstract belief or hypothetical construct is treated as if it were a concrete, real event or physical entity. In other words, it is the error of treating something that is not concrete, such as an idea, as a concrete thing. A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality. And this is from your alma mater wiki. Let me say it again, baltards. A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality. The map is not the territory. And by the way, when we charge you wee knobs, sack-sniffing cretins with reification, when you conjure, then appeal to a model that you never had or ever will, you don't even know what they are, we're not charging you with living on it or in it. That wouldn't be a fallacy. It would be a paddy wagon horse tranquilizer, rubber room, emergency lobotomy scenario. We're charging you with treating your model, like I said before, that you'll never had or ever will have, as proof of reality. See it? Yeah, I know you don't. You'll just appeal back. We don't live on a model. That's not what we're saying. Right? Oh, get the straw man. Anything more on this, Nathan?
Just another one that's to sort of lean back onto the side of the useful nature of models and descriptions, so long as they're not being reified. Example being an isolated system. So in the second law of thermodynamics, you've got isolated systems being utilized to simplify the descriptions that are used for things like gas behavior. Very useful concept. The idea of an isolated system is useful for description. However, if I then take the second law of thermodynamics and use that description of an isolated system to infer that there is, in reality, an isolated system in existence, then I'm reifying what was, up until that point, a useful tool for description and abstraction into something physical, where there is no such physicality in existence.
You're like a PhD. You're giving PhD level examples, man.
Hardly.
That is a high level example of that, of reification.
Fair enough.
Damn. But you're correct. You're right on point. That's exactly what it is. So, baltards, make sure you understand this one. I left it up there for a time and colored it differently so it would burn into your retinas. But I'm still gonna hear this. I'll probably hear this evening, right? Because you're always model, right? We call it reification. You think we live on a model? No. My word, I can't tell you how many times that happened. It's in the thousands with me. Straw man fallacy. This is it's really going. Everyone kind of knows what this is. It's kind of intuitive. A straw man fallacy. You attribute an easily refuted position to your opponent, one that the opponent wouldn't endorse, and then proceed to attack the easily refuted position, the straw man, believing you have thereby undermined the opponent's actual position. If the misrepresentation is on purpose, then the straw man fallacy is caused by lying. Oh, by the way, for most of these, this is iep.edu. This is a peer-reviewed fallacy, logical fallacy education site. By the way, just so you know. Claim, let's give an example. Scientific experiments are conducted to reveal the cause of natural phenomena. The fallacy? How are we supposed to conduct experiments without man-made objects? It's an incoherent straw man. Nobody ever said or will ever construct a scientific experiment without using man-made objects. You slobber knuckle draggers. What we're saying is that the natural phenomena you observe, the dependent variable, must be natural, not the physical apparatus set up to test the natural phenomena, the dependent variable, the effect, with the potential cause, the independent variable, crayon munchers. Next block of instruction, how to open your eyelids. On vacation. Any comments on this one? This is pretty self-evident.
Definitely. There's been many a track laid to avoid the charge on our opponent's side. That's the anti-flat earth side of strawman fallacy. And the tracks that have been laid are the path you will roll down when you first get here towards things like a model. This is going to get a little bit complicated, but hopefully QE will rein me in if appropriate. So in the case of a straw man, we get offered up something that would typically be a straw man, which is the flat earth model. Whichever one you want to ascribe your faith to. Doesn't matter really, whichever flat earth model you want to pick. Because when they would have held up your belief in this model, it would have been a straw man fallacy. You don't ascribe yourself to any model. What are you talking about? I haven't made a model and I don't believe in many models. I understand that that's reification if I start attributing the effects of this model you say I claim when I don't to reality. So no, I don't have a model. But then they're burning a straw man. The road's been laid out, or the tracks have been laid down for you to roll towards an adherence to this model so that they can then hold that model up rather than a straw man as a false dichotomy fallacy. I think that's probably where I'll rein things in because I'm deviating onto a different fallacy at that point. But the point I want to make, the overriding point in terms of the straw man fallacy, is that a lot of the things that you might, as flat earthers, and I'm talking directly to the flat earthers at this stage, hold on to as things you need to defend, you might not necessarily need to. And if you drop them, suddenly you're in a much better position to just call straw man because you haven't claimed it and you're not defending it. They're burning an argument you're not making if you recognise what a straw man fallacy is.
Yeah, Nathan, what you're basically saying is they hand us a model that we didn't claim, and then they go about debunking the very model they made up for us.
Yep.
Yeah, but they've handed you the straw man in an elaborate way. So in a debate, it's just on the fly, the person on the other podium starts attacking a position that isn't a position that you'd ascribe yourself to, or might even be vehemently against, as is in the description that QE just gave. Well, as he said, if that's intentional, then you're just a liar. If it's unintentional, you're just guilty of a fallacy, and it just takes you to point out that you haven't actually made that claim. But what they do so that that potentially can't happen is they make damn sure that you've got it held dear by the time you get into the debating forum. You've got all the azimuthal equidistant projections held up as your model. But it's not just suddenly presented to you as an argument you don't know anything about. You not only know about it, you're holding on to it nice and tightly so it can be argued about in a dichotomy that isn't real with two reified models, as we've discussed that already. We might get into false dichotomy in this show. We'll see how the time goes.
Well, yeah, I mean, straw man handed to you, or any straw man argument, is either one of two things. Is either your opponent's misunderstanding, could be true to pre-assumption, or just blatant dishonesty. Can't be anything else.
Very well articulated by both you guys. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to the. Are you ready? You got? You want to follow up with anything else?
It was just a joke. Don't worry. Carry on.
All right. So we got the red herring fallacy. This is kind of subtle. We all know, like I said, these are all intuitive, right? But in the heat of battle, I don't know. I can pick these out. I'm waiting for them, right? But like I said, this is intuitive and subtle, and I'll show you how subtle it can be. So a red herring fallacy is a fallacy of distraction and is committed when a listener attempts to divert an arguer from his argument by introducing another topic or diverting attention from the real issue by focusing instead on an issue having only a surface relevance to the first. Now, they could do it a number of ways. They could just change the subject. You know when it's a whole complete subject change, right? That's like everyone knows that. But even a subtle one is still an incoherent red herring fallacy. Here's the shining model poster child example. Claim or request, please show gas pressure without a container. The comeback fallacy. How do you account for gas pressure gradients? See, now this is subtle, but it's a red herring fallacy. The argument is concerning X, gas pressure, not delta X, gas pressure gradients. You see the surface relevance here? This is a textbook red herring fallacy, people. I can't give you any better example than that.
Well, I don't know. I can have a
go ahead. Go. You can have a whack at her. Go ahead.
Yes. You ask the opponent if they can demonstrate gas pressure without a container, and along with a tacit acceptance of defeat, they ask you to prove the dome.
That's a red herring.
Also, say again.
That can be a red herring.
It can be. That was where I was going to go next. Depending on whether or not you've ascribed a claim yourself.
Yes. It's a straw man.
Just about to say exactly that. It's also a straw man, which is why I'm smiling, because it tallies on that.
Neil, it's a dome in the back. Stop it now. Go ahead, Nathan.
It's a straw man as well, exactly. Unless you've actually claimed there's a dome, very specifically, and you haven't made that claim. Therefore, it's a straw man. But when you're asking them to demonstrate you can have gas pressure without a container, they're using a red herring straw man.
Yes, they're very, very close. I think we went over when we went over the presentation before. There's a fine line with these guys, the straw man and the red herring fallacy. Most definitely.
It took me a while to get this, to be honest, because the difference is very subtle. Because just throwing you off the scent of a really good argument with something that seems related, well, that's a red herring fallacy. Holding up a position that you definitely don't ascribe any arguments to is a straw man. But on the surface, they seem almost exactly the same. So it was a difficult one for me to. If you listen back to any of the old fallacy shows, I would always be getting it back to front and wrong way around, etc.
It's easy too. That's don't worry about that. It's easy.
Well, again, you gave the disclaimer earlier with the fallacy of division. It's like if you called the fallacy of division incorrectly, people would know what you were driving at. If you were like, I don't actually hold the position, and you say it's a... Oh, my kids come in. 1 second.
That's fine.
You get it the wrong way round and call the fallacy incorrectly. So long as you've pointed out where the structure of the fallacy lies, it doesn't matter if you get the title wrong. If you call a straw man when you're actually dealing with a red herring, it doesn't matter. As long as you've called out the error of the person's logic.
Yes, exactly. You got it. You need to explain. You just can't title it, right? You have to explain where, who, what, when, where, how, and why. Right. Or else it's just baseless, right? A lot of people do that. We try not to do that. Whenever I identify a fallacy, I'll stop, right? And say, wait a second, let me show you how it is a fallacy. I try to do that. If I don't, make sure you correct me and say, well, you usually stop the discussion and say, wait a second, QE. You said, how is it? I can remember you doing that many times. I loved it. When you challenged me.
Partly because I was learning myself what the fallacies were and I wanted them explaining again. But partially because the person who just calls, that's a straw man, that drives me mad.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a claim. So now you've got to break down the person, your opponent's straw man fallacy, and detail how it's a straw man.
Yep.
That seems minimum. You're like, I tried to do that. Well, the reason QE says that, I know already, is because when you're halfway through detailing how it's a fallacy, obviously you're having to explain their defeat to them. If they don't like it, they will interrupt you.
Yes. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, it's just reindeer games. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that they are difficult to spot, those two, and to decipher between them. The red herring fallacy is something that's loosely based on your claim, and you end up trying to defend that. And the straw man fallacy is a complete reworking of your claim. So, they are, as you said, when you're in a debate and tactics are being used, it's hard to spot them.
Yeah, it is. In the heat of the moment, it is, unless you're like hyper familiar with the fallacies. You can get there because you don't. Like I said, there's hundreds of fallacies, but there's the common ones. We're going. Some of these aren't so common. Most of them are. I put a couple in there that are I wouldn't say subtle, but less used. But you should still be familiar with them. What I'm saying.
You need to be familiar, not because you need to necessarily point out the fallacy to overcome and detail the fallacy back to them. You need to be familiar with them for the reasons they're employed. So, for example, and it's a good example, QE's last demonstration of a fallacy being employed was with gas pressure without a container, followed by the straw man of gas pressure gradient. No, sorry, I've done it myself. The red herring fallacy. The whole point of its name is that you chase after the red herring, right? Well, don't ignore that bit of why it's being employed. That's the why it's being used. So when you've got a really good argument, that would be to say, asking your opponent how they can attain the gas pressure we're all breathing without containment is a really exceptionally good argument. There's no two ways about that. Well, when they ask you about how you can have a gas pressure gradient, how do you explain that delta of the question you're being asked in the first place? If you start trying to detail it, which seems reasonable, right? Because it's related at surface level. Yeah? So you think, well, I've got to detail how we've got a cycle of gases and they're created at ground level. Now, you might end up having to do that if challenged. Don't lose track of why you're in that position. You're in that position because it's a distraction from your main and most likely winning argument.
Yeah.
Getting away from it. You'll often in the debates hear me say, right, let's get back on track, which is to say there's been a fallacy used. Now, the use of the fallacy I call chaff and redirect. I've got that from the behavioural panel, which is four guys that do behavioural analysis on people who've been interviewed or are being interrogated or just doing a newscast and they end up being the murderer or whatever, and they analyse the body language. And this is something that you'll do if you've got an awkward question you don't want to answer. In this case, offer up a fallacy, a red herring about gas pressure gradients, because chaff and redirect. You don't want to be explaining how you have gas pressure without a container because they can't answer that. But better to spend 10 minutes arguing about gas pressure gradients. That's the red herring fallacy. So that you don't, most importantly, recognise that you're chasing after a flare, a chaff, from an aircraft.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing. Don't lose track of the main argument.
This happens daily. Flat earthers. That's what they do. When you have good arguments, this is what they're going to do. They do it daily and most. Because I just go into, VCs and just listen. You'll go chasing after them. Every single one that they bring up, you'll have to chase it down. Don't do that. Don't do that. Stick with the topic. Identify the fallacy. Stick with the topic. Bring them right back. Yeah, I've said this hundreds of times. It doesn't work. I'll go in, like I said, I'll go in there this evening, and flat earthers be chasing red herring fallacies down because they feel they have to. All right.
Yeah, it's even more of a shame when they're chasing down a red herring that is attached to a bit of string that's only there because the red herring itself is a claim they're making. In other words, they're in a position where it's justifiable that they defend what's been thrown up as a red herring. Because that drives me mad. Why have you made this claim so that they can just toss it out as a red herring for you to chase after because you've got some attachment to this bloody argument that you've claimed? And really, you've just given up the best argument you had to chase after this claim you're now defending. Anyway, enough of my moans.
No, you're right. And here's another little twist on it that I've noticed through the years. If they know you, if you're familiar with the person that you're talking to, they kind of know your favorite arguments. And if one of your favorite arguments is attached to one of these claims, they'll bring it up. And then you'll chase, I'm telling you, you will chase that red herring down every single time because you're not disciplined.
That happened to me 2 days ago. So Zanuck knows damn well that I love arguing about the geometric tangent point horizon that they can't have because of Black Swan. When we're asking him how he measures an elevation angle, he starts detailing how he's got a tangent point to it. Why? Well, because it's loosely related, and he's hoping that I'll start arguing Black Swan, separating out the argument and diluting the question that once QE had brought us back on track by going, no, what we're detailing here, however he did it, I forget, is an elevation angle, and that was it. He said you can calculate it by any means possible. Right. Total lie. And that lie is the undoing of our best argument to date. Because as soon as you say, I can calculate this by any means, no, you cannot. You must measure it. He says, okay, yes, you're right. Immediately concedes. Yeah, we're going to measure the elevation angle. Bang! Back on track.
Yeah, you were back on track. Exactly. Yep, I stepped in right there real quick. Too funny, man. Yeah, be careful of that one, man. If your opponent is a familiar person. I see that all the time. I just snicker. Sometimes I think the ball type, they're not smart enough to recognize it. They just fall ass backwards into it.
I heard what Zanuck did. What he actually did is he put out his claim, but he did it in a subtle way, so it was hard for people to catch on to unless you had come across the claim he was making, which I had before, which was that they're taking an angle off of the zenith. So they're not talking about the right angle along the surface. They're talking about the opposite angle that will give you a line across the sky, where the right angle is across the sky. And he was ignoring the one on the ground. And that's when he threw in the thing for Nathan, the tangent point, because he had made his claim and it wasn't after being addressed because he hadn't made it clearly. He hadn't clearly defined what he was claiming. And then he gave something for people to run after. He's pretty sneaky.
It's pretty stupid. Because we asked him what an elevation angle is. The next word out of his mouth was a reference point associated with a... did he say vertex or did he say zenith? Nah, zenith. That's what it's a zenith, a reference point from the zenith. There is nothing in elevation angle definitions to discuss zenith or any reference points. I clamped on him there. He's just making stuff up, man. You know the deal.
Yeah.
All right, next one. This is a cool one, man. This is a pretty popular fallacy. This goes along all genres. Essentially, the evolutionist tool of the trade, equivocation fallacy, but baltards are just evolutionists anyway. So they're going to use this one. Be very careful. It's an equivocation fallacy. Don't say false equivocation fallacy. I've heard that a number of times before, and it's a face palm. There is no such thing as a false equivocation fallacy, people.
Hold on, there's another one that just can't be let go.
What?
False equivocation fallacy.
Equivocation. Yeah. So a false equivocation fallacy would be not an equivocation fallacy at all. But I digress. Equivocation, I think they get it confused with a false equivalence fallacy. I think that's because they're pretty close in verbiage. I think that's the problem. But anyway, equivocation fallacy, this is good one. It's just a simple bait and switch. It is the illegitimate switching of the meaning of a term that occurs twice during the reasoning. It is the use of one word taken in two ways. Scientific theories are the result of validated scientific hypotheses. Example, my theory is that white dwarfs are caused by luminescent gerbils. That's not a scientific theory, but he's using the term theory, right? Another example, the force of gravity depends on space-time. Listen, guys, Gravity is the one that jumps out at me because they'll switch up right in the middle of an argument between Newtonian gravity, if they even know the two different types, which most of the time they don't. But the difference between Newtonian and Einsteinian, they're completely two different things. It's so different, like apples and orangutans. However, they'll switch up in midstream, and they'll use one definition in one sense, and then they'll switch to Einstein's space-time stuff. So that's equivocation. You can't do that within a single argument. So be careful with this one. This one can be subtle too. Go ahead.
I like it because it's one way you can use the example of a con man using the bait and switch. So with refraction, they'll detail how light bends through a sugar solution, or here's an example of some butane bending the light through the various gases. And obviously, atmospheric refraction is going to bend the light through the air when you're looking at the geometric horizon, because refraction bends light. Well, in that sentence, you're thinking, well, where's the two different things? You've just talked about refraction, haven't you? No. I talked about terrestrial refraction, that's 7/6 of a radius value, and light deviating from a straight path, that's refraction. But there's two different things being talked about with one word. Coincidentally, they've both got the same word in their name. One's terrestrial refraction and the other's refraction, but they're not the same thing.
I just added it because that is a shining example of what is happening here. You got it. Yep.
Yeah, it's a bait and switch. Basically, open the suitcase and show you the effects of refraction, light bending, if you will. And then cause a little distraction, close that suitcase, put it behind them, and then from behind them, stashed out of view, was a second suitcase, which they open just as you're looking back around. They close that suitcase and hand it to you.
Yep.
The suitcase closed has got terrestrial R-based refraction in it, as opposed to an actual effect that you can see in nature. They've bait and switched you by way of the, let's say, false equivocation fallacy. But
Yeah, you got it, Nathan. That is a shining example, and that is going to get added to this because I think, other than gravity, this is the biggest one. And I think it was the other day where you articulated this so precise. I was like, yeah, baby, you got that right. I hope everyone understands the difference between fishbowl. This is actual refraction. This is based on Snell's law, shining monochromatic light through glass or plastic into a sugar solution is not this. Duh. It's got the same word on the end. That'll Jedi mind trick you, right? Yeah, obviously it's not the same thing through curved gases, which is also a paradox in itself, non sequitur. All right, so be careful of this one. We're really exposing these clowns now. You better look out, baltards, because average Joe flat earthers catching on to this, and they're holding your ass right up in the corner. I've been seeing it. Oh, the ad hominem fallacy. This is really good because baltards.
Coincidence. I think not only is it an equivocation when you detail refraction and you talk about refraction, then terrestrial refraction, then refraction again, and like I talked about with the bait and switch. Yes, that's an equivocation. But if they're overt about it, in other words, it's clear amongst both parties that there's two different things being discussed, you can actually call it false equivalence. If you compare the two,
yes,
and contrast the two like they're the same, that would actually be a false equivalence.
That would be a false equivalence also, yes. Yep. Not a false equivocation, though. You can't
technically. Well, that's where I was actually going with this. That's my joke. You've ruined my joke now. I was going to say, if you combine the two, would that make it a multiplication fallacy?
Yeah. You want to try? I wouldn't try that. Just leave them separate and identify them both. For everyone out there, do not say false equivocation, please. Like I said, this is another fallacy. They have no clue. This is one of the easiest fallacies, but baltards and evolution monkeys don't have any idea what this means. So let's go through this.
Before you start,
Go ahead.
Before you've made any claims or detailed this fallacy, I just want to say sometimes QE's an idiot. Just want to say that for purposes of demonstration after he has made his example. So I'm just insulting you at random.
Yep. That's what you got it. That's what an ad hominem fallacy is. Also known as personal abuse, personal attacks, abusive fallacy, damning the source, name calling, needling, refutation by character. Listen to the description closely. Attacking the person making the argument rather than, everyone see this, rather than the argument itself. That's the important part. When the attack on the person is completely irrelevant to the argument the person is making. So, claim. Scientific theories are the result of validated scientific hypotheses. The rebuttal, the fallacious one, you're a moron. This is an ad hominem fallacy in this context. Now, if somebody systematically refutes your claim by and through which demonstrates that you're a numpty, dipshit, a numpty dipshit, a retard, a berk, a weed knob, sack-sniffing cretin, liar, pretender clown, etc., then assesses your belly-laughing train wreck and announces you as one or more of the previous characters, then by definition, it's not an ad hominem. You get it, crayon munchers? Because he's defeated your argument first. See this? It's in lieu. See, if you personally abuse personal attacks, all this in lieu of an argument, that's an ad hominem. If you provide a rebuttal, especially a coherent one, and then we make the assessment that you're a numpty dipshit, it's not an ad hominem fallacy. Duh. By definition. Any comments, questions on this one?
Yeah, you just don't understand.
You just don't know. What I was doing when I insulted you prior to you making a claim was to distinguish between one of three things. So what you detailed was an ad hominem fallacy, which is absolutely correct. In lieu of a rebuttal, make a claim, the person doesn't attack the claim or refute the claim, they just call you an idiot or give an example of where you've been an idiot as a replacement for an actual refute of the argument you've just made. That's an ad hominem attack. Prior to anybody saying anything, if you just detail where someone's been stupid, you're just insulting them. However, when someone's about to make an argument, if I pull out an example of where QE's made a mistake, there aren't any. But if there were, and I was to pull it out, before he makes his argument, that's a poisoning the well fallacy. So making the person seem more stupid prior to their argument even being delivered isn't ad hominem either. It's poisoning the well.
Yeah. Well, hold on a second, Nathan. The poisoning the well fallacy is a type of ad hominem, so it's right underneath it.
Oh, okay, fair enough. No, I take it back. So I was right when I said QE isn't wrong. You weren't in that example either.
Yep.
Well, I was right all along.
Yeah, it classifies underneath ad hominem. All right, we're going to stop with this one. Hold on. We're going to stop with this one. I'm going to give you a chance to talk about it. I just want you to say that this is a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with this. So we got a whole other show of even more of this, folks. You need to stay tuned to the next Ball Busters because this is outstanding stuff right here. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, sorry for stepping on your toes, QE. No, the only thing I want to say about that particular fallacy is that is the main fallacy. And when I say main, I'm talking to a massive degree. I'm talking 95%. That fallacy has been used against people who are flat earthers through the generations more than anything else, because it's used in the media, it's used in books, it's used by the everyday person. It's ingrained that we're supposed to be stupid before we even say anything. So we are called dummies and morons and everything else before we even get a chance to state our argument. So that is the number one enemy of flat earth, the ad hominem fallacy, because it's to destroy our character before we get a chance to make our claim.
Yep, poisoning the well. Yep, it's already out there. You're right.
There's going to be a part B to this, and I think this is going to be a shorter ball busters. But we have got a few people who haven't made any comment yet, so I don't know if you're good for another quarter of an hour. I didn't get an answer to you when I said maybe an hour and a half today. I don't know.
Go ahead, Nathan. Yeah, you can roll.
I mean, we'll start at the top then. Citation Police. Hello, good to have you.
Hello.
Hello. Do you have any comment? Fallacies, you're typical right up there with these things. You're right on top of fallacies typically.
Another one of the most common fallacies that they do is post hoc ergo propter hoc, which basically means the only variable that the two events share is time, but they say that event A caused event B because it proceeded afterwards, or in the same time, like a correlation. Let's see.
Yeah, hold on. Hold on.
What?
You stole that one. I told you that one last night. You stole it.
No. If I stole it, then how did I know? If I stole it, then how did I know ex post hoc to tell Nathan in the past? Or did I go back in time to repeat a precedent cause as the cause of something that happens in the future, which would be an example of an ex post hoc fallacy?
That's a damn red herring right there.
It's not. That's true. I'm going to taste this.
Yeah, it's a good one. Good.
That's epic. Yeah, absolutely. You detailed it on the show the other day, and I really liked you going through it. I think we had Star Wars as the subject matter at the time, when you've got essentially a continuity error with time, because suddenly I think the example was like some starship that goes into light speed and then destroys an entire fleet. This happens prior to the 1980s and late 70s releases of the Star Wars. So like, well, that would alter the entire timeline of everything. So, you've got to have a post. How'd you say it again? I don't want to butcher the order.
Ex post hoc.
Ex post hoc. Right.
Yeah.
Perfect.
As opposed to ex ante, which is from the future. So one is from the past and the other is from the future.
I was going to say the post hoc ergo propter hoc. But yeah, this is a lot of fun. I love doing this presentation. I really do.
And also, it's fun to speak Latin.
It is.
That also falls into the same formal fallacy. Like a lot of them put it in that way. With affirming the consequent.
It could, yep.
Yeah, it often permutates into an affirming the consequent.
Yep. Yeah, we're gonna deal with that on the next Ball Busters. That'll be part of it. We've got a number of fallacies to go through just yet.
But listen, hey, real quick, I couldn't get any Globers to actually tell me what a formal fallacy was.
Oh, you missed. Yeah, you'll get it. Ask him.
You're closing the name. You're having me on, right?
No. Ask him, Scott Veach.
I'm literally telling you the truth, brother.
Are you guys listening? Is my mic working? I said, ask M. Scott Veach. He'll tell you. You got to have a suit and tie on.
Oh. Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Formal is in there. No. Can I just say it just means it takes a form. Like if P then Q, that's its form.
God damn, Scott Veach. He said
well, to be fair.
Go ahead. It seems that he can't hear me for some reason. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, to be fair, at least one of them did throw out the word modus ponens.
All right.
Hold on.
That's too difficult.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, when talking about fallacies, though, they talked about modus ponens in the context of fallacy.
Maybe they meant the affirming the consequent. It's the numpty derivative of modus ponens?
What they were doing is giving me an example of a formal fallacy rather than telling me what a formal fallacy is, committing a category error, which is also a logic fallacy.
Yeah, they were giving you an example of a formal logical argument, is what you meant to say.
Oh, correct.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah.
Let me get it straight. They're trying to detail form in the logical fallacy, and they gave you a logical consistency argument and its form. Am I correct?
Correct.
No way.
Yeah, they just did it.
I shouldn't be shocked.
Hold on.
I mean, I'm lucky in this regard because some of the education I had was in this regard, in regards to logic and to a certain degree about logical fallacy. But my dad was a programmer, so logic and how things function was sort of taught to me as a young kid when I was asking questions. So I'm quite lucky in that regard, because if you understand how things must work in logical form, then you understand how they break. So for me, so if you're a programmer, you'll know what I mean when I say syntax error. If things don't function correctly, if they don't have logic correct, they break. That's a logical fallacy in essence. The difference, rather than just broken logic, fallacy is formed in a manner that makes it appear like it's actually got some logical consistency. That's the essence of a logical fallacy. I'm sorry to drag this out a bit, QE, but it beggars. I'm stuttering because it beggars belief when someone's detailing how the form in a logical fallacy works. They give you a logical consistency. I just can't quite believe it. There we go. That's where we're at.
I can give you the practical example that they were speaking of. So their claim is that because QE's black swan is erroneous in their view, therefore modus ponens is a formal logical fallacy. Follow their logic now?
It's modus ponens.
It's so convoluted, dude. So I see where he's going.
Yes, very convoluted. So because the logical consistency is bunk according to them, even though they're not overcoming the consistency in the logic, it makes modus ponens, an incorrect identification of the logic used, actually a fallacy. Am I following? Man, this is convoluted.
Yeah, absolutely. So the correct rebuttal is not to call modus tollens or modus ponens a fallacy. It's to rebut the premises. So they're functioning on the form rather than the premises. So it just demonstrates that they have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah,
because the consistency of the logic also takes a form. They're saying it's a fallacy. This is just nuts.
Welcome to the carnival tent. Hey, here we go again. Shout out, super chat. The king of the potato people approves this message. That's one for you, Nathan.
Thank you.
Sorry, he could have put that in there a long time ago. I just popped it up. But there you go.
You got 76. Have you got anything you wanted to add? Oh, we'll go to Fleric.
Make it snappy.
Fleric, any comments on the fallacies we've covered in this show? Near anything from you, Fleric? Mic issues, unless it's just me that's not hearing him. Neil, you've been a bit verbal. Did you want to actually add anything?
Hello. Got me, mic check.
Hello, Neil. Yes, yes, we hear you, Neil.
About the fallacy of a stupid argument. Does that count? Is there any fallacy called a fallacy of a dumb argument?
It just depends. It could be. It's probably, you're saying stupid. It probably doesn't follow. That would make it a non sequitur.
Okay.
Yep.
Good show.
Yep. It'll be better
Did you
next.
follow what you just said, though?
Go ahead.
Did you follow what you just said, Neil? If somebody offers an argument that's nonsensical in terms of any address, so someone asks you about gas pressure without a container, and you say, yeah, but your flat Earth map doesn't work at all, that's non sequitur. Is that close enough to what you're saying when you say silly argument?
No, nothing. Doesn't follow. We'll deal with this Monday.
Okay. Truth Seeker. How you doing?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Good show
Very
as
well,
always.
very well.
Yeah, it's always a good show. Shout out to QE. Shout out to you, Nathan, Brian's Logic, Mitchell from Australia. Just saw his video. I think was it yesterday on the mountain. I forgot the name of the mountain, but it was about the globe curve, the globe shadow. It was a good video. No, I mean just everything seemed to follow with me. When I first got into flat Earth, I didn't really learn much about these logical fallacies, and had I known about many of these logical fallacies, it would have saved me a lot of headache in explaining this or that, or following up with this logical fallacy and that. So yeah, good show as always, and guys, keep up the good work.
Perfect. Brian, I don't know if you've held your thought long enough from when I introduced Citation Police, but you were trying to get a word in earlier, and then we'll work the way through the rest of the Ballbusters. Oh no, I just think.
I was over. Yeah, I was just staying on mute. No, I have nothing to say other than subscribe to Brian's Logic, because there's a lot of good things coming. I'm out of breath. Sorry. Thanks.
Brian's been poking the bear, so that's Brian's Logic YouTube channel. Subscribe today. He's getting a lot of attention because he's causing a lot of pain. There's no two ways about it. He's proving Earth's flat on his channel. If you're not subscribed already, check him out. Brian's Logic. Who else we got? Mitch. Short list today. Ballbusters.
Yeah, fantastic presentation. Anyone who is willing to debate any globers in this conversation of flat versus globe, you need these in your arsenal. You need to know the logical fallacies. They love to pull these out, and when you pull them up on it, they don't have any comeback. It's fantastic. Some other ones with red herring with the black swan, when you're detailing about their geometric horizon, how they need, and they like to steer the conversation away to the oil platforms. Yeah, don't let them do that. That's red herring. Like, it's about your geometric horizon that you don't have. For me, when the red herrings come out, it is a sign of how devastating the argument is. They would do anything not to talk about the killer points that you're talking about. Fantastic show, QE. Thanks.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Nathan, take us home, sir.
Oh, I was going to do a dirty joke. Oh, is that okay? Right. Well, it's about Mitch was talking about them having no comeback, and it just reminded me of Jimmy Carr, who I went to see live. He gets heckled a lot, and someone heckles him from the crowd, and he's like, "Well, if you want my comeback, I have to scrape it off your mum's teeth."
Oh, brother.
With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you tuning in live to Ballbusters, smashing the super chat, joining as a Quanta Racing channel member, hitting the Patreon link, all that good stuff. Obviously, a massive thank you to all of today's Ballbusters for making the shows possible, and massive thank you to today's interactive part of the show from the live participants. Really appreciate you coming on and chatting with us, even though it's been a bit of a smaller live show. And once again, a massive thank you to all of you for tuning in live. I've been Nathan Oakley, and we will see you all in the next Ballbusters.
Well, you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, it's part of the show. Didn't they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars? Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged, caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of gish galloping wars. No remedy can save the lost, in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards, poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight in a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard. I said, welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know. Intoxicated 8 makes you believe you're spinning in space while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate, how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate, forced to try and awake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I've had to liberate and fight through hidden gates. But my brother, heaven could never be late, and rockets don't work in space. It's all fake, the show is on Mars. It's a joke, but you're too far gone, it won't be long. Fepe's beak is strong. We have our song and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond, and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown, and all of us wearing our holy crowns. So the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along, just to go along. I said, welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know. Welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, it's part of the show. Didn't they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars? Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged, caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of gish galloping wars. No remedy can save the lost, in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards, poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight in a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard. I said, welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, Intoxicated 8 makes you believe you're spinning in space while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate, forced to try and awake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I've had to liberate and fight through hidden gates. But my brother, heaven could never be late, and rockets don't work in space. It's all fake. The show is on Mars. It's a joke, but you're too far gone. It won't be long. Fepe's beak is strong. We have our song and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond, and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown, and all of us wearing our holy crowns. So the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along. Just to go along, I said, welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know.
Andrew, you have VC verified and link embedded roles. So you've obviously been in here before. What's your take on where we live? Before we get into a different conversation.
Well, yeah, we can continue this, obviously. The conversation we were having.
Yep.
So, yeah, with what I do in my life, the globe Earth gives me very good predictions for everything. So
okay,
that's what
are they predictions or postdictions?
So they're, in many cases,
what
they
predictions?
Yeah.
Yeah, what predictions are you getting?
So, for instance, if I see like an asteroid fly by, and you give me like
an asteroid, you see an asteroid fly by.
Yeah. So if you see something fly by and you give me like position velocity, I can predict when it's going to come by in like many years' time.
I thought asteroids are like honking huge. That like meteors are like smaller. I'm just pointing that out.
Yeah. What? How are you? So you've got asteroids in the sky. You're predicting asteroids in the sky. What? Why are you looking at?
So maybe I'll be more careful. So yeah. So there's the experimental observation that you see a thing in the sky, right? We don't know what it is.
Experimental observation? Can you explain experimental observation?
So that's just something that anyone can see and observe with tools.
So an observation, not an experimental observation.
I would say observations are experiments. Yeah.
No. Do you know the scientific method for an experiment?
So my philosophical stance on this is that
that's not a philosophical question.
Okay, so what is your definition? We'll work with it.
Oh no, I asked you.
Okay, no, I think what Timbo was trying to get at is the specific question is: do you know the steps to the scientific method? Can you state those steps?
Okay, so scientific method, I think, as people are going to generally use it, is you come up with a hypothesis based on some theory. You make a prediction.
No.
You set up an experiment.
You need an observation.
You make an observation of that thing.
Observation. Yeah, observation is first.
Yeah, that's the first thing. You observe the natural phenomenon.
Yeah.
And then you come up with a hypothesis.
And then you start doing your tests, your experiments.
And then you manipulate the variables.
Mm-hmm.
You manipulate the variables, and then you come up with a testable theory. So a theory is tested over and over again, and then you have a scientific theory.
Okay, so this was actually what I was going to say originally, but so my stance on this is that the only true thing you can ever hold is the observation, right? Every theory you come to explain any of these things is always just a guess, right? And
well, let's go back to what you were talking about, because you were talking about observing things in the sky,
right?
So, and you said experimental observation. So it's just getting at what the word experiment meant.
Yeah.
So you can't really use that word for that thing that you're doing, because you can't manipulate anything to know if your experimental observations are correct.
Yeah, cause and effect is what science is figuring out the causes to effects.
Right. So when I say experimental observation, I'm meaning this. There's this branch of like science philosophy that is just the only true thing you
that's
ever
philosophy.
have is the observation.
There is no science.
It's not science.
There is no science philosophy.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, no, it's a field.
No,
there is no science philosophy.
Sure. Yeah, there is.
No,
so you can say no and I can say yes, but of course, right? You have to define what you want science to be, right?
No.
On pseudoscience.
No. Science is science, and it's been defined. That's why we have
but
a scientific method.
Andrew,
that's why we have a scientific method, because you have to follow the scientific method to do science.
Okay,
if
but
you don't
so
follow
my
the
question to
scientific
you,
method, the definition is pseudoscience.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, but Yeah, go ahead, I suppose.
Okay, so you have a definition of science, the scientific method, right?
No, there is a definition of science from... Why do you think we have definitions?
Yeah, that's...
It's so that people don't get mistaken on what definition is.
So my question is, who defined the scientific method?
The people who created the scientific method.
Okay, so it's a pointless
And the people
definition.
who follow it. Why?
So
what if you're not following a method to get an outcome, then you're not doing anything because everything's flawed.
Right.
Because what you're trying to do is get a cause and effect. Yeah, you're trying to come up with a theory on what is causing the effect, what the cause and effect of the observation that you're making, the natural observation. So if you can't manipulate the variables to test whether it is this thing that is the cause, then you're not doing science. So you're going to go into, okay, we're looking into space and we're looking at, you call it a rock going through space. That's not science.
Okay, so here, let me.
Do you agree?
Let me write one more thing down so I don't miss everything.
Do you agree that that's not science?
Okay, so
do you agree that's not science?
I'm not sure what you're saying now. I'm just going to go back a couple of points, if that's okay.
Okay, go.
Okay, so you were saying is that we want to get a cause and effect. That I agree with. No? Okay, sorry.
Yeah. My words were a bit minced, but I've only just woken up, so yeah.
That's all good. I'm on the same boat. It's a rainy Saturday here, so I can't go for my normal run, so I feel a little sluggish.
Yeah, we got a nice sunny Sunday, so get out. I'll get out and about today.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, mate.
So, right. So you were saying is that we want to determine some kind of cause and effect, right? If you want to rephrase this, I'll rewrite it right now.
No, that's all right. We're looking. So you're looking for a cause of the natural phenomenon, yeah?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Natural. Okay. So, and I agree that natural phenomenon.
This is not my opinion either. If you want to look up, because I can hear you typing things in. If you want to look up the scientific method, if you want to look up the scientific method, then it's not. I didn't make this up.
No, I'm not saying that, right? But okay, so what you said so far, and what I agree with, is that we want to ultimately determine cause and effects of things. And those things we want to determine are natural phenomenon. So when you say natural phenomenon, this is what I, from some science philosophy, would call experimental observation, which is something that anyone... Exactly. It's something anyone with proper description can go and set up and observe, right?
That's observation.
But what's the experiment?
Kind of irrelevant to where we are right now.
You're using the word in your sentence. You're using experiment in your sentence. So you're saying observational experiment. So you're observing something, and then what are you experimenting on?
Right. So an example of an experimental observation might be that metals get red when they're heated. Right.
Okay.
So I can say that to you. You can go get a metal.
Yeah.
You can heat it up.
So how do you relate this to asteroids in the sky?
Right. So what I would say is that, So what I would say is that the experimental observation of that is that somebody, if they're given correct instructions of how to look, they would see a thing in the sky, right? Just a thing.
How do you determine what this thing is?
Mm-hmm. So I'm not even at that point yet, right? What my point was...
we can skip ahead because now we're just going over words that we're going to disagree with. So I want to know, you're doing an observational experiment on an asteroid. I want to know, the observation is you see something in the sky. Now what's the experiment?
Mm-hmm. So then it's saying I can take some data points of that thing moving how it moves, and I can predict when it's going to come back. That's all.
And you're determining how many degrees it's moving in the sky. This is your experiment?
So that's the data I would be collecting. And
and then the cause of this or the effect, what?
Okay. So, right. So, okay, I'm like kind of an experimentalist, you would call this. I don't want to say
what are you determining
at all what the effect is. I actually would even say we can't ever know this.
Exactly. So it's not science. Sorry, go.
Okay, right. So when you say this, though, I would say that this old definition of science doesn't really hold up anymore. I don't think.
Old? Well, who changed it?
Anymore.
So I have some just logical issues with some old
and Andrew, I want to get that logical things. You are saying that you're observing some asteroid on the measuring or calculating some angles or something.
Okay, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
And what you assuming that it's down?
I missed the last word. What I'm assuming.
What you assuming that it's down when you calculating all that stuff?
That it's.
Do you assuming something, or you're sure that that's something? It's that what you assuming?
Sorry. So can somebody clearly? I'm not sure what the question is.
He's asking you when you're looking up into the sky on the very base level here on Earth. Are you assuming something?
Okay, so when I see like a dot on the sky. I'm taking some different numbers from it, and I'm saying when I think it's going to come back.
So and come back where, Andrew? Come back where?
Okay, so it keeps moving. Eventually, we don't see it on the sky anymore, and then I'm saying when we're going to see it again on the sky.
And what that has to do with the surface of the Earth?
Okay, so I think at this point I thought we were just talking more about scientific method and such.
Well, we can go past that because we've determined that what you're doing is not science. So
even if you're doing that, whatever you're doing, what that has to do with the shape of the surface?
Right. So I would say we have this observational experiment.
Yeah.
And
you're doing it again.
For it.
Yeah, you can't put those two words together.
And what that observation telling you, Andrew?
What is the observation?
What is the result of that observation?
So there's the observation, and then the theory of gravity and orbits fits that observation.
What?
Yeah, and what is conclusion of that result?
It provides a bit more strength to the argument of gravity and orbits.
If we have the gravity in orbits, what is the conclusion of that?
That it seems like the theory of gravity and orbits is stronger.
Is it conclusion that all? I will help you. Is it that all conclusion? You're making observation, then you now find out that there is a gravity, and now Earth is a globe. Is that conclusion? Or that has nothing to do with the globe?
So
just straight up reification.
I guess I would say no to this. Yeah, sure.
That means if we make that observation, we can prove that Earth is a globe.
No, it doesn't prove it. No.
And what that observation telling us then?
It's telling us that the method we were using to make that prediction is pretty good.
And what is telling us of the shape of the Earth? That observation.
Nothing. Well, the model we were using to make that prediction was assuming this.
Oh, okay. That means you're using. Did you assume something? I asked in the first place.
Yeah.
You assume in the first place that Earth is
Yeah, you're
globe,
assuming the entire model. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
And where did you get that model?
From previous building block experiments. Yeah.
Experiments?
Similar observational tools. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're using.
Sorry, Sasha. Go ahead, mate.
You're using the globe Earth model.
Mm-hmm.
But where is that model?
What do you mean? Where? Sorry.
When you make observation, you assuming that Earth is a globe, and then you make some data. You know, why you don't look Earth itself and say, okay, this is a globe because there is a globe, and then you make a measurement of or calculation of something happening in the sky. Or we have that immediately. We have the globe, and now we are observing. Or we need to prove first the globe, and then we will observe. Or we should first observe, and then we will make a globe.
So I just look at it as a variety of observational things and just trying to find something that can describe all of these things.
Yeah.
All right, let's start at the start.
Making things up.
That's good. That's good point. If you have the globe on the ground.
Yeah.
Do you have a globe on the ground?
Go back to the start.
Do you have a globe on the ground?
Started.
Do I have a what?
Do you have a globe on the ground?
Do I have a globe on the ground?
He's asking if
the globe according to
experience the globe.
Yeah, so has anyone ever measured the globe to determine that it is a globe? This is the base point, yeah? So you need a globe to do all these things that you're doing. So if we go back to the start and you go, okay, we need to prove a globe. Has anyone ever proved a globe? Who measured it? How did they do it? And then maybe a citation and an experiment.
A demonstration.
We have these things. A demonstration, yeah.
Right. So I don't think anyone's just gone out and measured the entire.
So how do you have a globe then?
Probably the closest thing is maybe like some.
Andrew, do we have dimensions of the Earth?
Do we have the measures of the Earth?
Dimensions.
It's going to be a little weird, right? Because it's bumpy, so you're not going to have an exact thing, but pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, we have pretty good. And how we got that in first place?
We found some numbers that fit models.
Okay, great. Does that numbers fitting with the reality?
Yes.
Did you check that?
Yeah, when I used to work with satellites, it all fit very well. So
satellites. No, I'm speaking of the surface of the Earth. We are speaking that there is a radius, there is dimensions. You said there are numbers fitting. Did you check that in reality?
So, what do you want here? I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, what is the radius of the Earth? What is the radius of the Earth?
I think it's like 6,500 kilometers.
Okay, and what that math is telling you how much you can see on the globe with your height?
Can I pull out a pen and paper, or is this?
You can Google it if you want.
I will help you. 180. If you're 2 meters, something like 5-6 kilometers, not more.
Can someone else say that? Maybe I couldn't write it down.
With 2 meter height, you can see 6 kilometers, not more.
2 meter height can see.
2 meters.
Are you writing an article or something? Are you?
No, I just write down things when I'm talking with people because I find a lot of things get said and it's hard to remember everything. So you said 2 meter height can see 6 kilometers?
Yeah.
Is this? I'm assuming this is at the same elevation.
I'm telling you what is the globe, Matt. That is what you said, 6,000 kilometers. That's telling you.
He's talking about over water. So,
okay. So same elevation over water. Okay, and is this with refraction or anything, or is this?
Don't worry about refraction, mate, because you need R for that. So
wait, don't worry about it. Hold on.
Don't worry about it yet. Okay. All right. Okay. So just listen to Sasha.
Don't worry about it.
We will go refraction later. Don't worry.
Yet. You need to add in yet. If you're writing an article,
I'm not writing an article.
I think you're doing. I didn't say you don't need to worry about refraction. I said don't worry about refraction yet. All right, we're determining the size of the ball that they claim it is and how far you should see to the horizon on your ball. So that's what we're determining at the moment. We'll talk about the other factors later.
Okay.
So this is the globe prediction at its best. It's supposed to predict where the horizon is.
Without refraction.
Andrew question. Andrew question. In globe Earth model, is it horizon geometrical or optical?
Optical.
Oh, you are wrong.
Okay. Expand. Can I
how
say
something
how I'm assuming you're using
how
this,
something physical can be optical?
We only observe things through our eyes, or through pictures, or through rays of light reaching sensors.
Is it,
so it's optical, right?
Okay, that's optical. Yeah. Is it Earth optical?
Is Earth optical? The way we see it and interact with it is optical. Yeah.
Is it optical? Is the physical thing that we're standing on optical or physical?
It's a physical thing, but we can only interact with it through.
Just answer the question simply. Well, there's other ways of looking at it, but anyway.
Of course, that we are observing with our eyes, but we are observing physical thing.
Well, but when you're talking about a horizon, you're talking about something being traced back to a source, right? And we're using light for this, so it's optical.
Well, we're trying to determine how somebody claimed that we live on a globe. So they must have seen the curvature somewhere to declare such a thing.
Andrew, are you telling me that water, what I'm observing and what I'm seeing physically, it's optical?
Am I... Okay. Are you saying, or am I, sorry, I forget who was saying what, but the question was, is water seeing or optic? Sorry, actually, I didn't understand that question at all. Can you say
Okay, so what you're saying, right, so there's a claim that we have a ball that's a certain size. So at some point, we'll go through the measurements, at some point, the Earth, the edge of the sphere should be curving down. So is that point that we're calling the horizon, just before it starts curving down, is that optical or physical?
I would say that's optical, yeah.
Welcome to the flat Earth.
Yeah. Is there any more to say?
So, okay.
So you don't have a physical... You don't have a physical... Don't worry about reading back. You don't have a physical... Let's just have a conversation instead of writing an essay. So you don't have a physical edge to the sphere? Is that what you're saying?
So what my understanding of what was said was the ball has a certain
Don't worry about what was said. I just asked you a question.
So you should see an edge curving down.
Do you have a physical edge to the sphere?
If we call that edge curving down the horizon, is that optical or physical? I would say that is optical. Yeah.
Welcome to the flat Earth.
So where's your physical edge then? Where is your physical edge to the sphere?
There is a physical edge that exists, but we can't interact with physical things. We interact with optical things.
We can't interact with physical things, is what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about? Like like is your coffee cup a physical thing? Yeah, you interact with your coffee cup when you put it to your face to drink out of it. What are you saying?
Sure. This is using different senses, right?
No, it's
when
not.
We're talking about
physical's
things we
physical.
See, that
optical's
is only
optical.
Observation, right?
It's not observation, it's a measurement.
You said.
I ask you, if I see the water in distance, physical
I think
water,
your mic cut out, Jenna, or someone.
Is the horizon apparent or is it geometrical?
No, what he's doing is he's trying to avoid the question.
Optically.
That's what he's doing. So, Andrew, what we want to do is we want to have a conversation and just get some simple answers. But you're answering a question with a question and then repeating back what you've written down.
I gave you an answer.
And it's really distracting. So there's supposed to be they've given us a size, right? So
he said he said it's geometric, but we see it optically, which is a useless caveat. So why don't you just get to the measurements for the geometric horizon that you see optically?
Because, Andrew, we are saying that it's optical.
Okay.
Well, where's its measurements? Crickets.
Sorry?
Where's the measurements?
Yeah, where are the measurements?
I don't know. I thought we were getting to that.
So we just
it seems like we're always just getting to it when Globers are talking to us. Like, when do we actually get to it?
Did you... Let's put like this. Maybe Andrew doesn't know. Do you know, Andrew? Did you see any measurement on the surface of the sea level?
Sorry, I don't understand this question.
Did you see any observation and measurements on the sea level from anyone?
Of
Earth curve.
Well, where's your Earth curve? Where is it? Like, you're saying we live on a ball, but you got no proof that we live on a ball. But you're saying we do observational experiments in the sky. Like, we need to prove this ball. So what we're doing is, we're doing is we're going through the motions on how did you get the measurements of this ball? How did you determine it was a ball that we stand on?
Right. Okay. So my view on this is that we have observational experiments
which you can't use those things.
Right.
Observational experiments are not experiments. It's just called observations.
Okay. So yeah, sorry. I'm reaching into like a field that I realize most people don't care about. So I'll try and avoid using these words.
No, we care about science. You apparently don't care about the words you're using, so
no,
that's just the issue here.
So this is like a field of the philosophy of science that takes the stance that there only exists the observations, right? And everything else we take from that is all just basically...
Yeah, that's not science. No, that's not science. The scientific method...
Okay, actually, yes, thank you. I was hoping we could get back to this. So we were saying before that something to be scientific has to follow the scientific method, right?
Correct.
Okay. Who came up with the scientific method?
Why do we have to go through all this?
Okay, I'll jump the gun. I'm going to say that the way we came up with the scientific method, or whoever defined it, or wherever you're getting it from, is basically arbitrary with the goal of trying to find a cause and effect, but I don't think that works.
You don't think the attempt to find the cause and effect works?
I think that's okay, so that's a goal, right? That's not the thing, but just trying to compare cause and effect is never going to logically be sound to give you...
Yeah, that's not the scientific method. You don't compare cause and effect.
Wait, hang on, let him finish his point.
The scientific method works.
Okay, so sorry, I wrote that down from what someone said earlier. So, okay, does somebody want to define the scientific method and we'll run with that for now?
Wait, hang on, before we do that, what is your point you're trying to make? I'm trying to make sense out of you.
Sure. So, my point is that I think there's a new field in philosophy of science, relatively new, that is just experimentalism, which says there is only the observations that you can make, and that's it. You might use theories to make new observations, and that might work, but at some point that new theory is going to break, and the only thing you're left with are the observations. And in the future,
I don't think.
some theory.
Sorry, when you say observations, what do you mean?
It means almost anything you can imagine. So the example I gave earlier is that a metal turns hot when it gets red.
I mean, it turns red when it gets hot.
Yeah, that's an observation. But you were talking about when your theories change. That changes your observations. No, no, it does not.
No.
Observation is always the same. Your ideas and your theories changing is not changing any observations. You understand
Yes.
that?
Okay, that's key. That's exactly what
the
I was trying to
observation
say.
you gave before was meteorites flying through the sky. That's the observation you gave before.
Exactly.
And then we went through it, and we determined that that's not science. Yeah.
Okay, to be clear, I didn't word it that way. I said
you called it.
You see a light.
You called it observational experiments, and I said you can't do that because they're in the sky. You can't test them.
Andrew, is it possible when you make that observation in the sky that the surface is not a globe?
Yes.
There's not. Yes. Okay. That means that your observation is pointless. It could be also sphere and it could be flat. No.
So you just have the observation. All you have is the observation, and you're trying to find something that fits all of the observations. That's it.
Okay. And
but what you're talking about is just a conflation of categories. There's no point in using the word experiment in any other sense. There's already established a sense in which the word experiment is used. So what you're talking about is just an observation. It's not an observational experiment. It's just an observation.
Sure. So we're using just different language, but I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Okay, so we have the observation. Okay. Now the last thing that we're just talking about with you as it concerns the subject that this VC is dedicated to is the convexity or non-convexity of the surface of the Earth. And they already got you to the point where you acknowledge that the horizon is optical. It's not a concrete edge to a sphere.
Right, yeah. Well, the thing we see, there could be a physical thing, but we can only interact with it optically, right?
But you have to substantiate that. You can't just reaffirm the consequent. Say, well, it is concrete, but we just don't observe it.
No,
if you suppose that it is concrete, you have to substantiate it.
I don't want to attribute anything concrete. I just want to say we have the observations. And
Andrew, question.
Wait, hang on. Wait. And then after me, Sasha. If you don't want to assert that the Earth is a concrete spherical entity, then you forfeited the debate.
If you want to phrase it like that, sure. Yeah. My opinion is I just want things that give me tools to make new observations. That's all. And so far in my career, I've gotten pretty good new observations using globes.
But I think it's time to ask the five basic questions.
That mean Andrew that in that case Earth cannot be flat.
Does that mean no?
And what do
you mean using globes? Because you're not using the Earth because it's not a globe. So you're just ascribing sphericity to the Earth, even though you don't observe the Earth concretely being an object with a convex surface.
Sure. So the way that this branch of science philosophy says it wants to work is you have previous observations, you take a thing that fits those past observations, and you make some prediction, and you try and just go make a new observation. Even if that theory fails, in the future, you have a new observation, which is added to the pool of things that new stuff has to fit to.
What you just described is just ad infinitum making observations and supposing reports of new observations. That's not a theory.
Yeah, it's just an attempt at confirming a bias.
No,
that's not even that. That's not even that. It's just an ad infinitum repetitive process of reporting observations. That's not a theory.
Okay, so in this process, you're making new theories.
Okay, which one is it? You said you make an observation, then you go make new observations, then you go make new observations.
No. There was a step in there. So you have your collection of observations. You come up with something that currently fits those observations, or even most of them. And from that theory, you see where you can look for something new. Then you go and look for that thing. Maybe you find it, maybe you don't. But if you do find it, you have a new observation. And then even in the future, if this theory doesn't work, you have a new observation to the pool that future theories have to fit to also.
Okay, you're just describing experience over time, so as long as you draw breath. What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? Or the convexity or non-convexity of the surface of the Earth?
So, right, so what I was trying to say is, in my experience, my career, I've been able to make new observations using the globe Earth as predictors.
Okay, that's not an observation. You made observations and then you ascribed sphericity to what you're observing, even though you didn't observe sphericity.
I'm not attributing anything to anything. I'm using something as a tool to make new observations.
Using something else other than the Earth that is not a sphere. That is a sphere. Excuse me.
So
yeah, this other thing that is non-Earth that is a sphere,
so
and it's somehow, in some vague sense, relating the sphericity of the non-Earth object to the Earth. This is what sense does that make?
Okay, so maybe I'll just give an example to try and be concrete. So I used to work on satellites, and these were like terrestrial satellites, so they would look down on Earth.
On satellites?
Yes. So on these, they had various, I'll call them cameras, right? And they're pixel cameras. And each camera would point at little boxes on the ground, right? And when this thing looked down, you would find that the pixels on the edges were becoming very distorted. And the pixels in the center looked fine for all of predictions people had. The solution to this was that if you imagine things coming down on a circle, things hitting the edge of that circle become straight.
Hang on.
So if you
I need to see what predictors these people are using and how they're getting to these conclusions.
Sure. So the picture is that the satellite should have been close enough that the pixels were just like a single flat piece of paper coming up. But this
that's irrational.
Do you know how camera lenses work?
Wait. Let him finish everything.
Okay.
So each of these pixels were just collecting its data, and they came up flat like a sheet of paper. But the pixels on the edges were becoming not curved, they were becoming stretched. And the way to fix this distortion was to say, hey, if it's a globe and you undo this curvature, your pixels, there's no distortion in them. Right.
So you're arguing for concavity then, because stretching would imply that it's going the opposite way of your globe.
No, I might not be describing this well. I could, if you want, we can do a whiteboard and I can draw out what I'm trying to explain. It's hard to do geometry verbally, but
yeah, you're also trying to use geometry now optically. And you're looking through gas at an angle on at the ground, and you're not factoring in anything like perspective or anything like that.
So I can
also through a curved lens
into effect, but yeah.
You just told us that you somehow superimpose a sphericity in the visual data somehow with technological wizardry, or you just suppose the hypothetical premise that you began with the word if. That if the Earth was a sphere, nowhere in the explanation did you tell us you observed the Earth to be a sphere.
So what I'm saying is we would just get pictures back and you would see buildings look stretched and distorted.
Yeah, that's to be expected.
Okay, so what I just said, what is the point of you repeating what you just said?
I'll be honest, I don't remember what you said, so sorry.
Well, that's a problem. You just told us that you take pictures and become somewhat distorted, and then you somehow superimpose sphericity in some sense into the visual data, or you just suppose a hypothetical premise that you begin with the word if, that the Earth is a sphere. Nowhere in your explanation did you tell us that you observe the Earth to be a sphere.
So, when we were collecting this data, you basically assume that the Earth is flat over what you want. But if you do that, it doesn't work.
No, that's a straw man again. Like, this is irrational.
I don't know what to tell you. This is physically the data we were getting, okay?
Yeah, the physical data you're getting, you're interpolating through your faulty ideas.
So,
a needle pulling
when you're saying interpreting, I'm saying we're just seeing things.
You created a flat Earth model with parameters that none of us have agreed to or even looked at, and then you say that that model debunks the flat Earth, even though none of us agreed to your straw man model.
Okay, so let me try and think of wording this carefully. So
be sure to start with so.
Start with so?
Or if. Why not start with like, so you think the Earth is a globe? What does that mean? Just tell everyone what you think that means. Like, you want to tell people you've got some insider secret king knowledge about the nature of creation. How? How do you know this? What, where, when, why, and how?
Okay.
Just start with that. Like, you're reporting what you know to a group of people. And you don't know where these people...
Speak to us assuming that we know you're full of shit.
If it's okay if we can finish the last conversation.
Yeah, it's going nowhere because you're not understanding what flat Earth is. And I predict, based on that, you also don't know what globe Earth is. Because you would first have to understand flat Earth to get to your globe. The flat Earth model came thousands of years before anyone even suggested otherwise. So if you are brain farting flat Earth, I don't see how you got to globe Earth unless you grease the skids and you just started your understanding of human knowledge in the 1600s, and then, or just say, oh, a photograph from space is all you need. So let's hear where you're coming from. What do you think and why? That should be the more telling part, because it will be able to troubleshoot you and see what happened and why you're so broken.
Yeah, because it really seems like you feel stuck, you feel cornered, and you're just kind of spitballing and making stuff up on the fly to validate this belief that you have that you yourself don't quite understand.
Okay, hello.
So I'm definitely on my heels. I wasn't expecting to do what is science here. But
okay, well, to answer your question from earlier, sorry to cut you off, but to answer your question from earlier, all of you guys with who came up with the scientific method, it was Sir Francis Bacon. The unfortunate thing is the whole entire Western world gives the credit to Galileo. Okay, so that answers that question. Now,
we're circling back to an early, okay.
Yeah, okay.
So you just said, what is science, right? Crit asked you, what is the globe? Is that your answer? It's science?
No, sorry. Okay, so maybe we'll finish this dialogue then from like way earlier. So,
maybe we'll just skip past what just was said.
Circling back isn't going to help you. Start right now, okay?
Yeah.
So,
continue from where you were before I interrupted.
I can't finish any points, right?
We have to finish something.
From where you were.
Guys, okay, someone on here was like, we're not trying to argue, we're trying to have a dialogue, trying to have a discussion. We can't have a discussion if we can't finish things.
Right, so I finished it by answering the question from earlier. So now we're past that. We're back here.
Clearly,
before I interrupted,
question, right?
So but just go right back to here before I interrupted. Okay, that's where we're at. I just wanted to interject that real quick. We're done with that. We're beyond that. we're here. So if you could please answer.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to, because I was asking that question for a reason, obviously, right? I wasn't just asking who defined the scientific method for no reason, right?
No, we're not going back there. Sorry, we're not going back there because we determined that what you're not
beyond that. I answered that question. It's fine. Continue.
Okay, so I'll open this to the floor then. So Sir Francis Bacon, apparently, defined the scientific method. Why do we care about his definition?
I'll answer that.
At best, I mean, to finally complete this, at best it's intelligible, it's justifiable, it's practical, it's informative.
Exactly, yeah.
So,
okay, which definition do you want to use?
He gave earlier was that you vary one thing with respect to another, and you find a cause and effect, right?
The problem is if you're not using the same method, you could use the same data points, but get to a different conclusion.
Yes,
the reason why you follow the method, because otherwise, that could be your error. Like you did X, Y, and Z setup, I did ABC setup, I determined something different because of your experimental model.
This dude slaps, he gets it. Yeah.
Okay, so
he's teaching you you're wrong, by the way.
Okay, so here's the point, right?
No, listen. Listen to what Crit's telling you.
In 100 different ways, right?
No.
Crit wasn't talking.
No, you don't define the scientific method in 100 different ways. There's a very specific scientific method, and then you have all sorts of other methods which are not scientific. They're pseudoscientific by definition.
That's why I don't use the term scientific. The term is vague.
Right.
That's why I use the term causation inquiry method.
Can Crit finish what he was going to say? Crit?
No, I mean, you guys are all over it. Yeah, the problem is if you start doing something that is like scientific aligned, it could be pseudoscience. It still is useful. It just means you have to explain what you did different and why. Why did you deviate from the normal method? It could be lots of different reasons. It could be access to the full world. It could be, your ability to manipulate variables. Lots of reasons, lots of things can happen to make you deviate. Just explain why. If it makes sense and it doesn't seem like you're trying to bullshit, then people can follow you. People use pseudoscience every day. Sometimes even because of superstition. I mean, you might say that seems weird to you, but people are superstitious. They're very spiritual, supernatural entities that exist in the world. They really can't explain it, but hey, I flipped that penny over. Now I had good luck. Cause and effect, but it was pseudoscience. It wasn't real. It wasn't an actual experimentation. You just have to explain to me why you think you flipped that penny over, and I'll try it and tell you what I get.
Let him answer.
I don't know what the question was there, so it's hard to answer, but...
Okay, look. We have the so-called scientific method, which I more accurately refer to as the causation inquiry method. So you saying no, not that method, then what method are you using and why?
Okay. Sure. What method and why? Okay. So, as Critspiracy pointed out very well, there are different ways you could have defined a scientific method, and they would have given you different conclusions.
That's not what he said.
No, that's an accurate summary. That's correct. It depends which method you use, and you're going to get to different conclusions from different methods.
Yeah, it's close enough.
Yeah, but he didn't say it was different scientific methods. He just slipped that in there.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we have to be charitable in interpreting one another, so obviously it is. So go ahead.
Okay. So, different ways you want to set things up, you get different conclusions. Specifically, I think where science goes wrong is it will never be logically sound to say, okay, I observed this in this condition, and I observed this in this condition, and this in this condition. Therefore, this is true in all conditions. That's never logically sound, right?
No, those would be laws. That's not adjudicated through the scientific method.
So that's
wait, you work on satellites. I don't understand how you make this error. Like, in my mind, I'm presuming that someone who's working on satellites has mastered understanding this method. You don't understand that the causation inquiry method, quote unquote scientific method, is informative on trying to ascertain what is the cause of this effect, which includes controlled variables, independent, dependent, and controlled variables. So, of course, it's never the conclusion, unless someone is just making this asinine conclusion, that this event happens in all situations, in all various kinds of situations. No?
Right. So you said a
that's
word
not the method in principle.
Like the right step that people went in. So you're correct. So people said, okay, maybe we can't say this always implies this, right? As you were saying, we switched to saying essentially it's informative to the cause, or the wording people said is if this and this and this and this and all this, then this maybe generally implies this, right? This is the conclusion people came to.
In principle, at best, concerning the method, people are saying this caused that effect in this situation.
Right.
And so this behaves this way in this situation at all times, or most of the time.
Right. Most of the times is how it becomes.
Okay, so
then here's the issue.
At all times, provided the conditions are the same. The experiment has the control variables, you have all the variables, so if the conditions are the same, you're going to have the same result.
But do you really have all the control variables? Are you certain of that?
Well, this is just hyper-skepticism of how comprehensive the interpretation is.
Okay, so I'll finish this point then maybe we can move on. So the softer thing people came up with was that, if this, then that, if this, then that, then if this, usually that. That's the soft claim. But why then are we okay with using the soft claim? What people would say is, well, we've used this soft claim in other experiments and it's given us good results, right? And we've used it in this other experiment and it's given us good results. And in another one, and it's given us good results. And you do this a bunch, right? What does this look like? Well, now I have one experiment, and I got the result. And I did another experiment, and I got the result. And I used another experiment, and I got the result. This is exactly the same claim we're trying to use, because now we're trying to say the soft claim usually works. We have a circular argument where we're using the same argument within itself. So this is not logically sound.
Wait, no. What are you doing? You do the experiment, you make the interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. At best, it is a logically sound interpretation of the data, which is defensible. It's tenable under scrutiny of questions and arguments.
Can't be.
It is perfectly logically sound. What you used with your soft claim is illogical and irrational.
Hang on. But let's not trample on one another's words. I'm saying this deliberately. You do the experiment. You interpret the concluding results. At best, your interpretation is sound. It's true and valid and justifiable under scrutiny of questions and arguments. Now, we're not omniscient, so we're going to continue to do this method to gain more knowledge, so as long as we draw breath, at most. There's no fallacy in that.
Okay. So you do the experiment, you interpret the results, and at best, it's true and valid, right? Is what you said.
The interpretation, yes.
Right. So you can do the experiment 100 times and get the same result, right?
Say again, I'm sorry?
So you can do the experiment 100 times and get the same 100 results, right?
Sure.
Are you guaranteed on the 101st time you get the same result?
Okay, so what you're talking about is the classic problem of induction. That's all you're talking about. Okay,
yes.
So now I understand.
This was the classic issue with old science, yeah.
Okay, so what is your critique?
I think that the old view of science, that we're just changing one variable for another, doesn't work. That's it.
Doesn't work in what sense?
I don't think you're going to ever get solid results in a solid interpretation of real life.
What do you mean by solid?
It's not an accurate depiction of the real life.
Yeah, you're missing.
Why do you say it's not accurate?
It's a starting point for debate and discussion. It's not the end point. Once you've got an experimental model, once you've got results, then you have got a shared reality, a shared baseline that you then begin deliberation on. If you're just out there willy-nilly doing what the hell you want to do and come back with a just so story, what's there to debate? You just got an opinion. What is your backing for what you're claiming?
You said it's not accurate. I hope you're referring to the interpretation. I hope you're not referring to the method, the interpretation of the concluding data, the resulting data.
Right. Yeah, the interpretation will not be valid. Yeah.
Well, are you saying will not be valid as in the sense of it cannot be valid?
It won't logically be a valid conclusion.
Well, that's... It's funny you say will not be valid, because to talk about the future presupposes the uniformity of nature. So, but you don't think you can have any knowledge about the future in general, that the future would generally be like the past. So that's the irony of your position right now.
So it could be the true nature of reality, but that logical steps that you were doing are not logical. They're invalid.
But where's the fallacy? We just went through this, so where's the fallacy?
We talked about it.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that, Andrew. Maybe even you'll believe it.
Andrew, you are like 1 hour here. Now, my question will be, where are these...
Oh my god, fuck. Shit.
What, me, Gregory?
Is that actually Sasha who is speaking third language I cannot understand? You mean that?
No, sorry, I meant an hour.
Well, I'm saying, what do you think were these flat earth and making wrong things about?
Hang on, wait. I mean, that's a valid question, but let's not dart to another question. So, I'm trying to make sense out of you. Okay, so you're trying to critique. You keep hopping back and forth between the two. Either you're critiquing the method as being fallacious, or you're critiquing the interpretation of the resulting data.
If I could jump in very quickly, Gregory, which it sounds to me like what Andrew's trying to do is to he's trying to validate or intellectualize the argument that the scientific method is not fit for figuring out truth about this world, because he's been here long enough to realize that adhering to the scientific method and science generally doesn't support the globe view. So ironically, as flat earthers are labeled science deniers, the globe argument is now reduced to trying to intellectually validate abandoning the scientific method.
Yeah, destroying the game after you make the game, and now you're being beat by your own game.
The globies are now science deniers. So, Andrew, you don't like the scientific method. Okay, well, we do, because there's nothing better. And it's besides the point. You've talked about observation multiple times. The only observation you have is a flat and motionless Earth. So anything assumed contrary to that is fallacious from the beginning. So if you ever actually get to making an argument for the globe, you will all instantly be in fallacious territory, because you've left observation and reality. But I think the whole scientific method thing has been done to death. We should probably move on to another point. The globies are science deniers. We get it.
Okay, so yeah, in the field of philosophy of science, people...
Dude, we're done with that. Can you hear everything that was just said?
And so
we went back around the philosophy of science.
Well, I mean, if y'all don't want to talk to him about that, I can.
Okay.
Yeah, let Gregory talk to him, and then Gregory pivot over from that once you've done.
Yeah. Andrew, somebody unmute him, please, if someone will. So, Andrew, the philosophy of science, in other words, you're mentioning the issue of the validity of inductive reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how do I say this? This is concerning, right? How do I phrase this? You're talking about the problem of induction. So what is your solution to the problem of induction?
Okay, so I'm a little torn on a couple stances. I think the best view is to go purely to experimentalism, which is just there are things that you can observe, and any statement beyond that is bound to be false, but you can use those probably false ideas to help find new observations that you can make.
That presupposes that induction is valid.
No.
It does. You're talking about doing observations to give you more information about the general operations of the universe. That presupposes that the future will generally be like the past.
No, they're just observations of things that have happened.
Okay, so how does that inform you that induction is valid?
It doesn't. You don't use induction.
So then you don't have a solution to the problem of induction.
You just have a list of observations. That's it.
So then you don't have a solution to the problem of induction, correct?
We're not using induction here.
That isn't. What? I just began this dialogue, this second half of the dialogue, asking you what is your solution to the problem of induction?
Yeah.
And then you talked about observation and experiment, which presupposes the uniformity of nature and that inductive reasoning is valid.
So,
and then you said no.
Okay, so these are different. I'm making an assumption here that I think everyone will make, which is that the universe is uniform. There is some underlying thing that is defining how everything works.
Okay, so how do you know the future would generally be like the past so as to justify inductive reasoning?
Where am I using inductive reasoning? I think I'm missing this.
I don't understand how you're missing this. You're talking. You mentioned the philosophy of science.
Yeah.
And your skepticism about inductive reasoning being valid.
Yeah.
Are you not familiar with the subject?
I would say I'm an amateur in it, but if you want to say what I'm missing here, that would be awesome.
I mean, relatively, I'm an amateur, but you say that inductive reasoning is not valid. You're skeptical about its validity.
Yeah.
Do you believe the future will generally be like the past?
I think as a basis of rationality, as like my own ethics almost, in a way that I can't rationalize, yeah, I am assuming that there's a general underlying... Sorry, actually, okay, I guess I would say no to that statement. I don't think the universe is always going to be like the past, but I think there is an underlying structure that it's following.
I mean, you kind of gave me yes and no. It can't be both.
Yeah, sorry. I was answering the question I thought you asked, and then I started answering the question that you did. Sorry.
So, no?
So, I don't think that at any given point, the laws necessarily are always going to be the same, or the structure, whatever you want to call it. You don't have to say laws.
So yeah, because if they're not the same, then they're not law-like. So
well, they could be, because they could be a law that changes with time, per se.
Well, I mean, you talk about could be, that you're supposing that it's logically possible either that it could or it couldn't. But I'm asking you, what do you believe?
This is what do I believe about?
I'll try again. Do you believe the future will generally be like the past?
No.
Okay, so you must live in a whole lot of hopelessness and fear and torment.
Yeah.
Because if the future is not generally like the past, then copulation could feel like torture. Or the cold cup of ice could really be a hot cup of lava at any given moment.
Yeah, yeah.
The Earth could just disappear and stop existing at any given moment. As far as you know.
Yeah.
Sorry, could I just, Andrew, where the hell is this taking us? How are we getting to a globe for this inane rambling?
Well, let me see. Because if you don't believe the future will generally be like the past, then you've undermined all empirical knowledge. And if you undermine all empirical knowledge, it also undermines our observations of the Earth being a stationary flat level plane.
So
right, so it's a degeneration into the knowing.
I hope that the universe will follow the same set of laws, but logically, I don't think it has to. Yeah.
So how does any of this get you to a globe, Andrew?
So what I was saying earlier is that my view of experimentalism is that you have observations, you make probably wrong theories at times to make new observations. And in my jobs, in my careers, using a globe Earth has...
You don't have observations of a globe, though. You don't have any observations of a globe. You only have observations of a flat Earth. How does this get us to a globe?
And then the even more fundamental issue is that this method, you in your mind, you don't believe the future will generally be like the past.
I don't think it has.
This approach logically presupposes
There's no point
that it will.
To him about the method. He's not. He can't get past observation. He's saying observation. He doesn't have any observation for the globe. You only have an observation of a flat Earth. If you're talking about the globe, observation can't be in your vocabulary.
Yeah, inside his worldview,
he gets to the globe.
Yeah, and also inside his worldview, he debunked observation as a possible method because he said he observes a flat Earth, then tested this observation and debunked it. So even his idea of observation is out the window.
You see, it's a death spiral of intellectual nothingness.
Did you say that you used observation to build a flat Earth model, and then you tested that model, and you came up with it not matching what the world was observed to be? So you used observations, repeated your observations, and came up with your observations don't match your observations.
Okay, so...
Yikes, dude.
Okay, maybe I'll restate that, and we'll see. So, I used to work on some satellites, and they were the satellites that looked down on Earth. And we thought that this satellite was had a narrow enough field of view that when we shot the camera at the surface, everything that came up should basically be looking at a flat plane. When it came back and we looked at the data, the pixels near the edge would become very smeared. Like you would see buildings would become skewed, which they
Okay, yeah, I heard this as well, Andrew, but again, this doesn't tell you anything about the nature of the surface of the Earth. I mean, we're talking about something that can be verified or validated by the public. A story about you working on a satellite, getting flat data back, but it didn't work unless you turned that flat data into a curve, therefore ball, is just fallacious bullshit nonsense. We need actual, credible, discussable evidence. I mean, this story is literally just a story.
It's a story.
If that were true, you would have endless measurements and observations in reality of a globe Earth, a horizon that conforms to the geometry of the globe Earth. All of that would be the case if your story were remotely true. So instead of getting a vague anecdotal story about satellites, could you give us some real credible reason why anyone here should believe that the Earth is a spinning ball?
So now you've kind of painted me into...
Before you continue, Andrew, in principle, before you say that...
My observation that I have experienced, and that will never be anything more than a story to you, right? As anything you do will never be more than a story to me.
No, your observation, Andrew, is a flat Earth. That's your observation. You talking about you sent a satellite up and have data on a flat Earth, which you then wrap around a ball for no reason, is not your base observation. Your base observation is a flat, motionless Earth.
No.
Is it not?
That's not what I was trying to describe, no.
No, I know it's not what you're trying to describe, but I'm getting to reality here because you're determined not to speak about reality, but that's what we talk about here. So, in reality, when you're living your life, you only experience a flat, motionless Earth, correct?
So I would say in my job is living my life. And
yeah, so when you go to the beach, you see a flat horizon, yeah?
I see a horizon.
Just answer the question.
Is it a curved horizon?
I can't tell.
What do you mean? Okay, you can't tell if it's curved, meaning you observe it to be flat.
I see.
But you think maybe there's a very slight curve that you can't perceive. So you observe it to be flat.
How are you perceiving horizon?
A horizontal?
I don't know what to tell you. It's a horizon.
Is the horizon horizontal?
I mean, let's just go with that. Hang on. Let's just go with that. He can't tell. So you don't know whether or not the Earth is convex in its surface or not.
He can't tell what the horizon is, but he works on machines that go into space, and he can tell the Earth is a globe because of those data interpolations of wrapping flat maps around a ball. He can tell that's a globe, but he doesn't know what a horizon is. Andrew, stop bullshitting us. We're not idiots.
Andrew,
when you see the horizon, Sasha, chill. I'm sorry, I'm asking a question. The horizon, listen, if you can't comprehend or agree what the horizon is, how can we possibly hope to have any kind of honest conversation with you? Because this point is not in dispute, even on the globe side. It's a flat horizon. It's horizontal. Are you saying that's not the case?
I see a horizon.
And what is the horizon?
What is a horizon?
Line or a horizontal line?
It's a vanishing point.
And
Andrew, is horizon not horizontal? That's why it's called horizon, right?
See, I'm having a trouble with this point because, as a matter of perspective, it isn't horizontal, right?
Andrew, a vanishing point is not a line.
It's a set of vanishing points. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, but you're not looking at mathematical constructs, are you?
I just have one question. So the horizon is not the edge of a ball, right?
The horizon is not the edge of a ball.
I'm asking you. It's a question. Is the horizon the edge of a ball?
Is the horizon the edge of a ball?
Are you confused about my words? Am I speaking? Is this wacky?
Sorry.
Am I speaking the wrong language?
It's all good. No, you're speaking fine, mate.
I think he's using Chat GPT.
Yeah. So, can you answer the question? You said the horizon's the vanishing point, but we've been told it's the edge of a ball that ships go under, and that the sun sets behind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, is it a vanishing point or the edge of a ball? Because if it's a vanishing point, then the Earth is flat.
I see. I'm using a vanishing point, I think, different than... I guess they're kind of the same.
Like the vanishing point is in art.
It's really not that difficult to interpret these phrases.
Yeah, so in art, you have the law of perspective, right? And there's a vanishing point. But in the globe Earth model, the Earth curves way before that vanishing point.
So, what I was trying to just say is that there is some clearly observable thing, a phenomenon of a horizon. That alone doesn't convince me one way or the other.
Okay, proof doesn't equal persuasion. The horizon is called the horizon because it is horizontal, is it not?
I don't know.
Yeah, and that wasn't the point of the question, Andrew. The point of the question was to determine if you are even capable of having an honest conversation about reality. Because if you struggle this hard just to agree upon what everyone already experiences and the globe side doesn't even debate, if you can't even acknowledge that, then you're far too emotionally invested in the globe to actually have an honest argument, discussion, to make any kind of progress at all. If you can't simply agree, well, yeah, we see it as flat and motionless, but I don't believe it is because blah, 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 how can we have the conversation? You can't even agree to what everyone experiences.
In addition with that, you are skeptical about inductive reasoning and the uniformity of nature, which undermines the law-like behavior of your mind to make intelligible any empirical data, and for your concepts in your mind to correlate to the empirical data. So you can't know anything at all.
Sorry, I think I lost you at the end there. So
if you don't believe nature is uniform, and which includes that the inductive method is invalid, then you can't gain any empirical knowledge, and the concepts, the abstract entities, the concepts in your mind which you correlate to the empirical data are also not going to be maintained. So you can't make sense of any empirical data at any point.
Right. So when I was saying nature is not uniform, what I was trying to be careful about saying is I think that there is something underlying nature that is fixed, but that fixed thing can change continuously with time. It might be time dependent.
That's analytically self-contradictory. Either it's fixed and does not change, it's immutable, and it forevermore consistent, or it's not.
So, no. So when I'm saying it's constant, I mean it is predetermined in how it's going to change with time.
Okay, again, that's analytically false. It's self-contradictory. Either the entity is immutable, it is A, and will forevermore be A, or not, and will become non-A in some sense somehow.
No, this is different, because if something changes continuously with time, you could come up with predictions for how it's going to change with time. Whereas what you're describing is something where there might be like a discontinuity in how it changes with time, which is then something that you couldn't predict.
Well, then what is constantly making it change from non-A to non-this to non-that?
Why are any of the laws what they are? It's entirely something.
Exactly. So you can't maintain your position with this. Follow the premises to the logical conclusion.
No, I'm sorry.
If you say A is maintaining the uniformity of nature, if you say A is maintaining the uniformity of nature, but then say A is mutable and can change later on, and it does this predetermined in a very strict pattern, then what is regulating that pattern?
Okay.
So either you are going to go on this line of reasoning forevermore, or, which is an argument you cannot justify because the argument cannot ever end, or it stops somewhere, where something is immutable and maintains the uniformity of nature forevermore.
Okay, I think we agree then, because I'm saying something is uniform if it is changing constantly in nature in a fixed
What is maintaining the regularity of that change?
Okay.
Whatever is maintaining the regularity is itself not changing.
If I said nothing...
To be fair, he's just going to go on this for hours and hours if we let him. This is nonsense again. We get back to the horizon.
This is very cerebral and abstract. Most people don't ever think on this level.
Andrew, when they say boats go over the horizon, what do you think that means?
So that's a statement. It's not a fact. So
you don't believe that boats go over a physical horizon?
If I'm trying to work on facts, I wouldn't use somebody's statement of that.
So do you believe that boats physically
moves away and it disappears?
Do you believe that a boat physically descends over a physical horizon?
No, I don't believe a statement like that. No.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
There you go.
Either way, either you go the high cerebral route with me, or you go with the more basic level with him, and either way, you've undermined your position.
So
Andrew, why do you think loads of the media and stuff and the education system and all that constantly repeats this trope that you can tell Earth's a ball because the boat is going over the horizon? Why are they telling people that?
Because there's a collection of observations that are pretty easily justified by one.
But nature is not uniform.
We're talking about boats going over the horizon. You just said you don't believe that's true. So why are they teaching kids and parents everywhere, on TV, at school, that they can know they live on a spinning, tilting, wobbling ball of water in a vacuum because the boat goes over the horizon? So why are they doing that?
Okay, so what I was trying to say was the observation that is actually made is that a boat going for a while disappears, right?
No, they say, Andrew, the proof of the globe, you can tell the water is bending even though it looks flat, is that the boats are disappearing bottom up because they're disappearing down a physical globe horizon. Don't pretend you don't know that. That's what they say. Why are they saying it if you know it's not true?
Okay. I don't
just answer. Don't give me a. Oh, if
in
I
its
say
own
just answer.
Is evidence.
What?
I don't believe that in itself is evidence.
Yeah, I'm asking why.
But he asked you, why are they teaching that?
Because given enough evidence, you're going to tend towards a conclusion.
No, but why are they saying?
No, why are they teaching that premise?
If it's not true, Andrew.
Because school would be really boring if people just listed a bunch of facts to you.
Okay, so then they're not trying to educate the children about truth. So they're not trying to educate the children to know the truth. They're trying to just entertain the children.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they have to lie to children. Otherwise, it's boring.
Anything from a list of observations in class.
So, Andrew, you agree that the so-called education system, the so-called public school system, is really just a state indoctrination system that is not trying to tell children the truth. Do you agree with that?
Not agree with that, no.
But you just told us they're not trying to tell the truth about the ships over the horizon. They're just saying that premise because it's fun, because it's entertaining.
I think we're giving them the best working model we have.
But you just said that's not necessarily evidence.
Andrew, you just said it's not true. How's that the best working model if they're just lying to them?
Falsehood is the best that you got?
I don't think that the conclusion is true given one piece.
No, you said it's not true in physical.
No, you said that
reality.
premise itself is false.
Okay, then I'm sorry, and I spoke poorly.
Okay, so now you do believe that boats are going over a physical horizon.
I believe that there is an observation that things disappear if they travel away from a while.
Okay, let's go with that. Are they going over the convex surface of the Earth?
What they're teaching people is that the boat is going over a curve of water and disappearing bottom up so you can know you live on a ball. You said you don't believe that. Are you now saying you do believe that?
Okay. So what I'm trying to be careful about saying is that there is an observation, and then separate from all of the observations are models you build to try and describe things.
Okay, enough repeating this. We don't need you to repeat this vague premise over and over again. This is not informative. We're trying to move forward. Is the disappearance of the ship sailing away from us on the water indicative that it is being obstructed behind the convexity of the Earth's surface?
I'm blanking on indicative, but if it means implies, then no, it doesn't imply.
Wait, Andrew, I'm starting to doubt that you work on satellites. You don't understand what the word indicative means, but you have skepticism about the problem of induction?
Yeah, sorry, I forget words sometimes.
Andrew, why are you being so dishonest?
Well, words are so important, though. Like words are very, very important.
Serving as a sign of something. Man. I think that.
I think they have you working on satellites since you're forgetting your words.
Andrew, if you wouldn't concentrate on your famed monotone doldrums, then maybe your brain and ears could function a little better.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Andrew, I think you're bullshitting about satellites because, like, your concept, your understanding of this is just out of whack, man. Like, that's my opinion from, this side of the fence, if you will.
I wouldn't let you look at my broken remote control, to be honest.
Fucking A, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't let him change the batteries.
Don't touch my remote,
Andrew,
man.
what we have so far is what we have so far is a weak inductive appeal to distortion on the edge of pictures from satellites, which somehow indicates it's a globe and indicates that this cannot happen on a flat stationary Earth. And we also have appeals to ships going over the curve, but not. Either it happens or it doesn't. It does happen, it doesn't happen. And we also have skepticism about the validity of inductive reasoning and the uniformity of nature, which undermines all knowledge. But somehow we can make observations and experiments, and then that will somehow inform us about the world.
So when we say it either does happen or it doesn't happen, that is true. There is something that is happening that from one observation alone we can't make. So
let's try this one more time.
Going over the horizon, or it might not. We don't have access to that. The only observation we have access to is that something disappears. We have a lot of observations like this, and almost every observation.
But it doesn't matter.
Let's try this one more time.
The claim from the globe is that the boats go over
to come up with a
disappear bottom up.
A tool that is useful for you.
Jesus Christ.
Andrew, you're exposing yourself now. Andrew, we can't see 10 miles. We can't see past 10 miles. We can't know that. We have traveled all over the face of the earth it was far more than 10 miles. Okay. We can know whether or not something traveling 10 miles away from wherever we're observing the ship from is going over a curve or not, especially if the entire earth we live on is a sphere. Okay, so there's no justification to say that we can't know that. So, since we can know that, then we go out and try to know this. When you go and do the observations and make the measurements, we don't observe or measure any convexity of the Earth, especially over the oceans.
Okay, so I agree with some of what you're saying here, which is you're taking an observation you do have, you're trying to make predictions about it, and from those predictions, you're not seeing what you're expecting, especially over water. That's interesting. Do you think maybe something over water is changing dramatically the nature of things around it?
All right, that's it. I'm tired of tap dancing around this stuff.
That's an optical illusion. So no, it's not changing the noumenon of the physical entities themselves.
Right.
What you're talking about is an optical illusion. Perfect. So minus optical illusions.
How are you?
What is the noumenon situation?
Changing what though? What would it be changing?
How you're
whether or not we can see the ship.
Yeah, but what's actually there that's being changed?
That's what I just addressed. It's not changing the noumenon physical entities themselves. It's just an optical illusion.
Is there a physical ball edge there that's appearing somehow different due to what you just described?
That's for me.
If so, how do you know that?
We don't. From that observation alone, we don't.
So we're back to them lying about boats going over the horizon. Why are people lying about that?
People aren't lying. They're trying to give people the best tool that explains various things.
But how come
lying? The best tool that we have is falsehood.
How come you know it's not true, and what, you assume they don't know it? Obviously they know it if you know it, so it is lying, because they're knowingly saying something and teaching something that is false.
I'm saying
they're lying because they're lying because they're manipulating children and teaching them and affirming the consequent logical fallacy and telling them that is the truth and proves the globe. So they're harming the children. And
Andrew, why don't they tell them in gym class to throw the ball up to the bottom of the hoop?
Okay, is anyone here? Maybe we can do an example. Is anyone here like a carpenter or something?
Yes, hi, over here, right here.
I work construction.
Okay.
Hi. So I've built a lot of stuff. I'm very familiar with squaring and leveling tools and plumb bobs.
I'm a licensed builder.
I love working flat
every day, mate.
Okay, so I worked one summer once building some decks, right? And my boss told me that when we're putting boards together, I think you would put them like directly flush next to each other because they're going to dry up and there's going to be some gaps, right?
Yeah, it's called expansion, yeah.
Okay. Is that true? I actually don't know this, so maybe this is a bad example. Is that true for
expansion
every type
and
of wood?
contraction?
Do different types of wood
actually, yeah.
Everything. Can I just get this? Expansion and contractions happens with all materials. So yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And when you're building a deck, I'm sorry, I was just gonna say when you're building a deck, you need at least a half-inch to inch gap between your boards for that shrinking and expanding.
Right. Okay. And I think Jenna, you were saying it matters the type of board, right? Like
no, I never said that.
Okay, sorry. So maybe
I did
that example. Okay,
I said that.
The amount it's going to contract depends on the type of board, right? So
yeah, you've got heat, moisture.
When he told me to space them this exact amount apart.
What do you mean? Was he lying to you? He's just telling you that they expand and contract, so you need to give them a little bit of room to expand and contract.
Right. Yeah, the product he was using had to be installed a specific way.
Yeah, and he told me the exact amount to spread them apart so that they'll contract the right distance.
This is not at all analogous to our point about the education system. Cut to the chase.
What are you trying to get at?
This is not at all analogous to the education system.
What I'm trying to get at is that my boss gave me a pretty good rule of thumb and explanation for why we did something one way.
Andrew, if what you say about the horizon and ships is true, it is not a pretty good rule of thumb.
What does wood soaking up moisture have to do with the Earth?
Hang on.
This is so desperate.
Where he gets that from is from the manufacturer, and the manufacturer have done tests on the material to see how much it expands and contracts. He didn't make that number up. The manufacturer gave him that number through testing and experimentation.
Yeah.
That is not at all analogous to the state indoctrination system.
No,
Stop.
My teacher
Cut to the chase. Stop.
Or was he?
This is not at all analogous to the state indoctrination system, where the state indoctrination system tells children, as a supposed pretty good rule of thumb, that ships disappearing beyond the horizon at a certain distance, depending on your observation height, is indicative that we live on a ball. But you say that's not true. That's a falsehood. You say that is not a pretty good rule of thumb. Stop it.
Yeah, so now we've established, right, that the education system is just propagating falsehoods about the horizon. So you agree it's not the sign of a globe Earth when the ship disappears in the distance. So what other proof or observation do they give children in schools when they're telling them that they live on a spinning ball? Because that's probably the most common one. The boats are going over the horizon, but you agree that's not true. So what would you say is that we're proving to them in school about the Earth being a globe? What is that evidence?
Okay. So
a very direct question.
We can get into why these ones you don't like also, if you want.
Well, just
in schools, they're also going to point towards sticks and shadow measurements, and they're also going to point towards, if you use gravity, how accurately it describes movements of planets, the sun.
Now, do you believe any of those actually prove the globe? Or are those the same as the boats over the horizon, and when you actually look at them, they don't prove a globe?
I would say they make me more convinced than other ones, yeah.
But they don't. Okay, so let's take, what did you say was the most convincing one? Your sticks and shadows? You think the sticks and shadows proves a globe?
I think the orbits of planetary objects are probably the most.
Right, so not sticks and shadows. Okay, so now the proof that we're giving to the kids is the lights in the sky, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, now how do the lights in the sky tell you anything about the ground beneath your feet?
How do you logically get from the appeal to the emotions of the celestial bodies to that conclusion?
I would probably talk about the northern and southern hemisphere stars.
And how do they tell you anything about the ground beneath your feet?
So what they tell me is that both in the northern and southern hemisphere, the stars are rotating around.
Wait, where are you getting hemisphere from? Because you haven't got anything beneath your feet yet. You're just looking at the sky.
Okay. They tell me that people in the northern and southern latitudes both see stars that orbit around a singular point.
Okay.
Right.
And that works very easily on a globe Earth model.
No, wait. What globe? No, we need to get, what point does... those don't tell you there's anything about a globe. How will you get into a globe from that?
Okay, so as I was saying earlier, I only believe in a set of observations. And
no, but I'm talking about what they're teaching at school. How are they proving to people in the mainstream that the Earth is a spinning ball? You said not the boats over the horizon, not the sticks and shadows, it's the lights in the sky. That's what's proving it. So how are the lights in the sky moving, proving that the observably flat and motionless ground we see is not that?
So I don't believe that you're ever going to be completely convinced of anything. I think you just have
irrelevant. Not the question.
Cop out.
Not the question. How are the lights in the sky telling you that you live on a spinning ball?
There is just the observations of the lights in the sky.
But that's not an observation of anything about the ground.
Right.
So they don't tell you anything about the ground.
As I've been trying
so you can't logically get to the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere by appealing to the lights in the sky.
No observation is going to ever convincingly tell you anything.
You don't know anything about that. Your ad hominems are not valid here.
We're talking about the objective merits of your argument, regardless if it doesn't persuade anyone.
Yeah, so the lights in the sky don't tell you that Earth's a globe then.
Answer the question.
Oh, sorry. Everyone was yelling. I didn't hear a question.
No, answer.
Let's try this again. So you keep blurting back at us.
Hold on,
people won't be persuaded.
Hold on,
everyone's talking again, guys. I'm sorry.
You just said the observation. You can never be sure of anything. But you just said the lights in the sky are the observation. But that means the lights in the sky, you agree, do not tell you that the Earth is a globe, right?
Right.
Right. Okay. So what is the proof that we are giving to the children, to the masses, that the Earth is a spinning ball? It's not the boats going over the horizon. It's not the sticks in the shadows. It's not the moving lights in the sky. What is the proof?
What we are trying to give everyone is a tool that accurately describes things that they're seeing.
What proof are we giving to the kids, to the masses, that the Earth is a spinning ball?
Any proof for anything.
So there is no proof that the Earth's a spinning ball?
There's no proof for anything.
Right. So there's no proof that Earth's a spinning ball, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you for your discussion, Andrew.
Yes, good night, folks.
That's it. That's it. Andrew is toast. Thank you very much. But your pseudo-intellectual mind couldn't wrap itself around empirical evidence, and that's okay. It might take some time, but you might want to sit here and listen to other conversations, Andrew. But thank you for trying. Although you just figured out that there isn't an answer to the unanswerable question, so might take you a bit. Might take some people a bit longer, but we get there either way.
Yeah,
this is the source of my contempt, at least. I'll just speak for me.
Gregory,
this is the source of my contempt when at the end of a scrutiny process where the conclusion from the dominant paradigm is really that there's no proof for anything, but they supposedly have known for centuries, millennia even, all this stuff here, just all of this. You see all this here, Gregory? We know all of this. And that Bible in your shelf, yeah, that's garbage. You say, when I'm told that, and then when I scrutinize that at the end of a scrutiny process, I'm told you can't prove anything. That's where my contempt inflames. That's where my indignation begins.
I feel like I was being strawmanned a bit there at the end of that speech, but yeah, Gregory, if you're ever around, man, I would like to talk with you some more. I think you're really smart.
It's righteous indignation, man, and it's justly said.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, if you're ever around, sometimes I'll hop in like voice chat too, because it's pretty hard, obviously, to have discussions here. But if you're
right
around,
now,
I'll ping you. And,
it's not hard to have discussions here. Stop mischaracterizing people here. Your ad hominems and repeated nonsense have no value.
Oh no, did I? Okay, come on, somebody bail me. Did I ad hom any of you? I don't think I saw.
You did it earlier, yeah, many times.
All you gotta do is be truthful. That's it. In this arena. Hey Andrew, listen. In this arena, all you got to do is be truthful and be real. You don't need to pretend to know things. If you don't know something, the intellectual, honest position is to say I don't know. We respect that more in here than you to try to answer something that you don't know.
I think you understand what I mean. A lot, actually.
No, you were actually trying to give an explanation.
A lot of what I was saying.
Andrew, did you ever see, or did you ever made observation on the ground? Did you see any observation on the ground, or you are speaking about only observations in the sky?
I mean, I was trying to say I don't think you're ever going to get that. Yeah.
But did you ever seen any observation from the ground anywhere?
Again, I don't think you're ever going to see that. Yeah.
Hey, I'll do you one better, Andrew. I know it's never going to come. It's not there.
Yeah, from the ground. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, from anywhere.
All right.
How about we disagree that we're right. I'm right.
What was the height of this supposed satellite that you were doing your supposed observations from?
I think everyone's heard enough of that. If you want, I can tell you.
I just want the number.
Voice chat too. You want the?
I just want the number. I don't want anything else.
The number. Sorry,
the elevation. The elevation at which the satellite was above the Earth's surface. What was the elevation?
It was a sun-synchronous orbit, so that would be like 17,000.
What? 17,000 what?
17,000 kilometers.
And you were seeing what? Buildings, you were saying, stretched?
Yeah, I was trying to keep it simple for the talk, but yeah, you were saying.
Yeah, you didn't provide anything to back your shit, so I just wanted to hear a little bit more details on it.
Yeah, no worries.
It's a tough room, Andrew. Trust me.
Yeah.
But if you're hearing you're truthful, it'll go well for you. Even though you seem to be like a bit on a corner right now. Just stick around. Stick around and learn. Just listen to like the conversations that happen here with other people that we may have conversations with, and you'll see what the culture is here.
So. Yeah, I gotta bounce, but yeah, Gregory, I'll ping you sometime if I ever see you in here. Maybe we can voice chat too or something. Yeah.
I got a dip too. See you guys.
Thank you for telling us what we already know.
Yeah, no problem.
The rigor that was just spoken in here and critiquing what I call the ACP is what should be happening in academia. That's what should be happening. What you just heard in here is what should be happening in academia, but it's not. Which is why these dogmas persist and deceive people into incoherent, gap-filled theories chock full of fallacy with no hope.
Okay, so just to be clear, I mean, so this was like my past job. I'm back in academia now. We have weekly journal clubs, and I'll say we're way harsher than what's going on in here. So
no, you're not. Because if you were, the globe model would not be held.
Yeah, if that were true, Andrew, you'd be challenging those people at that meeting about the same fallacious arguments that you just agreed with us are incorrect.
Actually, no, I picked my supervisor because he shares a lot of these similar beliefs.
So he agrees that there's no globe proof either?
Oh, well, the philosophy part, yeah.
I mean, you should tell these guys, hey guys, I went on the journey and I found out there's no globe proof. What do you guys think?
When you say no, the philosophy part, that just reinforces our point. Because if there is no justification for inductive reasoning, then you've undermined all empirical knowledge.
So
you've undermined the entirety of the uniformity of nature. And if you don't have uniformity of nature, then you can't know anything. I know you can hear me.
I can, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
So when you say no, just the philosophy part, that bolsters our point. That doesn't lessen our point. It isn't as though our point is not relevant to the point. No, it's directly relevant to the point. Philosophy is the foundation of any and all other distinct subcategories of knowledge.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. That's why I picked my supervisor, because he also kind of has this experimentalism view of science.
So the point, right? If you don't have the uniformity of nature, you can't know anything. So your experimentalism so-called approach cannot inform you of anything if there is no uniformity of nature. I'm not going to let this go.
So, okay, I just wholly disagree on the idea that something changing normally with time, even if those laws are changing with time, that is uniform. It can change uniformly. Like we can.
What is maintaining that regularity? I've already asked you that question. What can we please cut to the chase? If that is regularly changing, what is maintaining that regularity?
It can be anything. It can be anything it wants.
It can be anything.
Yeah, we don't tell nature.
That's very informative. So I could be regulating the uniformity of nature?
Maybe, man. I hope not.
Maybe you hope not. You would rather not uniform be regulated? Nature be uniform? You don't want regularity to nature?
I'm saying it already would be if it's changing uniformly.
You just said anything. You just told me anything to maintain the regular changing of the laws, so-called, of nature. So could that be me? Because I know full well I'm not doing that. I know full well I couldn't do that. So it can't be anything, can it?
It might be God. I honestly, I'm not like an atheist or anything. The laws...
It might be God.
Can be changing in whichever way they want. What I'm specifically specifying is that if we want to make any sense of them, I think we need to assert ahead of time that they are changing in a uniform way. So there's no like spikes of like, there's electromagnetism.
You're kicking the can down the road, Andrew. Why are you insisting this? You can clearly hear my contempt for this approach. Okay? You're kicking the can down the road. If there is regularity anywhere to be found in nature, wheresoever, whatsoever, what is maintaining it? What is regulating the regularity?
I'm saying you have to just assume it, that there is. That's like the one thing that I will hard assume, because otherwise everything in life is nonsense, right? If there isn't.
Okay, what is it? I just asked you, what is it? What is the regulator of the regularity?
Probably God, whatever you want to call it.
Probably God. Now we know what that means, of course. You know full and well that the appeal to the God, especially as it is explicated in the Bible, is the adequate answer that solves the problem of induction, but you don't want to say it fully because I assume you're not a believer.
I kind of have some...
Now you're talking to me now. That doesn't necessarily apply to everyone in here, but you're talking to me.
Yeah, I have spiritual beliefs. I'm not close enough to any faith.
Okay, so you have some vague metaphysic about so-called spirits, okay. So, I mean, until you get that cleared, I mean, you just conceded that it's some undefined metaphysic concerning so-called spirits, whatever those so-called spirits actually are, however you articulate that, which of course is not, in principle, when arguing, going to adequately answer that question. So as far as you know, you don't know what is the regulator of the regularity. So if you don't know what is the regulator of the regularity, you can't justify inductive reasoning. You can't justify believing the uniformity of nature. And if nature is not uniform, or at least if you can't justify believing that it is, you cannot know anything at all. This is what Bertrand Russell talked about. This is what all the philosophers talked about throughout the history of philosophy. Especially Immanuel Kant in the 1700s, 200 or more years before Bertrand Russell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But Immanuel Kant failed.
Right. So this is...
I strongly recommend,
inductive,
but not to cut you off, I strongly recommend you do this. If you really are concerned about answering the skeptic, especially the problem of induction, read Dr. Cornelius Van Til and read Dr. Greg L. Bahnsen. You can start there. They're not the only ones. There are philosophers alive today who are Christians, Bible believers who are respected, who talk about this so as to save knowledge. There is a reason.
Guys. Well, before we continue on down this road, Andrew, if you're still here, I think Jenna wanted to ask you a question.
If it's quick, I really do need to head off here.
Jenna, are you still there? I'm sure she can be quick.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey.
Do you want to ask Andrew?
So there are 6 basic questions that I'd like to ask. Okay?
Oh, are they
Absolutely. They are quick and they are basic. Okay. They're quick and they're basic. First one. Are you 100% sure that you're on Discord right now?
No.
Then we're done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Oh, that was quick. Okay, thank you.
So what is it?
Yeah. In that case, we're not even going to go into the other 5.
Okay.
Now my question: how much you are?
Yeah, you got
here?
4 minutes. We only used 1.
Yeah, because if you are speaking with your 2%, what's that then?
Sorry, I was laughing at the start. I heard 2%.
How are you not 100%? How much you are here?
God, I actually don't know if I could quantify that.
And how we know that we are speaking with that 99%, we are not speaking with that 1% of somebody who is not here.
Well, if you know it's not 100%, can you ballpark it for us?
If you're not talking to us on Discord, then
maybe even give us a range.
Oh man, y'all are really gonna hate me after I say this. So in my opinion, there's like an infinite number of explanations for how I'm having this sensory response right now, right? And only one of them is that I'm actually here talking to you right now. So if I look at like
the chances are it's the other
like
million
actually
things.
zero, right? So it's really hard to quantify.
So what are you trying to convince us of then?
I don't know.
Like 99.9% sure the Earth's a globe?
I don't know. The question was just asked how likely I think I am to actually be here.
Yeah, So if you don't know, if you're not sure about your own existence, how are you sure about the shape of the Earth?
Exactly.
And then what are you trying to convince us of? To be also unsure like you? Or do you want us to take a position that you yourself don't take? Do you want us to be 100% sure of the goal, but not 99.9% sure about reality itself?
Yeah, so I've had this like issue for like a long time, and the thing I've always came to is that there's one probability where I'm actually here talking with you, then there's all the other ones where I'm like, it's nonsense, right? You're in like an insane asylum. For me, I don't see.
Oh, it's the latter, dude.
It might be.
It's the latter.
but for me, I don't see any use in even believing I'm in the crazy view, right? Because if the universe is nonsense and it is just random stuff going to my head, then it's pointless to even consider that, right?
Well, you're the only one entertaining it.
Yeah, so you are speaking to us on Discord then. Holy shit.
No, that's like, because this is my thing. Like, if you ask me how likely it is that I'm talking to you, I would say basically 0. But if you ask me what do I want it to be, I'd say I want it to be.
All right, so Andrew, based on that logic, Andrew, if you're not 100% sure of anything, but you're arguing that you're at least 99.9% sure of the globe, like how are you even doing this? If like you're saying from the whatever reality you live in that you're not sure of anything. That's what you're saying. You're not sure of anything, right?
Right. I'm assuming that we're living in the world where things do make sense. Yeah.
Okay. So that's ridiculous. You know that right now you're talking to us through this server called Discord. That's just based.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you off.
Andrew, because if you're not talking to us, you're talking to yourself.
Yeah, sorry.
You realize that, right?
Yeah.
That you're having.
So if I can continue to my second question.
No, I really have to go now. It's been like 5 minutes now, so I have to
Are you sure?
Yeah.
100%.
Are you sure?
I hope so. Yeah.
Are you sure?
Okay.
Are you sure?
I mean, like, it's
Andrew,
sure you can't stay in this reality.
Are you sure if you go that you will not stay here?
Bye. Love you. Bye.
Yeah, come back to tell
come back, man.
How you don't know.
Have a good one, Andrew.
So is there still a 99%?
I hope you're sure of where you're going, Andrew.
Hey, I'm 99.9% sure he didn't even actually disconnect. He's still in the Discord, and it's just my user interface that's wrong.
Yeah, there's still a good chance. You have to entertain it. You have to entertain the possibility that he's still here. Yeah.
Wow. Yep. See, that's all I had. That's all that had to be asked. That's all that had to be done. I knew he would be intellectually dishonest. Okay, like from the get-go, right out the gate. I'm pretty sure he was bluffing his balls off about working on satellites and all that other BS.
Of course.
Fucking ridiculous. Like, this dude doesn't even live in reality. He tells lies and he believes them. Like, it's complete. I was going to say it's complete and total intellectual dishonesty.
This is the end result of the globe argument. No matter how lofty or intellectual they like to think themselves or what their background working on satellites, at the end of the day, after some questioning, their entire worldview boils down to nothing can be known, I might be a brain in a jar, nothing is real.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Helio. what's the latest now in terms of confessions?
Well, basically, in the book, I did not publish the name of the gentleman who was the chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base because his son was still alive.
That's right, yeah.
And he was dying of cancer. He didn't want to deal with the publicity and everything. So the guy's name is Cyrus Eugene Akers, C-Y-R-U-S, traditional spelling of Eugene, and A-K-E-R-S. And then Gerald White did something great. He found a photograph of the guy's tombstone showing that when he was born, when he died, and that he was in the United States Air Force as a sergeant. Now, he was chief of security of the entire base. Now, the interesting thing about Cannon Air Force Base is every military branch has its intelligence division or special ops or whatever they call it. And out of the whole of the United States Air Force, the special ops headquarters is at Cannon Air Force Base, you know? Plus, it's kind of tiny, which is great because it's fewer eyewitnesses, right? And then I remembered an interview that was not broadcast to Bill Casing. Bill Casing said that the faking of the moon landing was supervised by General Sam Phillips of the United States Air Force. And I thought, Air Force, okay, now it's all falling into place. Bill Casing said Air Force. It was filmed at an Air Force base. And I have no doubt, in regard to me being allegedly the number one we didn't go to the moon guy, I interpret it this way. I think, my personal opinion of who the number one we didn't go to the moon guy is David Percy, in my opinion. He's done more technical work on it. Now, I may be a better spokesperson, and I may be better at summarizing it, and I may be better at pointing out spiritual and political analogies about what it means. Maybe that's my specialty. But technically, proving the moon landing fraud is, I think David's much better than me. And of course, what's the name of the hangar, the blimp hangars at Cardington? So it's no doubt that the larger landscape lunar landing fakes, Apollo 17, 16, were filmed there, one or both of them or something. But the first one, for security reasons, Percy was mistaken. It was shot at Cannon Air Force Base. We have an eyewitness who says so. And that makes sense. They wouldn't want the first one on someone else's territory, just in case. They have to control it. And it was done by the Air Force, and it was done at their Special Ops headquarters. It wasn't done at any other. Was it done at Wright-Patterson? Was it done at Edwards? It was done at their Special Ops headquarters for double the security on U.S. territory by the Air Force, and then at their headquarters of Special Ops. So the second and so forth after that, we don't know, but one or more of them, it definitely appears, was shot at Cardington, because you see the same hangar flare of the iron bar structure in the background. Yeah. And it matches perfectly, so that's where it was shot, and it makes sense. Cyrus Eugene Akers said they had two airplane hangars that were already together with a wall between them, and they took down the wall to make it even bigger. It's my personal opinion that Cannon Air Force Base was only for the television images, not the still photography. I think the still photography, as best as I can tell, because there's so much clear. I mean, the networks wanted a live feed, and they wouldn't give it to them. It doesn't make any sense that they don't take the live feed and plug it into every network in the world, but they didn't. And what NASA did is they projected the image on this huge screen. You remember when projection TV first came out, it sucked. And you can imagine the quality of it in 1969, being projected on a screen with a bunch of lights in the room, having a camera film that, have that go to a monitor, and then the TV cameras film the monitor. Yeah. They didn't even film the screen, you see? So it's deliberately fourth generation. And that way the set doesn't really have to be that good. To tell you the truth, I bet I could have done an equal job in someone's backyard at night with a spotlight if you give me a 300-line resolution black and white camera and let me show you my fourth generation copy of a copy of a copy of a copy of it. I mean, you can't tell anything. Now, the interesting picture about Buzz Aldrin with his arm bent, the originals have the soil brown. 69HC284 was the original bearer photographic number, and then they changed it. But in any case, the original prints that I had as a kid, and if you can get a book from the library or eBay or something, all the lunar pictures from Apollo 11, the soil is a caramel brown and the background is grayish blue. Big mistake, because you can see where the real Earth and the fake backgrounds begin. They later corrected that, and everything online, they put a blue filter on the thing, and now the soil is blue. This is why I think the Chinese probes are real, because their soil is caramel brown. Additionally, if you look at every Apollo picture that has rocks on the surface, and they've actually started correcting this since I said the following in interviews, the original Apollo pictures of all, when there's rocks everywhere, like the famous rock with the C on it, the rocks are sitting there, right on top of the surface. The Chinese probes, they're sticking up out of the sand because the sand has been falling on the moon for thousands or millions of years, whatever you want to say. So in a real picture, the rocks are not sitting on the surface. It'd be impossible. It wouldn't happen. So in the Chinese pictures, there's all the rocks are kind of pointy, sticking up out of the micrometeorite soil, which is the way it should look. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're real, but it increases their odds. And of course, you don't have to look at one with the brown soil. Look at that picture of Buzz Aldrin, the famous one, and see if you can tell behind him where the fake backdrop begins. Sure. And the way that they did it rightly so. They didn't put a wall and the real floor like this, because that'd be too obvious. They ran a hill over it, like right before it. And the hill is kind of uneven, so it kind of blends in better. Now, in my opinion, as a filmmaker, if I wanted to fake it, I would put the subject far away from the wall, which they did not do, which is kind of odd in my opinion. They're really close to the wall in almost every fake moon picture, really close. Yeah. And when I look at that picture, now I've just got the one with the blue soil, so it's a little harder, but sometimes I think the line is here, sometimes I think it's here. I think what they did is the still pictures from Apollo 11 were filmed in a circular set. And that way they could do a 360 and it kind of looks the way, the Earth is a sphere, it's not flat. However, I go up to the 15th floor of my building sometimes and look out. It sure looks like a dome. It has that kind of dome look over the horizon everywhere. So if you were to fake a 360 panoramic view, I think it would look better if you used a circular set, which is probably what they did. So because the still pictures were much more detailed, probably used a different set, maybe not. They could have been filmed at Cannon Air Force Base, I don't know. If you look in the visor, Buzz Aldrin in that famous picture, you actually see an area with no shadow. You'll see a large area with a medium shadow, and that's actually the wall behind him. You even see part of the shadow go up, over, making 2 90-degree turns like it's the wall behind him. Maybe it wasn't a circular set. Maybe it was a Canon. I don't know. Yeah. But there's at least a 50% chance the still pictures were filmed somewhere else, that they were just concerned about the TV images at that time. So now we know the guy's name. And then here's the other bombshell. It's important to release his name now because that's a big part of the clue to publish that. And the other important and highly tragic thing is what Cyrus Eugene Akers confessed first was something other than the moon landing fraud. He was dying, literally, on his deathbed, and as you know, a deathbed testimony has quadrupled the weight in court. What he confessed was there was a coworker who was going to, I guess, go to a journalist and blab and tell. He had confided in him and said, look, the world should know, and I'm going to tell a newspaper or TV station or somebody. Okay. And Cyrus Eugene Akers murdered him personally. We don't know whether he was ordered to do that or whether he took it as his own initiative as the chief of security. After all, he was the one President Johnson gave the list of the VIP personnel who were allowed in, which is published in the book. Some of those people are still alive. And it was President Johnson who entrusted him with that list as the chief of security at the Air Force's Intelligence Division Air Force Base. So perhaps he took it at his own initiative. Perhaps President Johnson told him to kill him. I don't know. But he killed him. And that was really the more important thing that he confessed, as he realizes he might meet his maker soon and be held accountable. And a little side note, I mean, out of all your years of watching the evening news, have you ever seen a single story in all those decades of a bank robber who was at large, or a murderer at large, or a rapist at large, or a kidnapper at large, who decades later came forward and said, I did this, I'm sorry, I turned myself in? There was an employee at Cannon Air Force Base, and we don't know whether he killed them in 1968 when it was filmed or in 1969 when it was rebroadcast, because his son, Gene Gilmore, remembers his dad tearing up and crying as he watched it, because that was the second time he saw it, when it was broadcast. So we don't know whether the person was killed in 69 or 68, but someone from Cannon Air Force Base in the relatively small town of Clovis, New Mexico, either died under suspicious circumstances in 1968 or 69 or went missing. And so there's a decent chance that we can find out, somebody can find out, a real journalist could find out who that person is and give closure to the family. I would guess that he would just disappear probably, but the smart thing would be to say, he was run over by a tractor, on base or something. And a little side note, and feel free to publish it as well, the son called the police on his father, in the last days of his life, because he said, this is wrong. There needs to be an investigation. Yeah. And from what I understand, the military police also showed up. And of course, what became of that, we don't know. They're certainly not going to publicize a homicide that they perpetrated themselves, much less the reason why they did it. But it caused such a falling out between the father and the son that the son legally changed his name from Akers to Gilmore, and shortened his name. He must have been Eugene II or III. He changed it to Gene. So he changed his name to Gene Gilmore. That's the son, whose video is at Sibrel.com. And if you could please just link Sibrel.com in the article, and people can go to the homepage and view his son's telling his story about his father. Yeah. So now we have the name of the person can be published, and now we have a homicide. That's part of the story. And, I've said recently in interviews, if they faked the moon landing and killed no one in the process, you'd almost, to a certain degree, respect their cleverness. Like when you hear about someone who dug a tunnel from the dry cleaner into the bank and took all the gold and got away with it. You're like, oh, good for them. They outwitted them.
There's been a few of those in the UK recently.
The thing is, we know from Betty Grissom, who I interviewed for 4 hours, and her son I interviewed for 3 hours. She told me stuff that she asked me not to put in A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, which, because she's dead, I put in the book, and it's the second to the last chapter called NASA's Greatest Fear. Because if the truth of the moon landing fraud comes out, the very next can of worms they're going to be forced to open is the Apollo 1 fire. And seeing how the first document of the citizens of America is the Declaration of Independence, not the Constitution, which says when any government becomes destructive of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, they are to be altered or abolished. Well, life. The federal government took our tax dollars not only to deceive us about the moon landing, put it on coins, stamps, encyclopedia, ticker tape parades, and medals of honor, none of it true. They also used our labor from our bank account to murder our neighbors who tried to expose their crimes. This is why the federal government is so concerned about the moon landing fraud coming out. Whoever shot JFK, whether it was George Bush Sr. or, Oswald, those people are dead. It's a negativity regardless. But the moon landing fraud is a positive, you see? That's why it's harder for people to accept. They'd have to give up something positive. Yeah. JFK murder is negative, whoever did it, so is 9/11. Yeah. But this is positive. This is taking candy away from someone and giving them a turd instead. And they don't want the turd, they want the candy. Yeah. And so when a college professor says that a confession from an Apollo astronaut would not convince him that the moon landings are fake, he'd think they were real anyway. there's a problem with people's minds over this, which is all the more proof that they didn't go.
Yeah.
When someone sends someone an email, which I've received, wishing that they could watch me and my family burn alive before their eyes because I said the moon landing was a fraud, that means the moon landing is some emotional thing rather than a real thing. All that foaming at the mouth and unlogical denial is proof that I'm correct. You don't have to insult somebody to make your point, and if you do, your point isn't valid. And if they really went to the moon, there would be no need for a single documentary or TV show to prove me wrong. That if I went around saying Mickey Mouse was the first president instead of George Washington, do you think there'd be 100 documentaries reassuring us that George Washington was really the first president? No, I mean, who cares? But the fact is, if they have to keep supporting this, it's because the structure is not sound. That's why. And then, it's in the book, in case you missed it, after his son told me these things, his house was broken into when he was out, even though he had a security alarm. Everything about his father that they could find was confiscated. And 2 days after that, he was threatened with death if he ever spoke to me again. This was less than 2 years ago. So the federal government is still concerned that the moon landing fraud will come out. I believe because it will enrage the people more than 9/11, more than JFK, because it's this candy being taken away and giving them a turd instead. If that happens emotionally, the public will be enraged, and that's what they're afraid of. That enragement may cause the bringing down of the corrupt institutions in the federal government. In fact, when I showed the footage of them faking being halfway to the moon to the director at NBC News, he said it absolutely proved the moon landing fraud and that he would not broadcast it for fear of a civil war against the federal government. And I'm like, you mean you won't broadcast the federal government's corruption for fear that the corrupt federal government will be brought down? I mean, what is that all about? Isn't that what's supposed to happen? And then 10 years later, there's a new news director at NBC News, and they agree. The footage proves that they never left Earth orbit. They say we're going to buy the exclusive international rights and broadcast this on national TV.
What happened?
They canceled the program, and they told me privately they got a call from the federal government threatening them not to do it. They would pull their license or something like that.
Indeed.
So that's what they don't understand. The astronauts should have, at their press conference, said, look, it was fake. They threatened to kill me and my family. Would honorable people in the FBI please surround my house? Thank you. And walk away. That's what they should have done. That would have been the smart thing. Hey, if someone threatened to kill my children if I didn't fake the moon landing, maybe I would have done it. I probably would have lied and said, okay, I'm in. And then I would have gone into a TV station that on a live broadcast and then said it. I probably would have done that over actually doing it.
All the astronauts were military men. They'd sworn oaths of secrecy. Their commander-in-chief was the president. When the commander-in-chief says, jump, they only have one question. How high?
So all that to say, what I've heard, maybe you've heard the same, as you're moving up the steps, I don't know whether it's step 12 or step 3, but somewhere along the lines in the Masonic Lodge, they put a Bible in front of you and they say, spit on the Bible. And if you spit on the Bible, they say, welcome, brother. Good job. And if you refuse, they say, good job, brother. You see what I'm saying? They win either way. What they're really looking for is people to spit on the Bible. And Apollo means lie. It means deceiver, Lucifer. That's what it means. So they're telling you it's a lie right on the open. They're telling you it's Luciferian. The moon landing fraud, it's not a lie about saccharin is good for you or bad for you, right? It's about the greatest accomplishment of mankind. And that's why my film opens up with the Tower of Babel, which says we did it to boast. The tallest building, and then the largest machine, the ship that God himself could not sink. And then Nixon said, putting a man on the moon is second only to creation, when he knew they weren't there, and that's why he didn't show up for the launch. Can you imagine? The whole world is watching. The vice president is there. But you're not there? For America going to the moon to wish them well? To shake their hand? He shows up for the second launch after they got away with it. And that's why Johnson didn't run for re-election. I think there's only been 2 presidents who didn't run for re-election when they were eligible, and he was one of them. And the Democratic Party said, we're going to nominate you anyway. He says, well, I'll still decline. Because he knew the faking of the moon landing would be in the next term, and who knew that would work? Except if he got caught being from Houston, Texas, and all that area. And Nixon did not want a picture of him shaking the astronaut's hand with the big smile before the launch in case they got caught. You know, all the more connected to it. So once they got away with it, once everyone believed it, then he shows up, you know?
An interesting thing, I don't know if you've seen the story, which I've recounted a few times, about the vacuum of space and the effect that has. The effect it has on photographic film, specifically that. Now, I was attending a lecture in London, 2018. It was given by the guy who developed the camera system of the Hexagon spy satellite. Now, the Hexagon spy satellite, which was launched 69, 70, somewhere around there, is only one of 2 satellites that had photographic film on board. The other one was the Lunar Orbiter. Now, the Lunar Orbiter orbited the Moon. Hexagon spy satellite orbited Earth. They both had photographic film. And one of the points that the guy who designed the camera system, his name was Phil Pressel, said very specifically, he said we had to keep all the photographic film which we used. There were huge amounts of film in the Hexagon spy satellite. We had to keep it under pressure. A small degree of pressure, about 1 pound per square inch. Not very much. And he showed the nitrogen gas bottle that supplied the gas to keep the pressure. The film was transported in tubes which are pressurized, and the whole thing was encased in an airtight container on the spacecraft. And at the end of the lecture, I asked him, I said, you say photographic film has to be kept under pressure. Would that apply to Apollo? Implying the photographs taken on the lunar surface. And he said, of course it would. Film does not operate and work. It's destroyed in a vacuum.
Why is it destroyed in a vacuum? Why?
Right. Photographic film is a plastic-backed strip which is coated with emulsion. The emulsion is light-sensitive. Now, the emulsion starts life as a liquid.
So it would separate without pressure?
Yes, it would separate.
It would maybe you wouldn't have a picture at all, would you?
It basically outgasses in a vacuum.
Right.
Now, we've got people who have done experiments with photographic film in a vacuum. The vacuum is measured in a unit called Torr, T-O-R-R, named after Evangelista Torricelli, who's an Italian scientist in the 17th century who developed the barometer, which is to do with pressure. So the unit is called Torr. On Earth, the level of pressure is 760 torr. That's the same as 760 millimeters of mercury in a barometer. The higher you go, the less pressure there is. Top of Mount Everest, it's 180 torr. You go into space, say at the Kármán line, which is the dividing line between space and the atmosphere, is 10 to the minus 3. You get to the International Space Station, it's torr 10 to the minus 6. You get to the moon, it's torr 10 to the minus 12, i.e. very, very little pressure at all. And the point about that is that you put photographic film into that environment, forget all the radiation, forget the heat, just look at torr, look at vacuum, and it destroys photographic film. We've now been contacted by a professor at a university who has a vacuum chamber that can reduce down to torr 10 to the minus 6, and he's going to be doing the same experiment. Put a photographic film into this vacuum chamber, reduce the vacuum down, torr 10 to the minus 6, that's as far as he can go, put that film into a camera and see what the images look like. We've already proved that it can be damaged by putting it into relatively low levels of vacuum. Now, if that is the case, and I'm pretty sure it will be, because why would Phil Pressel say, of course the same would apply to Apollo? Because he was talking about photographic film, the Kodak Ektachrome film that all the photographs on the lunar surface were taken with. If those are not possible to be created because of the vacuum, where else could those photographs have been taken? I think you said it, Canon Air Force Base.
Yeah, I mean, you could also take the same camera after you do the vacuum test and put it in 250 degrees and minus 250 degrees, you know, and see what happens there, right?
Same sort of thing. You'll get damaged photographic film. I mean, we're told it was a special photographic film. Yes, it had a thin base, it had a thin plastic backing. There was nothing special about the film at all. It was Kodak film.
The camera was not pressurized.
Camera was not pressurized, because if it was, you could see that it was pressurized. It would have to be totally surrounded with some sort of airtight compartment, and it wasn't. The Hasselblad cameras on the moon were not pressurized.
You know what moon deniers or moon landing fraud deniers will say? They'll say, okay, they must have ruined the picture, so they went to the TV studio to make up for it. You know?
Well, they can say that. Most of them will just say, well, you haven't done the experiment properly. They always find some reason why. What I'm saying, what other people say about the same thing, whether it's Jarrah White or David Percy, Scott Henderson, Robert Williams, all the people who are doing it now, who are looking into it, reporting on it, and it's getting an increasing number of people commenting and agreeing with it, because they can't not agree. It's basic science. There's nothing to do with conspiracies here at all. This is basic science.
Well, I mean, to me, you can prove the moon landing fraud with that picture I show of it's intersecting at 90 degrees from objects 5 feet apart. What more proof do you need than that?
That's very good evidence.
Yeah, I mean, that's all the proof you need. That photograph cannot be duplicated in sunlight, period. Which means it's electrical light, which means they're on Earth. Go outside in sunlight and see if you can replicate this picture. You can't.
Yeah, you can't.
There you go. It wasn't taken in sunlight. Well, what does that mean? It was taken electrical light. Well, they don't have generators and they don't have plugs and they have no need for it. 20 times brighter than the desert, no atmosphere. So it means it was taken on Earth, which means they didn't go to the moon. There you go. Go.
Hello, my name is Gene Gilmore. My birth given name is Eugene Reuben Akers. I don't want any money for what I'm doing because hopefully this video won't come out until after my death. So I have nothing to gain, nothing to profit by telling you what I'm going to tell you. And a lot of what I'm going to tell you is available online until they see this video. And I'm sure things will start getting scrubbed. As well as moon photos. But anyway, my father in 1968 was stationed at Cannon Air Force Base in New Mexico. I made notes on my computer so that I wouldn't forget anything, because there's a lot of little things and stuff that I'd forget. So these notes were made a long time ago. The original recording that my father made on his deathbed was destroyed in a fire. So this is my deathbed confession, because now I'm dying of cancer. I've got cancer all over the place, and they don't know where it's coming from, and I don't know if they can stop it, but it don't look good. So I'm going to go ahead and make this video for Bart Cybrell. He knows not to do anything with it until notification of my death, for which my son will respond to that. Okay, like I said, in 1968, my father was stationed at Cannon Air Force Base in New Mexico. We lived in Clovis, New Mexico. He was in the military police for over 20 years, and on his deathbed in 2002, we made a recording of what happened. Now, I already told you what happened to the recording. But it doesn't matter, because all the facts are there, so it doesn't matter who's telling the story or whatever. I will, at the end of the video, I'll supply a picture of my father, his badge, the flag of when they buried him. I'll show you some photos of my dad. I was born in 1955. So in 1969, I was 14 years old. I vividly remember the Apollo 11 coming down, landing on the moon, they're walking around and all that stuff. Anyway, I never questioned that until my dad told me what he told me on his deathbed. And then I started doing a little, nothing major, nothing, just surfing the web, I think they call it, surfing the web. And a lot of that information's right there on the web. I mean, it verifies the story that he told me. A good detective, a good one, would be able to uncover a lot more of the story that I'm getting ready to tell you. So, please have at it. I've never known my dad to lie. To get caught lying was worse than whatever it was you did to begin with. I remember going to school with long sleeve shirts on to hide the purple welts. You did not lie in our house, that's for sure. Dad had a really bad attitude towards lying. Excuse me again. Okay, anyway, this is the story that my dad told me on his deathbed. Project Slam Dunk was the name of this. President Johnson in 1968, okay, in Cannon Air Force Base in 1968, he said by the time he got there, that there was already 2 large hangars that were connected. There was hundreds of dump trucks that came in and dumped sand and stone, and cement powder was powdered over the top of all that to make it look like a lunar landscape. They had men that fashioned it into a lunar landscape, he said. Okay, I've never known my dad to lie, so this all took me by surprise. You know, what's that all about? So anyway, he said that in front of the airplane hangars was pull framing with large canvas tents that was concealing the inside of the staging area. Inside the staging area, on flatbed trucks, was uncrated the lunar lander that was reassembled back inside the hangars. All of the walls were painted flat black, and the ceilings as well. He was sworn to secrecy by the NSA, and they would put him in prison for breaking that oath. And when Dad saw the moon landing on TV, he cried. He said he knew that what he had witnessed on TV was exactly what they recorded in that hangar. There was no reason for them to go flying around and everything. They had detailed high-definition photos of the landing area. There was no reason for them to go flying around to a different landing area that almost exhausted their fuel, except for drama, because everything had gone so smoothly. Nothing, so it had to be something. Anyway, Dad was one of 3 guards that guarded the inside of the front entrance. There was a list of 15 people who could enter. No one else was allowed by order of President Johnson. And here is that list, and I gave it to Bart Seibel as well. And he checked out a lot of these names, and he says he can verify a lot of these people and what they do. And I come across a couple myself. Anyway, President Johnson, Neil Armstrong, Edwin Aldrin, Werner von Braun, Robert Emenegger, Gene Kranz, James Webb, Joe Kerwin, Dr. Thomas Paine, Glenn Looney, Dr. Christopher Kraft, Dr. James Van Allen, General Trudeau, Lieutenant Colonel Donald Simon, and Grant Norrie. Now, the only 2 that I really have information on is Robert Emenegger. Apparently, he did a lot of video work and stuff for the Department of Defense. So the DoD did know him. Okay, and the other one was Grant Norrie, Norray, I believe. Was to the best of my dad's knowledge, was a like some FBI, CIA, NSA, who knows, something like that. Okay, President Johnson only showed up for the first day of filming. Filming lasted for 3 days, and the entire project was restored to original. In other words, the hangars were all taken apart, the sand was all removed, and so on and so forth. Okay. Dad said there was a lot of building going on at the base, so at the time, so sand and cement powder was never questioned. I can see how they could smuggle that all in within everything else that's going on. Since 2002, I have dug up, I already told you about that, the evidence for the moon landing that I have found. If you go to Google and go to Cannon Air Force Base website, they admit that President Johnson was there. The lunar lander was there. The astronauts were there. I also have verified some of the people on the list were there. I also verified there are a lot of building going on in the base, just as he had told me. And all of this was going on at the same time, on the same date. Dad told me all these things father to son. He also told me not to ever tell anyone what he had said, but he said on his deathbed that he had to tell somebody before he died because it was just too important not to tell. I sure as hell wasn't going to tell anybody. Yeah, I feared for my wife and me and my son, and I'll tell you why. Ever since I contacted Bart Seibel, I think they may be listening to his phone once in a while, because I never had any problems until I contacted him and told him my story. Now, people broke into my house 2 times. I was visited by men with black suits, and I was told in no uncertain terms to drop this whole project, not to say anymore to anybody, or me and my wife and my son could disappear. You take that pretty literally after everything that's going on. Well, so I stopped contacting Bart, and now I'm making this video that I'm going to send to Bart. Mr. Cybrell, excuse me. Bart's my brother, man. My brother in heart, my brother in Jesus, okay? Bart, being a good friend that he is, called the police for me and told them about the break-ins. The 2 detectives that came out and everything questioned me and everything like that, I didn't give them any information at all. At the time, I thought it was a test from them guys in the black suits. I didn't say crap. So all that went away and everything. But it definitely, the 2 guys in the black suits were not the 2 detectives that came out to question me about the break-ins. But thanks, Bart. But no, I don't want any help. I just want somebody to pick up where I left off and be able to prove with the information I've given. And I'm trying to give as much as I can, because I know that once I die, I'm not going to be able to be asked any questions. So that's why I tried to give you a little backstory too. But that's about all I can think of. My dad, he raised me by the book. I know he didn't lie to me. And as I started seeing more and more of what he was telling me was true, I realized my dad wasn't lying. I lifted the lid off my dad's case, and you can see that his name is Cyrus Eugene Akers. He was born on July 17th, 1933. He died on September 28th, 2002. Here's his badge, and I wanted to see if I could get as close as possible so that you can read the numbers on the bottom, which are, okay, there it is. (07596) 07596. That's my dad. And it must have been a really early picture, because he's only got 2 stripes, so that was back in the 50s, I'm sure. Probably not long after I was born. And there he is. That's my father. My dad, he raised me by the book. I know he didn't lie to me. And as I started seeing more and more of what he was telling me was true, I realized my dad wasn't lying.
I am Werner von Braun. This motion picture was produced to enable you to experience more personally and vividly the most dramatic events of the Apollo 11 story. The pictures and sounds are real, recorded in real time, where the action really was. So, come with us. We are going to the moon.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition sequence start.
We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
I think it means that the job of landing something on the moon where there's no atmosphere and using a rocket to slow it up and having the equipment still work is a very difficult job.
We've been brought in here by Stanley Kubrick to more or less ensure the scientific integrity of the film, to make sure that it's very, very close in reality, but still we want to make certain that it has a base of reality.
Before the end of the 60s, we will see a man on the moon, to the moon, an American, and we're very proud that our country continues to produce these young men who go so far and carry with them so much.
To put people on the moon and with enough fuel to enable them to return safely home to Earth requires a still larger and more powerful rocket, however.
It's going to take some time, and I think we have to recognize it. They secured these large boosters, which have led to their being first in Sputnik and led to their first putting their man in space. We are, I hope, going to be able to carry out our efforts with due regard to the problem of the life of the man involved this year. But we are behind.
However, let us imagine for a moment that the many problems have been solved. We are ready to begin our first voyage to the moon.
It is quite possible that an aggressor nation that dominates space will then dominate the world.
We're in the final assembly building of the LEM. Stanley Kubrick and I have set ourselves several objectives. We hope to convey to the public the wonder and beauty and promise of the new age of exploration which is opening up before the human race.
Arthur, here we are on the LEM ship, and one can almost imagine we're on our way to the moon, or we've arrived at the moon, as a matter of fact.
Can you believe it? Can you realize that we, that you and I, that all of us, have actually begun the exploration of another world? We have taken the first historic step into our solar system.
Take 1.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Take 2.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
We, the crew of Apollo 11, are privileged to represent the United States in our first attempt to take man to another heavenly body.
Man walks on the moon! Man walks on the moon! The first man from Earth walked on the surface of the moon this morning, and the suspense here in London is unbelievable.
Hello, Apollo 11, Houston. Okay, Neil, we can see you coming down the ladder now. Okay, Neil, we can see you coming. I'm going to step off the LEM now. Neil and Buzz, the President of the United States is in his office now and would like to say a few words to you. Over. That would be an honor. Go ahead, Mr. President. This is Houston out.
Hello, Neil and Buzz. I'm talking to you by telephone from the Oval Room at the White House. And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made in the whole history of man. All the people on this earth are truly one. One in their pride in what you have done. And one in our prayers that you will return safely to earth.
presented by NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration.
With the help of the Flat Earth Clock app, we do an ice cream social with the different Flat Earthers in our area, where we talk about our recent adventures and latest discoveries. This month, a friend of mine shared some footage with me that I had never seen before, that absolutely blew me away. Back in June of 2015, Buzz Aldrin did a question and answer session with Oxford Union, and in it, he said something that you just have to hear for yourself.
So this is going to take a format of a Q&A, so I'm going to ask several questions before opening it up to the audience. Lady in the second row, just there with blonde hair. We'll go to the gentleman waving his hand afterwards.
What was the scariest moment of the journey?
Scariest? It didn't happen. It could have been scary. Circuit breaker.
The circuit breaker in the pen?
Oh.
Wow. Just wow. Let's go back and watch that again really quick. This isn't tricky editing by any means. This is right there on the original source footage. I've got a link in this video's description if you want to see it.
What was the scariest moment of the journey?
Scariest.
Here he is repeating back part of the question to show that he was listening. This invalidates the claim that he thought she asked something else and shows us that this was his actual answer to her question.
Scariest. It didn't happen. It could have been scary.
This is him reaffirming a second time that this is indeed the answer to her question. His journey to the moon didn't happen.
Circuit breaker. Oh.
Someone called to him from the audience saying, "Circuit breaker in the pen? Hey Buzz, you're breaking from the script. This is supposed to be your answer." His host then restates what the unknown person in the audience said. The circuit breaker in the pen? Either asking, what are they talking about? Or encouraging him to stay on script.
Oh, I'm glad somebody helps me. We came back inside after kicking up dust and picking up some rocks. And of course we had to...
And then he goes on and tells this story about popping this important circuit breaker back in with his pen. You can go on and watch that on your own if you want. As I mentioned, I've got a link to his full Q&A session in this video's description. But his response, that his journey to the moon didn't happen, is one that is worth remembering.
It didn't happen. It could have been scary.
It is time to raise our voices and tell the world where we stand. It is time to abolish NASA. Together, we can do this. This message is brought to you by the Flat Earth Institute of Science, with a very special thank you to the Flat Earth Clock app for making our Flat Earth meet and greets possible. There's a reason why so many people are waking up in the world today. It is because we have a preponderance of evidence.
A preponderance. You hear that?
This is the Lunar module. Out at Grumman constructed this module and also constructed this lunar landscape in one of their hangars. This lunar module was the second one to go to the moon. This was photographed by CBS for a simulation
to show the public while in case they couldn't get pictures directly from the moon. That's Scott Carpenter, the astronaut, preparing to show how they would land on the moon when they do. I was sent out to work on a teletype machine that I had placed in the lunar module, and CBS allowed me to stay and watch the filming and also to use my own camera to take pictures. I went home and got and brought my camera along to take these films. Unfortunately, Debbie was at a baseball game at Shea Stadium, and she could not come along. That black fellow was the director of this film. Unfortunately, this shot had to be retaken as someone had left the air conditioning on, and the flag was blowing in the breeze, and there is no breeze on the moon. This is the actual lunar module that went to the moon on the second trip. Standing next to the flag that was planted on the lunarscape. And there is Ellen and Patty standing next to the lunar module.
Make
Keep the good wishes. Thank you very much. We know it will be a good flight. Thank you very much. We know it will be a good flight.
Whilst
from
in
Mark
space,
Cameron. This is from Mark Cameron.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah. So because you can see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas. Magellan clouds of the Milky Way
you see
galaxy.
The Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan
there's a large
clouds.
one and a small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal lights.
Whoa.
Those are amazing. Right before
the lights
sunrise.
of the zodiac.
The lights of the zodiac. The zodiacal lights.
But one thing to add to this, I think, which is kind of interesting about being able to look into the black void, is that we can't do that when the sun is out here on Earth, and it's not because the sun is so bright. It's because this atmosphere. Right? The light comes through the atmosphere and refracts, and we see blue. It scatters. We see blue. So what we see is.
When you looked up at the sky, could you actually see the stars and the solar corona in spite of the glare?
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see.
I don't remember seeing any. Neil, Mr. Armstrong, I do realize that when you were on the moon, you had very little time for gazing upwards. But could you tell us something about what the sky actually looks like from the moon, the sun, the earth, the stars, if any, and so on?
The sky is a deep black when viewed from the moon, as it is when viewed from cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the moon. The Earth is the only visible object other than the sun that can be seen, although there have been some reports of seeing planets. I myself did not see planets from the surface, but I suspect they might be visible.
You don't see stars in the daytime on Earth, not because they're not there, but because the atmosphere is aglow with scattered light from the sun. If you take away the atmosphere, the sun will still be there, but the sky goes dark. That's what the folks get when they go to the edge of the atmosphere, and they're calling that the edge of space. But when you get to the edge of the atmosphere is no longer between you and the rest of the universe, and the stars reveal themselves just as they would at night. Since the moon has no atmosphere, then a daytime picture, if you're there in the daytime of the moon, you see a full night sky of stars, even with the sun in the sky as well. But when you get to the edge of the atmosphere, the stars reveal themselves just as they would at night. If you're there in the daytime of the moon, you see a full night sky of stars, even with the sun in the sky as well.
The sky is a deep black
when viewed from the moon as it is when viewed from cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the moon.
Says you can see the stars.
Oh yeah,
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you know, actually on my very first mission, we went up and when you're in space and you're looking into deep space and you're on the sun side of the orbit, the sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars, just like here on Earth. But then when you look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Says you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars. The cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
And when you're in space and you're looking into deep space and you're on the sun side of the orbit, the sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars, just like here on Earth.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
They're brighter, but they're different. A lot of things different about them. One, you don't have the atmospheric distortion, so they don't twinkle, right? So you see lots of points. And you see lots of points, and literally millions of them. And I live in Colorado, and you get up on a clear night in Colorado up in the mountains where there's no light, and you can see all these stars. Well, multiply that by 1,000. That's what it's like in space. And then when you're outside doing a spacewalk, and you have that one or two opportunities where you can let your eyes adjust, you can start to notice that some of the stars have colors we don't see here on the ground.
And we could not see stars.
The sky, of course, was black, but it had sort of a velvet sheen to it.
The biggest visual surprise was just how black the sky was. You have a brilliant sun, brighter than any sun you normally would see, even here in New Mexico. You have these extraordinarily high mountains. We were in a valley deeper than the Grand Canyon. But then you have this black sky, a sky blacker than black, as the old Vidicon expression used to be.
Just the inherent beauty of it, the velvet, bottomless bucket of the universe.
In like just hanging there in a vast sea of darkness, and the most frightening darkness that you could ever imagine.
I've often tried to explain the difference between darkness, when you turn out the lights and it's dark in here, or blackness. Blackness is the endlessness of it all. It's hard to comprehend.
When you get up on a clear night in Colorado up in the mountains where there's no light and you can see all these stars, well, multiply that by 1,000. That's what it's like in space.
And we could not see stars.
I was just a systems engineer on a well-functioning spacecraft coming home. And so, sure, I had work to do, but not nearly as pressing as before. And we were oriented such that we were rotating to keep thermal balance on the spacecraft, and oriented in such a way that every 2 minutes the Earth, the Moon, the Sun, and a 360-degree panorama of the heavens appeared in the cabin window. And that was awesome. It was an overwhelming experience. And we have to realize that in space, without the intervening atmosphere, the heavens are 10 times as bright, stars 10 times as numerous, because there's no atmosphere to block the light. And we have to realize that in space, without the intervening atmosphere, the heavens are 10 times as bright, stars 10 times as numerous, because there's no atmosphere to block the light.
Because you can see, says you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
I don't remember seeing any.
Neil, the sky is a deep black when viewed from the moon, as it is when viewed from cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the moon.
And when you're in space and you're looking into deep space and you're on the sun side of the orbit, the sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars, just like here on Earth. But then when you look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Says you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
So you have this guy called Bart Sibrel, and he's a documentary filmmaker, and from what I understand in the interviews he's done recently, from a very young age, his father, who was a pilot, very high up guy, had acquired some very large A5 pictures of the moon landings. And Bart Sibrel had these pictures of the moon landings on his wall from when he was 6 right through to when he was a teenager. And he had seen another documentary from a guy, maybe when he was in his early teens, that essentially stated he didn't think the moon landings were possible. And many years later, Bart Sibrel starts working for the same guy, and he asked the interviewer if he remembered who the guy was that he'd done the filming with. And Bart Sibrel gets in touch with him, contacts the old film studio that were doing the piece on that particular chap, and he contacts him and starts a bit of an investigation many years later, because he was too scared at the time that opening that can of worms might end up with him getting in a lot of trouble. So he made two documentaries specifically on this subject. One was called Astronauts Gone Mad, and Astronauts Gone Mad was interesting because he asked many of the men who had landed on the moon, allegedly, if they would place their hand on the Bible and swear to God that they landed on the moon. None of them would. Buzz Aldrin punched him in the face. He got kneed in the back, kicked out of the homes. Interviews were drawn immediately to a close. And it was very telling, the fact that they would not, under any circumstances, put their hand on the Bible and just say, yeah, I swear it happened. So he, a few years later, again whilst doing the same investigative journalism, acquired an unedited tape from NASA, and this tape had, in essence, a shot that hadn't been seen before, where the Apollo 11 crew were masking off part of one of the round windows. So they stopped all the light getting into the command module, and they, from the back of the module, filmed the round window with a cutout against it, so that it appeared like we had a picture of the Earth. Now, I came across this whilst looking at a whole string of sort of, I don't know if you want to call them NASA outtakes, but lots and lots of junky footage that wasn't very well edited together. But in amongst them was this, and it had the same shot that Bart Sibrel had in A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. Now, I don't know how heavily edited it is. I'll fast forward it to it here and turn up the volume and keep my mouth shut so you can actually see. So this is the blue marble picture, and we're told earlier on in this clip that they achieved this picture by putting the camera right up to the circular, well, they don't say circular, but right up to the window, and this is the end shot that we achieve. But as you can probably see from the way the camera's moving around, this is not pressed up against the window. Now, coming in from the top left in a moment, we'll see the interior light that they use to presumably look at the camera equipment to film this shot. They make mention of it on this particular tape. And there somebody's moving the cutout away from the window. We still have the circular window. But the black in this surroundings of the Earth is supposed to be space. But any moment without any edits, we see that it's not space, it's the interior of the command module. So there's somebody getting in the way of the Earth.
Oh, well, it gives an true thought that we're seeing a view from outside, what the little of the inside. It's pretty keep taking the camera away from the left window and over. That's correct. Quarter. I'm moving it back and reconfiguring for interior lighting. Roger.
There's the Earth. There's the Earth. There's the Earth.
We can still see the Earth through the left window, and it appears that we can see a floodlight off to the left of that and front casting through the hatch window.
And there it is. They take away the cutout. It's just a
now we're coming in, can't quite make out who they had. Alright, Big Mike Collins there. What do you got on there?
Yeah, hello there, Sports Fans. You got a bit of me, but nails in the center couch and buttons on the camera work this time. Roger, it's a little dark now, 11.
So I'm going to play it again. So at the moment it's the Earth and it's got space around it. You can probably see things nudging around it as they remove the cutout of the Terminator line. This was all pointed out in A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. But what we've got at the moment is a mixture of interior and exterior.
Here's that we're seeing a view from outside, look a little of the inside. It's pretty taking the camera away from the left window. Now, over.
That's right, whoever's on the communication channel, that's right, we've got the Earth, exterior, and interior lighting.
For interior lighting. Roger.
It's not the Earth, it's just the window. Viewing some clouds.
We can still see the Earth through the left window, and it appears that we can see a floodlight off to the left here, that and front casting through the hatch window. It's a floodlight.
It's not, it's the interior.
Now we're coming in, can't quite make out who they had.
I mean, this is disgraceful. They've told us what we saw there was the Earth taken from the window, and it wasn't. It was the window itself, making the outside, which you can see is very, very bright from both of the windows. A moment ago, what we saw hovering in this shot was that circular window looking like it was the Earth, having all of the rest of the light from the interior of the module blocked out. It's a complete farce. I mean, we've been had. We're not seeing pictures of Earth from space. They can't get to space. They've never been to the moon. They've just lied through their back teeth. The models are a complete sham. I mean, this, when I was searching through this clip, was originally going to be the footage after the LEM takes off from the moon, the jerky model, which is an absolute joke. But I couldn't quite believe my eyes when I saw this clip, which is I first viewed in A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. And you don't know its authenticity, but this is NASA's footage. There's Michael Collins. This is not a fraud done by Bart. It's genuine NASA footage, and it basically proves that they fraudulently gave us pictures of the globe. There were no such thing.
crazy because it goes against the majority.
So let's cross-examine a few known facts about this thing that we call perspective. And let's be humble and truthful and real and not like politicians during elections. Now the tail of the tape stands me on the shore of this beautiful place called Michigan. And looking to the west 50 miles, we see Chicago. No, I'm not kidding. See, the water is flat, and that is that. And science is telling me that Chicago isn't where it's really at. And that's just a big confusing mess.
So we did our own tests.
8 inches times the mileage squared. That's right, 8 inches times the mileage squared. 8 inches times the mileage squared gives you the curvature of the Earth. Now to find out the curvature in feet, just divide by 12, because, well, that's how it works. Now remember, we were 50 miles away from Chicago, going all the way back over the water of Lake Michigan. Break it down! So we take 50 times 50 times 8 inches, it gives us 20,000 inches. You divide by 12, it gives you 1,667 feet below the horizon that Chicago should be.